Chapter 119 Golden Elders. Ashiki frowned as much as a snake could frown, that is, as she stared down at a nervous Ashen. It had been weeks and Ashen still hadn't been called on to aid the high priest, which meant he still had yet to apologize and start smoothing things over with the young man. That was not a good sign, not in the slightest. Because if he never summoned them again, not only could they not make things right, but it would mean that he would never properly ascend to the position of high priest, and father's work would never be completed. Not so long as the one holding the amulet willingly remained separate from them due to the mistakes of one child. That wasn't completely fair, as the elders they should have been keeping an eye on Ashen and his interactions with the high priest. As far as she knew, they had never so much as checked in on him. They had missed the fact that the high priest had never been bonded to O's light through one of his children for father's sake. What else would they have missed if Ashen hadn't been foolish enough to pawn his duties off to someone like Aya? Ashiki didn't like to consider that particular train of thought. Neither, she suspected, did the other elders around her. Akka to her right had a scowl so deep she thought his lower jaw might actually end up falling away before they had managed to drag any new information from the small snake. He had been the one to teach Ashen about his new duties as the high priest's personal summon, and as such Ashen's performance reflected directly upon him. To say he was in any way pleased by these developments would be a gross perversion of the truth. To say he was furious would also be a terrible understatement. The Elder Serpent was an instance away from devouring the heretic, and Ashiki had been pleased to see it was a term that had stuck to the little worm since she first uttered it, and only a will tempered by millennia was holding him back. It looked like it might crumble at any moment, which is why the serpent to his right was watching closely in case she had to intervene. Ajari's face remained perfectly calm and passive, almost as if she had no idea what was going on around her, but her eyes were sharp, the sharpest of all O's children, and they saw everything in this realm. Nothing could hide from the gaze of Ajari, which was the reason she waited now to ensure nothing would befall Ashen until either father or the high priest had determined his fate. To Ajari's right across from Ashiki, Antuk waited silently. Not that he was ever anything else. Antuk never had been able to speak, as his venom was so great and plentiful that his fangs could not contain it. Were he to open his mouth for more than a second, the world would be irrevocably poisoned. They'd had one close call back when they were still hatchlings, and it had nearly erased all life from the world. If there was a single serpent to represent patience, discipline, and sacrifice, it was Antuk, who swallowed his own venom endlessly to spare the world. As Ashiki understood it, he was being eaten alive by it at the exact same rate his ancient body was able to heal. It was a fate she was glad to have been spared, but no one among them had any doubt that he was highly favored by father. Some of them went so far as to believe that in exchange for his inability to speak and as a reward for his dedication, Antuk always heard the voice of O, and that should he be cut it would echo around him. No one had dared try, though, because the likelihood of instead spilling out his venom into the world was far too high to risk so carelessly. Even Ashen Ashiki was confident wouldn't try something like that. To his right was Eyazahrid, who used to slither across O's sunbeams as if she were flying. She didn't do that anymore, and some of them were beginning to wonder if she was even capable of it in her old age. She was as proud as ever, though, and if she did indeed lose such a splendid ability, she wasn't allowing anyone else to know. She remained perfectly poised, her head never surpassed in height by any of the rest of her body. She liked to angle her head up slightly too, which forced her to move her head slightly to the side so that she could see past her face. It would be more intimidating to smaller snakes, Ashiki supposed, but among fellow elders the few extra yards it gave her did nothing to increase her status or influence. That wasn't helped by the fact that of the elders she was the smallest either, and it was likely she did it to make the differences in size, not that anyone except the elders were really able to tell anyway, to appease that pride of hers in some way. The spot to Eyazahrid's right and Ashiki's left remained an empty space in memory of Akienji-O's first son. That name had been surrendered when he took upon himself the most noble calling of remaining in the physical world to father mortal serpents, after O took the rest of his children back into his realm at the dawn of the lesser gods. In the realm now overrun by man, Akienji had taken upon himself the name of a great river, Koshi. It was fitting, she supposed, both for his love of the water and the fact that from above he could be mistaken for a river at sunset. The last any of them had heard from him, assuming Antuk had not been privileged to such information directly from the lips of father, he had created a great clan of lesser spirits, and had to retreat with them to a separate plane, not unlike the actions his father had taken before him. His grandchildren, though, had allowed him to fulfill his purpose in the mortal world and stretch through land and sea alike. There were many days Ashiki was jealous of those children and the freedom they had been granted by their grandfather's sacrifice. Looking back, she thought she might have enjoyed being the mother to a new line of serpents. The only reason she would still shy away from that duty was knowing she would be completely cut off from O. While he wasn't always present here, Akianji had to completely sever himself from father in order to do his work, which meant that O couldn't speak with him. She thought it was couldn't anyway. Sometimes he went long stretches between speaking with even the elders, but he still did at least once a decade. Akianji hadn't heard his voice in millennia. Ashiki had her doubts that father was incapable of reaching out to his first son, but there was no doubt something, perhaps some sort of self-imposed rule. Who was she to know the workings of the sun that held his tongue when it came to Akianji? When Antok was finally permitted to spill forth his burden across the world, ending the final cycle, Akianji and his multitudes of children would finally return to the true light of O, and he'll receive the honor that was so rightfully his. Until then, they would save a space in his memory to be reclaimed on the glorious day. But that day was not today, and nor was it any time soon. If they were unable to reclaim the high priest, it might be even further away yet. And that's why it was so important that Ashen fix his damned mistake. With 5 great elders staring down at him, however, it would appear Ashen had managed to do nothing to repair their relations with the high priest. They were a patient group, a result of their lengthy existence, but even their patience was not without end. Ashen was coming very close to reaching it. Nothing? He's not called for you even once, worm? He knew better than to object to the insult in the presence of so many displeased elders, and Ashen managed to hold his tongue. Even one elder was pushing his luck. Talking back to 5 would likely result in a fate far worse than simply being devoured. As far as I can tell, the amulet has yet to even feel the warmth of flesh, let alone father's glorious light, since Aya answered his call. Ashen gave a troubled frown. I'd begun to suspect that he no longer even wears the amulet. Ashiki, Akra, and Abieri recoiled at his words as if physically struck, low hisses of displeasure escaping them. Antok remained passive, unable to open his mouth as he was, but his eyes visibly narrowed, glaring down at the much smaller serpent intently. Ajari was the only one who seemed to be unaffected, her composure not slipping for even a second, but the present elders all knew she too was beyond unsettled by Ashen's observation. And what of the blood? Has it tasted any? Ajari asked, her soft voice no doubt the most welcoming of the circle. Nothing fresh, great elder. He sounded somewhat relieved to be speaking to someone who didn't seem angry at him. If only he knew her wrath was by far the greatest of O's first 7 children, he might not feel that way for much longer. Only the blood he used to summon Aya. It's like an echo of when he called for her, and it's been in the back of my head since. The frown became a scowl. Couldn't even be bothered to wipe it clean before putting it away in some box, no doubt. His comment earned him 3 angry hisses, and even Ajari narrowed her eyes at him warningly. I would watch that tongue of yours, worm. Akra's voice was the grinding of steel on stone. It's already gotten you into more trouble than you can squirm your way out of. The scowl deepened, but Ashen held his tongue. Each and every one of them, well except maybe Antok, would be able to swallow him without the slightest bit of effort. He didn't really feel like pushing his luck too much at the moment, though he didn't know why they were so upset at his words. The amulet was probably in a box somewhere for O's sake. If that didn't speak of an unworthy high priest, surely the fact that it was stored away covered in blood would have. If he was perfectly honest, though, Ashen did think the high priest had been a pretty damn good choice. As much as he didn't like the fact that the young man wouldn't listen to him, and grudgingly he could admit that it was wise of him not to do so, he couldn't deny the fact that he was an excellent fit for the children of O. Really, he just wanted to redirect the ire of the elders for a moment to give himself some breathing room. If it has the blood already, then all we need is to bring it into the light. Abieri pointed out. Could we get one of Akianji's descendants to aid us? If we could reach them, we wouldn't be having this problem. Ajari stated blandly. It would be far easier to have them request the high priest to summon one of us than it would be to have them find the amulet and bring it into the light. I also doubt it would look good for us to have Akianji's children or grandchildren trying to sneak into the high priest's den and steal it away under his nose. Abieri frowned, but otherwise accepted the criticism gracefully. Ah, yes. My mistake. What if we didn't need the light at all? Akra proposed. The other elders immediately fell silent. It was another angle to consider, but it came very close to blasphemy. Just the idea that something would be done without the father's light made the other uneasy. Ashen was too busy feeling relieved that the attention was no longer on himself to give it much consideration. Careful, Akra. Ajari was the first to respond, her sibilant voice soft and smooth. The slightest hint of warning, a veiled blade coated in sweet venom, lay waiting in her tone. Even Ashen was able to see the danger, if barely. It seems Ashen isn't the only serpent in possession of a tongue that betrays its master. It was a two-sided insult, comparing him both to a hatchling like Ashen and suggesting that Akra intended to somehow betray the father. The surly elder's expression didn't change at those words even as he recognized them, but that was often the case when it came to him. His expression of stone only ever became more grim. No one could honestly say they'd seen him lighten up in all the millennia they had known him through. Nonsense. He dismissed her warning. The amulet has the blood, but we have no way to bring it into Father's light. Instead, he proposed. Why not bring Father's light to it? Surely he would be able to activate it himself to send us to the high priest in this case, so long as the blood is still present for payment. It could work. Akishi agreed grudgingly. But we'd have to petition Father for aid. He will not be pleased. Abieri pointed out the obvious tail flicking over to cover parts of her face like some sort of makeshift golden veil. Perhaps we should try more before admitting that we cannot do this without him? But the more we wait, the larger the problem might become. Ajari, as usual, pointed out what was wrong with the suggestions of others. Her soft voice and usual mild manner made even her harshest criticisms seem more sweet than they should be. Unfortunately, those traits also meant most of her suggestions carried little weight over the past millennia, and so she had stopped offering her own ideas entirely. If the high priest spends enough time without us, he may decide he doesn't have any use for O's children that he cannot get with his own resources. She frowned slightly in thought and looked down to Ashen. You've served him for a bit, does he really need us? The eyes of the 5 present elders snapped down to him, a circle of waiting crimson, and Ashen felt a crushing weight of expectation settle over his scales. His first instinct, of course, was to lie, but that was to be expected of O's children. He was not an idiot, however, and was well aware that for serious matters, and this most definitely qualified, any deceit would be heavily punished. They were welcome to lie to others and each other as they pleased normally, but this went beyond individuals and would affect the entirety of O's children, and quite possibly O himself. So with great reluctance Ashen gave an honest answer. No, not in the slightest. 5 identical winces echoed through the circle of elders, and long displeased hisses left the mouths of Akra, Abieri, and Akishi. Care to elaborate, Ashen? Ajari's words were neither question nor suggestion. He has his own forces already, his wolves. They're completely obedient to him as far as I can tell, and he trusts them with everything from following orders to guarding him while he sleeps. The snake sage also desires his favor, so if he does require a serpent, the descendants of Akianji are readily available. He doesn't gain anything he didn't already have without us. Except a connection to Father, was Akishi's pointed correction. If we'd done our duties, there would be a reason for him to call upon our services. Ashen was terribly grateful when Ajari's voice pulled attention to herself and cooled Akishi down even slightly. He'd take whatever breaks he could get. If we'd done our duties, this wouldn't be an issue in the first place, she reminded them. It does us no good to point tales now. We must find a way to reach him again. For every second of her pause, her next words seemed to grow in weight. Even if we have to go to Father to do so. They shared concerned looks, hoping someone else had been able to come up with something they could try. They were all disappointed. Antok's tail reached out to the center of the circle, moving Ashen to the side and scratching an arrow in the ground. They didn't need to look up to know where it would be aimed. Mount Aogi, the path of the sun, seeing that they weren't moving their gaze where he was directing it. Even if they would have known by heart, he turned the arrow into a sketch of the mountain so there could be no confusion to what he was trying to bring to their attention. They shared another look. They didn't have another option, but they did have to figure out who was going to make the trip up the path. When summoned to the peak of Mount Aogi, it was a great honor to make the journey, but to trespass uninvited was to risk the ire of O. Mount Aogi was a sacred place, and while O's children were no lesser kami, they were still nowhere close to the divinity of their father. There was a good reason that mountain was sacred too, and it wasn't due to how far it stretched into the sky. No, O's greatest treasure resided at the top of that mountain, directly under the warmth of his light, and he protected it jealously even from them. The great honor that came from being summoned onto the mountain wasn't because they were permitted to be in the presence of such a magnificent deity, it was a great honor for the opportunity to lay their eyes upon their mother. Only the elders knew her name, but they would be damned if it ever left their tongues, even in the presence of each other. Oh, hid her from the world of gods and men alike, invoking her name would put that at too much risk. Why he hid her they could not say for certain, perhaps for her protection, maybe just because he wanted her all to himself. Regardless, he would not take kindly to any of them entering her gardens, and he would be even more displeased when they did so to bring him news of their failures. Someone must go. Ajari's voice was even softer than normal, barely audible against the deafening silence. Eyazahrid sent a sideways glance towards Akra. One of us taught the high priest's companion the responsibilities he's failed to carry out. So they did? Akra gave a grumbling agreement. It was fair, he supposed, but not something he was in any way pleased by. A moment of silence returned before Akishi spoke up. I will join you, brother. This was brought to my attention, I will see it through. His expression didn't change, but there was a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Will we be down to 3 elders then? Eyazahrid asked. I do not know if we can lose 2 so suddenly if the golden temples are to return. They won't return at all if this is not taken care of, pointed out Eyazahrid with a frown. But even so, I doubt we will lose 2 elders. She didn't really need to elaborate on that. They all had a pretty good idea that when the 2 made it to the top, one would continue to assume responsibility for this matter, and the other would be punished and pot severely for having failed at it. It was no secret who would be returning from Mount Aogi. A golden tail struck out against his previous edge, scattering the dirt before quickly smoothing it over again. Curious gazes turned to Antuk for answers that would never be voiced. Instead, he drew a circle with a small dot in the middle, and it took a moment for any of them to realize what he was trying to say. We are to. Eyazahrid brought it to words first. Remain here as we are? Has father given you a command, Antuk? He didn't even have time to nod before the sky went black. O had left his heavenly throne. He leaned against the doorway to Mai's office, quietly watching as the wolves at the desks that had been crammed into the room. He would need to find somewhere more suitable for them. He hadn't even expected a second person to ever share Mai's office, let alone an administrative team. Went through stacks of reports at a steady pace. While he knew the work wasn't actually done as they separated the sheets of paper, seeing the massive stacks reduced to small, manageable piles sent a feeling of relief through him he hadn't known possible. What probably pleased him the most about it was the fact that he knew some of those piles were larger reports, and that these wolves would be compiling basic summaries of them, greatly reducing how much he actually had to go through. The summary would cover the important facts, and if he ever needed more detail, the reports themselves would be filed away and, most importantly, easily located. Now that he could see it, he had to wonder both how he had missed it before, and how the hell they had been getting by all this time without a similar system. Of course, if they had started like this, he might have had more time to get himself into trouble, and it was likely the House of Wolves might have ended up with a few more countries than just Nami no Kuni. Naruto couldn't quite decide if that was a good thing or a bad thing, honestly. His sight swiveled from the busy wolves over to Mai's desk, where Hanabi sat radiating a smug satisfaction as she watched her plan come to fruition. He really couldn't blame her. It really was satisfying to see the stack of papers from Nami no Kuni be reduced so drastically. Naruto's lips pulled into a slight frown. Even if they were smaller, a lot of these stacks were going to be ending up on his desk soon, especially because a good portion of Mai's would be there too, which meant he should probably be doing anything else at the moment. A nap sounded pretty nice, but he still had too much to do in recreating a better version of the Ten no Jun to rest now. Orochimaru's process had been complicated, but he had to understand it completely before he started to try simplifying it to best suit his purposes. If nothing else, though, at least that was a task he could do somewhere other than his office. He'd have to send word to Ganju and Katsuri to find some way to incorporate a garden into the new base somehow. Or maybe he'd just go and use the Hyugas. It had been a while since he last visited Hinata, and he had a feeling he probably owed her more than a few hairbrushings. Since Mount Aogi first rose from the clouds and the realm of his children received its first resident, never had the sun set. For when they existed beneath the throne of the Golden Serpent himself, there was nothing to hide them from his gaze. As darkness spread across the sky of Ogoka, panic surged through O's children, hundreds of golden snakes turning to the starless sky looking for answers that would not come. The Hyuga Gardens were actually quite serene, Naruto decided as he continued to read through some of his godfather's notes. The Hyuga matriarch currently glaring at him, however, was slightly less so. They sat on one of the wooden pathways of the compound right outside her office and faced what the Hyuga typically considered the main garden. It wasn't the biggest they had, nor did it have the most exotic plants, or even the prettiest plants, but it was the main garden. Naruto had a pretty strong suspicion that was due solely to the fact that it was the garden the clan head could look over while they worked should they leave their doors open. Which made sense until you realized these were Hyuga with the Byakugan. They could quite likely see all the art in the compound at the same time if they so choose. Granted, Naruto didn't know how things actually looked through that particular Dijitsu or any for that matter, so he thought it might be reasonably likely to assume it simply wasn't as good as viewing the gardens normally. There was also the matter of who the hell would want to be watching the entire compound while they tried to get through their work for the day. Naruto knew he sure as hell wouldn't. He had enough distractions walking through his office doors regularly as it was. These musings, however, were only to aid him in ignoring the daggers currently being stared into him from the young woman on his right. The other Hyuga were easy enough to ignore. He wasn't sure if they were glaring at him because they didn't like him because he was spending time with their goddess or simply because she was obviously upset with him. Regardless, he couldn't care less for their opinions of him. Hinata's normally very gentle ease, however, carried a far greater impact now that she was trying to set him alight through sheer willpower alone. Really, it was so disconcerting. He had gone over the same page 3 times now, and couldn't tell you a single word from it. He had a feeling she had noticed that too. Deciding he wasn't going to get anything done just sitting there like a wall for her to stare at, he returned Orochimaru's notes to their folder, and set it down to the side before turning to meet her pearly glare. "Good morning, Hinata, I hope you've been well." The glare lessened ever so slightly, but she managed to maintain it for the most part. "You might know how I've been if you ever stopped by to visit or bothered to tell me when you were out of the country." Her glare, already dangerous, turned pointed and accusatory as she folded her arms over her chest. "I did stop by to visit," he defended himself with a small smile, but the Hyuga matriarch kept glaring at me silently. For a second her expression started to turn sheepish, but that was almost immediately discarded as logic reminded her that his actions or inactions warranted her being upset with him. She was probably glaring because it had been so long between those visits. "That's fair," Naruto nodded. She should probably remind herself that one of his many responsibilities happens to be as the daimyo for a foreign country, so it's to be expected he might need to spend a majority of his time there on occasion. In that case, he should probably let her know when he'll be gone so that when she takes matter into her own hands and visits his home, he's actually there. He really didn't have anything for that, and he couldn't think of any reason to hide that from her. No real benefit to putting up some front to save face. He wasn't here as Tsukuyomi. Yeah, he really should. Naruto agreed. "I'm sorry." He lifted up his right arm and she only managed to maintain her stony expression for a moment before she was attached to his side. His arm lowered to rest his hand on her side and he gave a gentle squeeze. "I miss you." Her words were slightly muffled by his shirt, but he was able to make them out without too much trouble. "I know, Hinata. I miss you too." He gave her another squeeze. "Is everything going well?" The Hyuga seemed to be doing okay still. A soft groan escaped her. "The Hyuga are doing fine, but there's so much paperwork," she moaned. "I didn't think there would be so much, and it's all either finances or correspondence with nobles in High no Kuni and beyond. It's so boring. I'd rather be doing D-ranked missions." Even though she couldn't see it unless he had missed her activating her family's Dijitsu, he gave a commiserative nod of agreement. He knew that particular feeling intimately as much as he wished otherwise. "You need to find people you trust to take care of the parts that don't really need your attention," he advised. "You don't need every financial report, just one that keeps you informed about everything. If you need specifics, you can go to the report in question. I've started a similar system recently, it's already helping a lot." Slightly misleading, he'd been using a slightly modified portion of Hanabi's plan, but even then things were improving significantly. After witnessing her team at work earlier, he knew the full system would be an absolute godsend. Hell, he was so optimistic about it. Admittedly, it was mostly just relief. He was almost excited to start doing his work so he could try it out fully. "Almost." She nodded her head into his side in response. She heard what he was saying, understood it, could see the benefits of it, but she was too damn comfortable to move from her current position. As Naruto retrieved the folder of Orochimaru's notes and flipped back to the page he had been on, he thought that all in all this hadn't been a bad way to spend a break. He might need to do this more often. It was an instance of darkness that fell over Ashen and the circle of elders, but it felt like an eternity, as the warmth that had been with them for years was sapped from their scales. And then there was light. He wrapped around them too many times to be counted, hundreds of thousands of miles of golden scales that shone so brightly it could not be looked at directly. With nowhere else to look, 6 pairs of eyes immediately sunk to the dirt circle between them, and even then crimson eyes stung in the harsh light. Truly, he shouldn't have been able to fit into the space he did. The small plateau at the base of the mountain the elders had claimed as the first inhabitants of Algoku, and it would be just as true to say that he didn't fit. But O was the great golden serpent of the sun. He did not obey the rules of man nor God, either within nor beyond his realm. His presence alone was crushing, and the elders felt as hatchlings before him. They did not need to meet his eyes to see the displeasure they would radiate. When his jaw finally loosened from his frown, his words crackled like a flame and burned just as much. "Did you think I would be unaware?" he asked. To them it rumbled like thunder, a firestorm ready to devour them whole and reduce their millennia of existence into nothing but ash. "Do you think me blind and deaf and dumb?" They held their tongues in shame as his gaze traveled between them, waiting. "Or do you think me a fool?" His accusation reverberated through their bones with an icy bite, and they would have recoiled if the golden coils of their god surrounding them hadn't prevented any sort of retreat. And never Great-O. It was Ajari who managed to work up the nerve to respond to their father's accusations, her soft voice trembling ever so slightly in his presence. His voice lessened somewhat, eyes softening as he shifted his attention to the first of his children to answer him, but there was still a bitten edge to every word that dripped from his tongue. "Then why is it that weeks have passed, and yet word has not reached me that my children have failed to serve my high priest?" He paused to flick his gaze over the rest of the elders, completely ignoring the presence of Ashen trapped in the circle between them. "The high priest who even now carries word for me from Akienji." There was a weight to the name when O uttered it, a hollow echo that resonated through all of them with a yearning that clawed up their stomachs, squeezed around heavy hearts, and settled around their throats. The elders were shaken, but Ashen was completely overwhelmed by the longing and loss that crashed down on his young mind with the vastness exceeding an ocean of stars. Beyond that, he continued, "He's yet to be bonded to my light. You have known, and yet nothing has been done. Silence reigned only below the authority of the sun. When were you going to tell me? Now? What good do you expect to come now that my high priest has no ties to me?" It wasn't a question, none of it was. He had been aware the entire time, and they were realizing that. Of course he was the sun. There was nothing that happened beneath his domain that he did not witness. "We had hoped to find a solution to our mistakes first, Great-O." Akra spoke up next. "We did not want to come to you without doing everything in our power to resolve this." "And what power do you have, Akra?" O's head snapped over to stare down at his son, who knew it without meeting his father's eyes by the sheer weight of the deity's gaze. "Are you able to speak with my high priest? Are you capable of sending your siblings across the barriers of Algoku now?" "No, Great-O." "Then what have you done?" There was no point in trying to lie to the golden god, he already knew. "Nothing, Great-O. Nothing we came up with could be fulfilled by any of your children alone. It took you weeks to discover that, weeks to know that there was nothing you could do in this situation. Instead of coming to me, you waited." There were no words to properly describe the sheer displeasure in his voice. As best they could, the 5 elders pressed themselves into the dirt. Even Abiri, normally the most vain of the elders, didn't think twice about shying away from his voice in shame. "Yes, Great-O. We had hoped the high priest might have need of our younger siblings again so we could speak with him." O tone lightened only slightly. "Yes, the only thing that had any chance of working." There was a dangerous pause. "If he had any reason to call for you." The silence was filled by a roar that seemed to shake the very heavens as Algoku trembled with its master's rage. "My high priest expects to deal with serpents, and yet he's sent a hatchling who knew nothing about what would be expected of her, and is told that she's to be his personal summon. Why would he summon someone he knew he couldn't use? He is no fool." The silence lasted longer this time, but no one dared break it. "Prideful very." O's voice had lessened in intensity until it was more akin to the mid-morning light of spring, but it still weighed heavy on the scales of those prostrating themselves against the dirt. "But he is no fool. If something does not benefit him, he will either find a use for it or discard it. And now, due to the actions of my children, he has discarded my amulet." "My children," he repeated, voice gaining a biting edge once again. have shaken his belief in O, and have given him reason to believe that being my high priest holds no benefit to him. That there is nothing to be gained serving the sun. He ended in another roar, the force of which caused them to start sinking into the earth of Aldoka. What do you have to say for yourselves now? What words will spill from your tongues to defend your inaction? How will you justify the loss of my high priest? The one I had chosen to usher in my return? The one who would let the other gods know that the time I permitted them to reign over one of my worlds has come to an end. And nothing greater. It was with great effort, and no small amount of courage, that Eyazahrid managed to raise her voice. We have nothing to offer in response. We have failed the high priest, and we have failed you. So you have, agreed the great golden serpent. The origination of this failure starts with the hatchling. Technically, they were all hatchlings to him, but it was obvious he was referring to Ashen. But that is to be expected. The high priest called for any of my children, and my amulet drew 1/4. What is not acceptable is that even after finding out which among them had been chosen, not only did my eldest children fail to recognize how poorly they were to be represented, but despite educating them on their new duties, failed to impress upon them the gravity of the situation. That responsibility fell upon me, Greato. Akra lifted his head from the dirt but did not dare to look upon his father. I am the one who taught Ashen his responsibilities. I know. The words devolved into a displeased hissing, but with his sighs the sounds still shook the surrounding area. You saw Ashen and determined he was suitable as the high priest's personal summon. You taught him his duties, but not once did you ensure they were being carried out. You approved and washed your scales of the matter. You have lost me, my high priest, perhaps forever. Father, your beliefs and intentions mean nothing to me, Akra. Only the results of your actions are to be judged. If nothing else, this you know. Akra's entire body seemed to fall into itself, as if his spine had rapidly dissolved. Yes, Father, I understand. There was a defeated resignation in his voice. He knew what was coming. I love you, Father. And I you, hatchling. There was no hesitation, not even a second's pause between those words leaving O's mouth and the limp body of Elder Akra entering it in a single bite swallowed whole. In blood and scale the debt of your failure is repaid. The remaining elders did what they could to seem passive, some more successfully than others, but there was no denying they had all been shaken by the sudden death of their brother. They had known it was coming. Of course, there hadn't been even the tiniest shred of hope that someone would escape punishment, and the only punishment suitable for such a failure had been death. Ashen, still in the middle of the elders, stared up aghast at the empty space that had only just been occupied by Elder Akra. This was his first time hearing O's voice, and the first time he had witnessed his glory with his own two eyes. Never had he imagined that great O would be both great and terrible, and it made him question his own fate with renewed vigor. And now that your debts to me and your siblings have been cleared, I rest the weight of your debt to my high priest upon the backs of my elders to be carried and repaid. His faith in my children must be restored if he is to serve my purposes. Of course, Great O. We hear and obey. We know your amulet yet has blood clinging to it. Is that offering enough for you to send one of your children to speak with him? His burning red eyes, heavenly bodies each in their own right, turned to peer down at Eyazahrid, and stilled for a long moment. It will do, he finally answered. But who among you will be sent? There will be no return until this matter is settled. If they didn't get back the high priest, they would be banished to the mortal plane like Akienji. Unlike him, their banishment would not be an honorable sacrifice. The elders shared a look, wondering who among them would take the responsibility for the situation that had resulted in Akra's death. Antak was immediately out. He wouldn't be able to communicate with the high priest, which went against the whole point of sending someone. Akishi, Eyazahrid, or Eyazahrid were the remaining choices. Akishi and Eyazahrid shared their own knowing look. Beautiful and prideful she may have been, they both knew Eyazahrid was a coward. Considering the high priest's last experience with children of O, sending a coward probably wasn't going to resolve anything. In fact, it was far more likely to make things even worse if that was possible. You are the more soft-spoken, Eyazahrid. Akishi sent her a pointed look. If he's angry at us, that may be necessary to calm him down enough to give us a second chance. Yes, she bobbed her head in agreement. But you are the manipulator. If anyone can make him believe that second chance was what he wants, it's you. She paused for a second. Your temperament is also the most balanced. You might lash out more quickly, but it would be far less damaging than my own. That was a damn good point, and Akishi scowled as much as a snake could. Neither of them really wanted to be the one, but both wanted to avoid having it fall onto Eyazahrid's scales. She was right about the temper, though. Eyazahrid took longer to get angry, but her wrath was the greatest of the elders. That was not the sort of thing they wanted aimed at the high priest even indirectly, and it would probably be even worse to lash out at one of his wolves than it would be to go against him directly. And if Akishi could get the support of those wolves, well, her acceptance, and the return of O's chosen to his light would be all but assured. The solution was unfortunately all too clear to the two elders. Neither commented on Eyazahrid's silence. The coward would only speak after it was decided who would be accepting father's task, and while she knew it probably wouldn't be her, which would at least give her sisters the satisfaction of knowing that pride of hers would be bruised, she didn't want to risk speaking up and being chosen. Well? O's voice carried with it his impatience and a slight undertone of a yet to diminish anger. Despite that, the worst part was the tinge of disappointment that still dripped from his tongue, and the fact that he knew who would be chosen. How could he not when he knew all that was beneath his light? I will go, father. Even though she really didn't want to, Akishi's voice gave no hints about her bitter hesitation or her grudging acceptance of what could very well be a banishment from O's presence for the rest of her existence. It might not be completely bad, though. At least she would have a chance to see Brother Akienji again. He would probably welcome the company of one of his siblings, something that would be short-lived once he learned of why they were in the mortal plane. He would take more offense that they had failed father than O himself, and rightly so, considering what he was enduring on behalf of Great O. Only Antok had any right to contest against Akienji on the matter of sacrificing themselves for O's glory, and they all knew either would ever actually do so. Their sacrifices weren't for themselves, they were for O. Trying to compare them, or use them as some sort of badge of honor, would taint their actions, even if only one of them had actually chosen to be a sacrifice. How Antok could avoid bitterness, Akishi would never be able to understand. Akienji accepted the sacrifice and was held above all others. Antok had been given his burden at his birth, and spent his entire considerable life continuously giving to O for only a fraction of father's favor. His will, duty, and devotion far exceeded Akishi's and the rest of the elders, of that there was no doubt, and for some reason she had a feeling he would have accepted this new task from father without complaint, or a second's hesitation, even though he would be unable to fulfill it, and would simply be condemning himself to an eternity cut off from O's presence. For that reason alone O wouldn't have allowed it, but with the matter of regaining the high priest's favor there was no way he would ever send his silent son to complete this task, and even suggesting that Antok be the one to go would have earned his wrath. If Ashiki, Eyazahrid, and Eyazahrid had all spoken out that Antok should be the one to go, it was very likely the mortal plane would be receiving 3 new elder serpents. Honestly though, that might actually give them the best chance of completing this, and if Akishi had even the tiniest bit of belief that Great O would actually even consider such a plan, she would voice it. Despite his recent actions, they all knew O had no desire to lose any of his children, especially the elders who were favored above the rest. Even a chance of losing 3 more made the option inconceivable to the ageless serpent. To have only Antok remaining of his 7 eldest was likely to cause him such grief that the sun would hide away from even the heavens for no less than centuries. Even sending 2 more of the elders was likely too much for O to allow, but Akishi would see if she could find Akienji. You'd think it a simple task, but he had spent many centuries away from human eyes, and that was nothing to scoff at. Even now she was willing to bet most of them didn't even know of his existence, which meant he was well hidden. For surely he would aid her in carrying out father's will. Unless his time alone in the mortal world had grown bitterness in his heart, which was entirely possible, as much as she hated to even put words to, let alone genuinely consider. So be it. Even as Crimson Eyes softened, his voice was sharp, carrying all the authority of the heavens with each word. Akishi will descend to the mortal plane and retrieve us our high priest. By us he was of course referring only to himself. No one dared mention it. And when she earns his favor once more, she will take the role of his personal summon to ensure he is never lost to us again. That was not what she was prepared to sign up for. He hadn't mentioned anything about that. Akishi did her best to keep her face neutral as the surprise shot through her body, and she turned ever so slightly to share a look with an equally surprised Eyazahrid. Her sister elder hid it better than herself, no doubt, but she could read enough of it in her eyes. Eyazahrid, on the other scale, didn't even try to hide it, and her surprise was as easily visible as the shimmering scales she was so proud of. By your command, Great O. Nevertheless, she accepted it. There really wasn't anything she could do to contest his words anyway. O had spoken, so it would be done. With as much grace and poise as she could muster. He would know it was a facade, and her siblings would be equally aware, but it was expected of them both as serpents, and specifically as the firstborn children of Great O himself. Besides, the heretic worm was still present by some miracle. He would be completely clueless as to her true feelings on the matter, and assuming he was allowed both to live and to return to the rest of O's children, he would spread the events as far as he could. Granted, the children of O as a whole were likely to be far less trusting of any words to drip from that specific tongue for many years to come. It was entirely possible they wouldn't believe him at all even if he provided the events perfectly. Maybe there was no reason for him to return after all, but Akishi supposed it might be a fitting punishment to let him loose in Ogoku with such a tale that no one would believe despite its truth. It was fitting in a way, though it failed to address his laziness. Not good enough then, at least as far as she was concerned. Then again, she wasn't the one who got to make that sort of decision, so it probably didn't matter too much in the end. Might as well just toss him from Aogi's summit and call it a day. Whatever punishment he received, Akishi was far more likely to forget him before she ever heard of it. Yes, his rumbling voice was the thunder. By my command. But there is little room for you within the mortal world, and our high priest values subtlety as he should. Your current form will not suit you for this task. Father? She wasn't doubting his words. Even if they didn't make sense, she wouldn't question that what he was saying was the truth, but she wasn't quite understanding what they really meant for her. Something much smaller and capable of interacting with the things our priest surrounds himself with. At this point, Akishi thought he might just be talking to himself. She didn't dare interrupt him to ask, so she would likely never know. It has been some time since one of my children needed such a form, not since my faithful at the Akijin temple were slaughtered and there were none to care for it. She hadn't realized his eyes had been unfocused in memory until they turned their attention to her. It will serve my purposes well enough for now. There was nothing to her world but light so brilliant it seemed to burn away her scales, and the last thing Akishi was able to remember before the blackness overtook O's glorious light was the startled gasp of Abieri. She was willing to bet even Ajari's impassiveness had been shattered by whatever happened. It was a damn shame she hadn't had the opportunity to see it herself. Father's light reached the room. She could feel it, but only barely. Whatever she was lying on was colder than it was warm, yet was still neither. Akishi didn't really have a word to describe the strange feeling. It was smooth and hard, though those were sensations she could recognize easily enough. It didn't feel like stone, so she thought it was probably wood. That would make sense. Humans had been using wood in their construction for as long as she could remember. When it was so versatile and plentiful, it grew infinitely from the ground. What could be a better material than that? It would make sense for them to just keep making use of it. Slowly, heavy eyelids opened to let her see the world around her. Wait, eyelids. Even as she questioned their existence, they blinked in surprise, and she reared up to see her surrounding more fully. Or rather, she attempted to. Despite having done it countless times before, her torso was only able to lift slightly from the wooden floors. She had been able to confirm that at least, so that was one less question to answer before the muscles of her torso had protested and forced her to surrender to the pull of gravity. With a slight frown, she pressed her hands to the wooden floors and pushed herself up, only to freeze in absolute bewilderment. She had hands too? She spent what could have actually been an eternity, as far as she was aware, just staring down at the two hands and the arms they connected to, currently supporting her weight in ways that had never been needed or even possible before this very instance. The first thing she noted, oddly enough, was the color. If she was to imagine herself with such limbs, she would have at least expected them to be the same gold as his scales, but instead they were closer to bronze or copper. She lifted one of them to examine it more closely, and was slightly comforted by the fact that they were indeed covered in small scales and not something even more bizarre like skin. She thought the fingernails were slightly off, though. It may have been a long time since she had seen a human in person, or even just a picture of one, but she thought she could remember them with soft, rounded nails. What she found at the end of slender fingers were pointed and sharp. She was also willing to bet they were harder than her scales, which made it pretty clear they were intended to be used as weapons of some sort. Akishi finished pushing herself up into an upright sitting position, and spent some time simply moving her hands and arms to get a better feel for them. Half the time they seemed to have a mind of their own, moving about without conscious effort on her part, but there were instances that she found herself having to focus on exactly what movements she wanted. Most of the time her new limbs would comply in an acceptable manner, but it was obvious it was going to take some significant amount of time for her to get to a point where using them was natural. She couldn't honestly say she actually wanted to reach such a point, especially if she was just going to end up without them again in the future. Wouldn't do to get too attached after all, but she had a sinking feeling she wasn't going to have much say in the matter unless she managed to instantly regain the High Priest's favor. As optimistic as she would like to be about it, which wasn't much really, she thought that was probably beyond unlikely. Father himself may have had trouble pulling off such a miracle. When she was reasonably confident in the newest additions to her body, she turned her attention to the rest of it to see if there were any more surprises as she tried to recall her father's words. Her memory was hazy, but a single word called out to her: Akijin. It took far longer than she could probably admit to place the word, but with a widening of crimson eyes a sudden understanding spread through her chest. Akijin, the Temple of Blackened Grass. The temple itself wasn't the important part, though it was what happened there. When O's human followers had been slain, there had been no way to replace them. For several years O commanded priests and acolytes of the other temples to reclaim Akijin, but each one was killed. With the temple cut off from his faithful, there was no one to care for it, but there had been no way O was going to let the temple named in honor of his favorite son even before his sacrifice Akianji had held O's favor slowly decay. The few children who had survived the initial attack were changed by Father's light so they would be able to fulfill the necessary tasks his distant followers could not. The youngest daughter among them was Akaja, and was the first changed, becoming the mother of the new giant serpents with the torsos of man. In a reasonably stable position, she used her 2 new hands to explore her new body, finding about what she would expect from what she knew of the giant. Everything below her waist? That's what it was called on bipeds, wasn't it? Waist had remained as it should have, ignoring the fact that the previous brilliance of her scales had dimmed considerably, but everything above was far more human-like than she personally would care for. Her scales remained, but it was hard to tell unless she looked closely enough. The new shape of her torso was heavier than she would have expected, and her abdomen slightly protested as she got used to supporting the weight when only half her muscular structure was proper. What she hadn't really expected, even after realizing she had been turned into an giant by her father, was the hair. It seemed completely unnecessary. Well, so did part of the torso, if she was being honest, so she could only conclude it must have been for the sake of appearances. Maybe to make the High Priest feel more comfortable, or at least set those who he surrounded himself with at greater ease. She doubted she'd have a chance to actually ask that question of the one being who could answer any time soon. So until she could ask about it, she would have to figure out how she was supposed to manage the slightly curly dark brown hair. Naturally, her first thought was to just cut it all off, but if she had it, there was probably a reason for that. Even if he wasn't making his presence known, didn't mean O wasn't present. Everything touched by his light was known to him, and while it was dim within this room, the sunlight was hard to miss when you could feel the divinity within it. And speaking of the room, Akishi turned her attention more fully to her surroundings now that she had a better idea of her new body. Tossing her hair behind her, she slithered over to the large desk that seemed to be the room's central feature. She was familiar enough with the mortal world to know this would be an office where someone could work without distractions. It was a room based on information and communication, 2 things she prized very highly as the manipulator, and she already found herself drawn to it. The soft scales of her fingers ran gently over the cold dark wood, taking great care to keep her sharp nails from scratching the polished surface. She didn't know why she had those fingernails yet, and like other parts of her body, she probably wouldn't. Why would she need weapons on her hands when she had her? Bite? She paused, one hand still on the desk, as she realized that as an giant, her head with that damned hair would also be human. She tried opening her mouth fully, only to be stopped by her lips pulling them into a frown immediately after. She had fangs still, at least she mused as her human tongue explored her new mouth. They weren't as long as they should have been, but they were present, and she knew her venom would still be just as potent. Unfortunately, she didn't see much use for it unless she was going to get very close to her enemies before attempting to bite them. She'd probably be better off just constricting them. Her lower body possessed enough muscle, even in this smaller form, that she should have been able to strangle a man or 3 without any real issues. It wasn't as fast, but it was looking like it might have to do. Certainly explained the nails, though, and she suddenly felt very grateful to have them. Chapter 120. Snake-like, as magnificent as the heavy desk of dark wood was, it could only hold Akishi's attention for so long. She wasn't sent here to admire furniture, she had a job to do, and by the father she would see it done. preferably in short order. She tried not to dwell too much on the fact that if when she managed to get O's children back into the High Priest's good graces she was going to end up being his personal summon. The idea alone rubbed her the wrong way even if she knew Ashen had only been called for a few times total. She was one of the 7 eldest. She should never have to worry about being suddenly pulled into the mortal plane to assist the High Priest. As prestigious as the position was, the sort of work he would have for her based on what tasks he had set for Ashen were the things for hatchlings to see to, not an elder. Not that she exactly had a say in the matter. O had spoken, so it would be. Turning from the desk and ignoring the way the cold wood felt against her new hands, she looked around the rest of the office. It was plain, almost barren even, and her initial suspicion that she had awoken within the High Priest's personal office was temporarily shaken. She would expect more from someone of such importance. More what she couldn't say, just more she could respect someone being simple and sticking to their needs, but the position of High Priest of O, hell, any position under O, wasn't one of simplicity and humbleness. Lavish extravagance was no less than what was expected of them, and was certainly no less than O deserved. What they felt about it in the end didn't matter any, though most humans tended to be more than happy to accept the burdens of opulence because it was about honoring O, not their own comfort. One who represented the father needed to be surrounded by offerings worthy of their father's attention. It was as simple as that. This office, though it was nothing close to that. Dominated by the large desk, it had a few cabinets, and 2 extra chairs awaiting visitors. There was no art on the walls, no mementos placed about. All she could find was a single vase, and not even a single flower within, sitting on a small table in the exact center of the window. She has a feeling it was only there because the High Priest hadn't bothered to move it. Nothing about it seemed to possess any sort of personality. The only real splash of bright color came from the red curtains framing that window, which O's light filtered softly through, but even they wouldn't touch the boring vase. Despite its plainness, however, there was an authority in the air, one that reminded Akishi of her father's presence like some faint echo. As strange as it seemed to her, something about the decor just screamed that this was indeed the office of the High Priest. That feeling, however, may have very well been caused by her father's amulet, which she could feel whispering to her from somewhere in the room. It wasn't an audible whisper, more of a pulling at the soul, and Akishi was eventually able to find the source in the unlocked upper drawer of the High Priest's desk. That seemed an entirely inappropriate sort of place to keep such a priceless relic, let alone the symbol of the father. Removing it gently, she was reminded of its current state, as a few flecks of dried blood flaked into her scaled hands. It would appear most of it was gone, assuming all the blood the High Priest had left and used upon its glimmering surface had remained on it long enough to dry, no doubt burned away to fulfill the summoning contract. It may have been weeks late, and without the High Priest's desire, but he did receive a child of O in exchange for his blood in the end. Hopefully he would see it that way too, but she had a feeling the man to catch her father's interest as his mortal representation was probably not that sort of optimist. She wondered only briefly if the High Priest's blood held greater significance than any other human's, but quickly dismissed the entire question as ridiculous. Of course the blood of O's High Priest was sacred. It was the medium through which he evoked part of his contract with the serpent god that made it just as important as any other holy relic. Excluding, of course, the amulet itself. High priests were chosen and lost throughout the ages. There had only ever and would only be ever that single amulet. Just as there was one O, and one son, so too could there be but a single mark of his chosen. Akishi wouldn't even pretend to understand why. Beyond that simple symbolism, she was certain it had to have more reason to it than just that, but it wasn't her place to question it. Perhaps if he was in a good mood, and probably several years down the line too, she would ask the High Priest himself. Inquiring of him was far less likely to make her seem as if she was questioning O and his ways when she asked. She was pretty sure that finger was called a thumb over the golden coils of the amulet to dislodge any slight remnants of the dried blood. She would wash and probably polish just for good measure it later. She didn't know where to get what she needed to do so yet, and finding the High Priest really was her first priority. It would be nice to be able to present him the amulet freshly cleaned and polished upon meeting him for the first time, but she doubted she would get a chance, and that he would accept it immediately. Chances were after meeting him she would have plenty of time to care for the amulet before he was willing to hang it around his neck where it should have never left. She was tempted to hang it on her own neck for the time being. It would be interesting to try it, considering she now had shoulders to keep it from just sliding down until it either struck the ground or became stuck on a wider part of her body. and she figured that was probably a good way to ensure its safety. Humans used bags or baskets to carry things, didn't they? She would need to obtain one to store anything she might need during her time here, but as she was not the high priest, she had a pretty strong feeling that attempting to knowingly wear O's amulet may have consequences she wasn't willing to face. She knew very well that only the high priest was permitted to wear it. Placing it over her head anyway would be like declaring herself the high priest, and that sort of sacrilege would not go unnoticed by the father. Hell, nothing she would be doing would go unnoticed by him. Even ignoring the fact that he knew everything that happened beneath his dominion, he would be actively watching her every move until she managed to convince this Naruto to formally take up the position he should have been granted the full benefits and responsibilities of months ago. While she wasn't planning on doing anything that would go against him, that sort of scrutiny was still enough to make even the most devout nervous. She really hoped she didn't disappoint the father or bring any dishonor to herself as she tried to resolve this mess. Hopefully he'll be slightly more lenient, considering the fact that she was here specifically to try fixing this, and she wasn't the one specifically anyway to cause it. Having allowed it to happen was why she was even here in the first place, so if that part could be left out of the consideration entirely when determining leniency, that would be great. For now she sat the amulet down on the desk where the soft light of O could still faintly touch it. She swore it trembled slightly as she did so, and there was a brief feeling of approval that surged through her chest. It was a good sign that her actions were already pleasing. Oh, now she just had to keep it up. Moving over to the window, she moved the curtains as far to the sides as possible, and raised the blinds to allow even more light into the room. This was the high priest's office. It was only right for it to be flooded with O's light. And hopefully it would allow him to provide more help should it become necessary. She knew he could do it. He was O for O's sake, but for whatever reason he would not interfere himself. That would be another thing to ask the high priest about. If anyone would know why O wouldn't influence the world directly, it would be the man chosen to do so on his behalf. She would assume so anyway. The slight creak of hinges drew her attention from the window to the door, where a young man had taken a step into the room and paused, staring blankly at her. The pale skin seemed correct, but she couldn't remember what color his hair was supposed to be. Raven black just didn't sound right to Akishi. She also didn't feel nearly enough connection to him for him to have been touched by O's light and having interacted with his children. There was a faint connection, a mere echo, but the sense of serpents she received from him lacked the divinity of O. If she had to guess, he was somehow involved with O's grandchildren, the spawn of Akianji. She tried to recall who was tied to them, but it kept slipping away. Or O something, she was sure. Or maybe that was the last one. She thought she had heard something, and now that she thought about it, she wasn't even sure how that information had ended up reaching Ogoku in the first place some 40 years ago, so it was entirely possible at least one other snake sage had come and gone in that time. Hell, they could have had a new one every 4 years for all she knew. This one did strike her as a bit young for a snake sage, though. An apprentice, maybe? All she really knew was who this person was, and so she made use of that. Where is the high priest Moro? They continued to stare blankly at her for a few more seconds, but before she could make demands again they spoke. I'll assume you mean Naruto-kun. Their eyes trailed up and down the transformed elder. Yes, I think this would be something only he could be involved in. Yes, Akishi hoped her voice sounded as exasperated as she wanted it to be. High Priest Naruto. Where is he? He's occupied at the moment. Orochimaru stepped further into the room to set a stack of papers neatly on Naruto's desk, noting but ignoring the amulet sitting openly upon the dark wood. But I'll let him know he has a visitor. He'll be in here eventually, I'm certain. He never could ignore work that needed to be done. Knowing what's waiting for him, however, well, I think he might be in here quite a bit sooner. Orochimaru had never even heard of such a creature before, which was surprising due to the obvious relation she must have with snakes. Surely the snake summons would have mentioned such at some point, even if it was only some sort of legend. Things like this didn't just appear. Well, actually, he guessed that last statement was incorrect. This one had indeed just appeared within Naruto's office as far as he could tell. It was possible they had come through the window, or something, but that was one of the most heavily guarded areas of the entire compound, and Orochimaru thought it unlikely that she, and it was definitely as she, had snuck in through the window, when even now Orochimaru could see the backs of 2 wolves on the other side of it. Perhaps their learned habit to never look into the window of Naruto's office, just like his bedroom, had been detrimental in this instance, considering an unknown was right there in one of the 2 rooms their lord should have been the most safe within. If they were to turn around at this very second, they probably would have fallen dead from shame alone. Take me to him. I must speak with the high priest immediately. Orochimaru raised one of Sasuke's eyebrows. No. He gave a slight shake of his head. No, I don't think I will. He gets to decide which guests he entertains with his limited time and when. I'm not going to take you to bother him when you've shown up unannounced. The will of O will not be set aside. I must speak with High Priest Naruto. Oh? The falling brow resumed its rise up Sasuke's forehead to rest much higher up than before. Oh, wills it, does he? Akishi gave a confident nod, pleased that the young man before her was starting to understand the severity of the situation. Then he can come down to request an audience himself. Naruto-kun is busy. It took several seconds just to comprehend the words that had been spoken, and then several more to come to terms with the sheer audacity of someone to utter them with such unshaken confidence. In her previous body, her recoil would have been quite literal as she reared back with the majority of her body. As she was now, she could only bring her torso back slightly to distance herself from such blatant disrespect of the father. You dare? It came out half-hissed, but she knew her point had gotten across easily enough. The young man didn't seem fazed in the slightest. Oh, may be the god of serpents, but he is not my god. I will happily surrender my title as Snake Sage in support of my godson. That was slightly conflicting if Akishi was being honest. The disrespect shown towards O should have been unforgivable, but at the same time he was showing that disrespect in support of his godson, whom Akishi was assuming based on what the young man had said, though she didn't know how that worked with their apparent ages, was High Priest Naruto himself. Disrespecting O to support Naruto, whose role honored and furthered the will of O. How was she supposed to react to something like that? Ultimately, she decided not to. She wasn't here to defend the honor of O, she was here to enforce his will. Either father or his high priest could address this issue. Probably the high priest, considering how much the young man claiming to be the Snake Sage seemed to put him above everything else. He'd already made it very clear how much respect he held for the Golden Serpent. Having the father speak to him about his insolence probably wasn't going to make a difference unless father just skipped to eating him. That was one way to solve the issue, she supposed. I'd deal with you if there was not a matter that urgently requires the high priest's attention. Urgent will be determined by Naruto-kun when I tell him that you're here. What was it you needed his attention for? That is between Great O and the high priest. Orochimaru gave a shrug in response. Very well, in that case you can wait. I'm not bothering Naruto for some unknown urgency. Like I said earlier, he'll be here in his office at some point. Make yourself comfortable. Or don't. I couldn't care less. With an absent wave towards the chairs, he exited the room. Part of him wondered if it was a good idea to leave the half-snake messenger from O in Naruto's office. There were some important things in there, especially after blatantly insulting the god of serpents himself, but the other part couldn't care. He'd let Naruto know, and then if he wanted to deal with it immediately, he would. Personally, Orochimaru would much prefer to make the snake-like wait for at least a couple hours, and he'd definitely be voicing that opinion when he brought this to Naruto's attention. Then again, maybe that would be a bad idea if it led to the snake, like he'd asked Naruto what the actual name for it was after the Crimson Prince had a chance to actually speak with the thing moving about the apartment on her own to try to find the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. Bah, the wolves had seen weirder. Probably. Things went more smoothly this time, possibly because it was the same two guards at the gate who remembered her from last time, and possibly just because she had gotten lucky. Either way, she was happy to make it quickly through the gates of Konohagakure to fulfill her mission from her Mizukage. She was not, however, looking forward to breaking the same news to Naruto. If she was really lucky, then the Uzumaki were already aware, and her news would be, well, nothing new. She had more luck than her father for sure, but nowhere near that much of it. Shifting her small traveling pack on her back, she started towards the Hokage Tower. Part of her wanted to speak with Naruto immediately about this, both so it would be over with and because it didn't really feel right to be informing someone else first, but she was acutely aware that her mission here had nothing to do with seeing Naruto, and that it was expected for her to head immediately to the Hokage as a kunoichi on a diplomatic mission. She also didn't know how long things would take with Naruto, so it was better to finish with the Hokage first. Naruto-kun. Orochimaru knocked softly on the open door to the young daimyo's personal chambers, hating to interrupt almost as much as he was jealous he wasn't a part of it. There's a rather interesting visitor waiting for you in your office. I'd let them wait, but I thought you'd like to make that decision yourself. Naruto stared at him with half-open eyes from his spot in the middle of the bed. Around him, the off-duty wolves who had joined him for a nap looked up to glare at the snake sage for interrupting their time, with the father interrupting his rest and trying to drag him back into his work. They had worked hard to get him to rest, damn it, now they were going to have to do it all again. "Who is it?" Naruto finally asked. He hadn't quite fallen fully into sleep's gentle embrace when Orochimaru had entered the room. Instead, he had been in a half-dozing state for probably the last hour or so, which was still leaving him feeling quite drowsy. Being tucked in forcefully, if he recalled, and surrounded by a pile of his children certainly wasn't helping to stave off that feeling. "I didn't catch their name." He hadn't bothered to ask now that he thought about it. "But they claim to be here on behalf of O." "Oh?" Naruto immediately dragged his mind from the foggy weariness that tugged at it so longingly. It was a serpent? That would make this the first time they had actually come to him, unless you counted Koshi, who had given Guren and her team a ride to Kirigakure to aid him since he had received the amulet. His best guess as to why they came now was that it had to be related to either the fact that he no longer wore it, which seemed lacking, or the blood that had been returned to it the last time he had tried to summon one of O's children. Perhaps they felt he still owed them for the times he had been able to make use of them? It would be just his luck that O wanted some sort of repayment for the tasks his children had completed, and that the blood had only been the cost of summoning them in the first place. Certainly explained why Ashen was always eager to help despite the suspicious malice that seemed to drip from his voice. The false submission too would have been because he had no choice but to fulfill the task so O could call on a debt later. Just thinking about it was already starting to put Naruto in a bad mood, so whomever the golden serpent had sent had better hope that wasn't the case. Not exactly. Orochimaru really should have asked what the hell she was earlier, because describing her concisely would be an interesting endeavor. They were definitely under his dominion, though. That was completely accurate without trying to describe a half-snake, half-woman in his godson's office. He could describe them in a more detailed manner, but the entire point was to make it so he didn't become so interested that he went to see them immediately. Of course, Orochimaru knew his godson enough to know that was unlikely to happen. He'd already brought up O, and the involvement of a god was sure to require Naruto's immediate attention. As expected, Naruto slipped out from the covers and carefully made his way between his children until he had been fully freed from the prison that had become of his bed. One of the wolves had already slunk into the young daimyo's closet and returned in time to throw him a pair of black pants that were quickly put on. He didn't seem overly concerned with wearing anything else. In fact, Orochimaru had a strong suspicion that he had been completely aware that he was heading off to speak to a messenger of O in nothing but his boxers, but he did give the wolf who brought the pants a quick nod in thanks. Orochimaru was quick to follow his godson at a respectful distance as he continued on to his office. The snake sage wanted to be nearby for whatever was about to happen. Really, he'd prefer to be in the same room or close enough to overhear, but he thought that might be overstepping his bounds by just a bit. Naruto would tolerate a lot from him. He had a feeling he humored him slightly more when he was a man, simply to make up for the fact that he wouldn't do other things, but wherever the actual limit was, eavesdropping on his conversation with a messenger sent by a deity was probably beyond it by a solid margin. O probably wouldn't be too pleased either, and despite his earlier disrespect, Orochimaru did enjoy the benefits of being the snake sage. If he got too far onto the great serpent's bad side, he had a good feeling that those days would quickly find themselves over. Hearing about things just a few minutes early simply wasn't worth losing out on his summoning contract. Naruto would tell him what the messenger had brought with them. Probably. Hokage-sama. Haku greeted the Sarutobi behind the desk as she entered his office. With quick steps she took a position directly before the proud polished maple that had served each Hokage since the founding of Konohagakure no Sato and the birth of the hidden villages. Yuki-san. I was not expecting you to return to Konoha so quickly. I trust everything is alright with the supplies we've sent to aid Kirigakure? One of his brows raised just slightly enough to be noticeable. Yes, Hokage-sama, the supplies you sent have been a great help as we recover from so many years of conflict. I know Mi-sama would like me to express our gratitude once again. Of course, Konohagakure is always happy to aid her allies. The man folded his hands together atop his desk. So what is it that brings you back to our great village? In addition to thanking you for the supplies, we would like to express further gratitude for allowing us the information we requested. Haku's eyes briefly flickered over to the elderly man sat to the side of the desk, smoking serenely in his suit before moving back to Asuma for permission. The Hokage looked over to his father, as well, and briefly weighed the decision before giving a flick of his wrist and a nod of his head. It's fine, he decided. Wasn't like the Sandaime wasn't going to find out eventually anyway. He probably wouldn't be too pleased considering he seemed to have a soft spot for the former Uzumaki, but that was just something Asuma was going to have to deal with after his guest left. You may speak freely. Haku gave an understanding nod and reached into her bag to withdraw the file Kirigakure had been gifted, setting it gently onto the desk and sliding it towards the Godaime. Asuma's brow raised a bit more noticeably this time as his gaze went between the returned file and Haku. You know that file was a copy, Yuki-san. Mizukage Dano did not need to return it. To his side, Hiruzen straightened up in interest as he noticed the name on the file, shooting a disapproving glance to his son before shaking his head in disappointment. You're poking sleeping beasts again, Asuma. I thought we had gone over this already. He's a Konoha shinobi associated with the House of Wolves. It's only right they know the face of someone who might use their alliance with us to further the causes of those who turned Kirigakure to rubble. Hiruzen gave a sideways nod. That did make sense, he just didn't like the idea of agitating the wolves again. Asuma had already done enough damage, who was to say what would be the final thing to push their patience past the limit? Not only were they a current ally in the sense that they wanted to protect Konoha too, which would be a complete waste to discard so easily, but as Asuma had originally feared, they were already here in Konoha and capable of doing quite a bit of damage. If you worried about them turning on you, the last thing you wanted to do was provoke them while they were in the middle of your village. That should have been common sense. The only time you might do otherwise was when you were confident they could be stomped out both quickly and completely. You know, like the Uchiha. For the most part, at least. A group like the wolves where they didn't even have an estimate on their numbers. You didn't want to wipe out some of them just to have those you missed lashing out at your civilians. His face is more than just that, I'm afraid. Haku leaned over and flicked open the file to show the picture of Jen and Naruto. We were not completely honest with you when we requested this file, Hokage-sama, and for that I hope you can forgive us. Asuma's eyes narrowed. Explain. His tone left no room for argument or refusal. Fortunately, Haku had no intention of either. During the final battle of the Kirigakure bloodline rebellion, Tsukuyomi himself joined the battle. He arrived midway through with his wolves, who had been systematically destroying the bases the rebellion rotated through. I failed to see the correlation. Asuma didn't, but Haku was also able to see the expression of the Sandaime, who didn't try to hide the understanding that swept over his face with the barest hints of resignation. He knew exactly where this was going. If you'd allow me to finish, Hokage-sama. She didn't wait for his permission. From what I understand, he rode into the battle atop the back of a giant purple snake. The Sandaime actually seemed more surprised by this than the Godaime, which reconfirmed that he was familiar to a degree with Tsukuyomi, and generally knew what to expect from him. Apparently this fell outside that. And eventually came across Hoshigaki Kisame and my father Momoichi Zabuza. During his fight with them, the way Hiruzen's entire face blanched told Haku that whatever information he did have on Tsukuyomi, which was looking to be little more than his identity, was most sorely lacking. Or maybe it was something about that identity that made things so bad. Mei had been quite vocal about his age and the fact that he was still a genin after all. Maybe the Sandaime was going through the same thoughts about the matter now. She supposed it probably was a lot to take in, especially if you thought you had known them previously. I came to offer my aid. She didn't bring up the fact that he had been spewing yokai from his body like there was no tomorrow. That wasn't really the focus here, and really if anyone was going to know about that, it was the village he had spent his life in. Probably had something to do with the Kyuubi, like a pseudo-Jinchuriki. It was said there were almost as many pseudo-Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi throughout history as there were legitimate Jinchuriki for all 9 of them. Either people really liked the Kyuubi, thought it would make the best pseudo-Jinchuriki, or its yokai was simply ridiculously easy to get one's hands on. Haku was also well aware of how it sounded that she had come to the aid of 2 legendary Kirigakure swordsmen against Tsukuyomi. The Godaime was starting to look seriously concerned by that, and the Sandaime seemed like he was about to choke on air. While I was there, we learned that he supposedly had ties to the Uzumaki at some point. That's why I requested information about Jen and Naruto the way I did. Asuma blinked twice, processing before his head snapped down to the open file on his desk. There was no way, was there? He returned his attention back to Haku with a blank, unamused stare. You have to be fucking kidding me. He was almost to his office when a wolf rushed up to him with a kunai pouch, obviously uncomfortable with the idea of their father meeting with a guest unarmed. He had his chains, of course, and they definitely knew that, but if it eased their minds to know he had a physical blade on his person, then he would indulge them without a second's thought. Strapping it to his leg, he reached up, and the wolf had to lean slightly down to ruffle their hair. "Thank you, child." Even with the mask hiking away their face, they seemed impossibly pleased with themselves, and with a salute they took their leave. Naruto watched them go, noting the Sasuke they passed on their way. "If you could stay outside the office, please, Orochimaru. I would like to speak with them privately. I'll call for you if you're needed." "Of course, Naruto-kun. That's what I'm here for." Naruto wasn't completely certain if Orochimaru was saying that had already been the plan or was just using that expression in a subservient manner to say he would honor Naruto's request. There was a pretty fair chance it was both if he really considered it, but he supposed either one was acceptable in the end, so it didn't matter much. He paused for the briefest of seconds as he reached the door to his office, wondering if he should have found himself a shirt before meeting with a messenger of O, but proceeded to enter with all the confidence of the daimyo of Nami no Kuni possessed. Which was quite possibly more than he should rightly have. He could not say he had expected the sight that greeted him, not in the slightest. The first thing he noticed naturally was that she was beautiful. Bronzed skin and long dark hair, she was just a bit taller than he was, and the muscle he could see reminded him much more of a carefully toned kunoichi than civilian. The eyes that snapped to him were a brilliant red that contrasted well with her skin, and her face possessed a soft, angular quality to it. He was pretty sure that was contradictory, but he had no better way to describe it. He could see the lines of her jaw and cheekbones and her nose, but none of them were specifically sharp, just well defined. It was a less harsh look that detracted nothing from a sense of regality she projected. The second thing he noticed was that, like himself, she was topless. But the third most surprising thing by far had to have been the fact that her body became that of a snake right under the flare of what should have been hips. He wasn't sure if they would still be considered hips if she didn't actually have any legs. The scales for her lower body, or perhaps just tail, were lighter than her skin, glimmering in a way that reminded him of polished copper. He certainly understood what Orochimaru had meant when he said the messenger was definitely under O's domain. That was quite unmistakable. Still, he had dealt with children of O before, this should be no different. Closing the door softly behind him, he was aware of her, and there was no question that it was a she, though he did wonder how necessary that part of the anatomy actually was. Eyes fixated onto him as he made his way over to his desk and slid into his chair. He made note of the amulet of O sitting on his desk, but pointedly ignored it. He knew for a fact that's not where it had been left. Folding his hands together, he shot the snake woman an expectant look. "Well?" he asked after a moment of silent staring. "I was told you wished to speak with me." It took Akishi a few more moments to find her tongue. This was the high priest? The one named Naruto who went by Tsukuyami? Why on earth did he name himself after the deity of the moon when just a look in the mirror should have shown him fire and light? His crimson hair fell down his back like a river of flames, while his pale skin softly reflected the light of the room. She didn't feel that the color of his eyes really suited him, but the intensity of them reminded her of O's mere presence. That skin of his was marred by a series of marking, though. Tattoos, if she remembered right. They covered both arms and the majority of his chest. What was the most strange about them was that they seemed to be glowing faintly on their own, something Akishi couldn't say she had seen back when O's children interacted with the primitive humans. It would seem their love of decorating their bodies had not waned over the millennia. Even so, everything about him seemed to reflect the light of O. Oh no, that did make some sense, didn't it? It was the moon that reflected the light of the sun when the sun was out of reach. It provided the sun's light to a world desperately lacking it, but could never ascend to the same level as the other heavenly body. High priests, most priests actually tended to model themselves after the sun, whether that was how they dressed, what they surrounded themselves with, or even just how they referred to themselves. It was always an attempt to directly emulate the glory of O. This, however, was something new and interesting. Modeling yourself after the moon to show the light of O was something she hadn't seen before. She kind of liked it. There was also something strangely old about his presence, but Akishi dismissed the thought. He had been touched by O that was sure to leave echoes of the elder god. It was curious that the echo had managed to remain when the scent of O was so faded from his person. Weeks apart from the amulet had greatly reduced the unmistakable taste of O from his skin. But it was still there, and that was good enough for Akishi to confirm that this was indeed the high priest of Oz she sought. High priest, she debated about which name to use for a second but settled on his birth name. He had given it to Aya, so that's what Akishi would use until he requested otherwise. Naruto, I am Akishi. Fifth born of great O's 7 elder children. Naruto rose a brow as silence descended through the room. And? Was he supposed to be impressed? Was she expecting him to introduce himself when she had already said his name? Whatever she was looking for, she wasn't going to find it unless she asked. She choked on her surprise for a second and had to remind herself that the high priest had only ever interacted with hatchlings. I have been sent from the base of Holy Mount Aogi by Great O himself to speak with you on his behalf. And what does Great O have to say, child? That's dumb. Akishi hoped she hadn't winced too noticeably when he called her that. She didn't have the pride of Abieri, but by O she was an elder. She was nearly as old as humanity itself. Who was he to call her a child? Because he was favored by O, she held her tongue, not wanting to get off on the wrong foot. Besides, he probably just didn't realize the significance of being an elder. Hell, he wouldn't know much at all when it came to O and his children. She bent at the waist in a deep but brief bow. I am here to offer the most sincere apologies of O's children, specifically myself, and the other elders who did not hold Ashen properly accountable during his time serving you and allowed him to send an ill-prepared Aya in his place. Naruto was silent for a few moments, but whatever thoughts he was having were not reflected in his piercing stare. So Great O has sent you to speak on his behalf, has he? It sounds more as though he has sent you to apologize for Aya's incompetence. His tone of voice made it clear that he was not impressed. The fact that Aya couldn't do it herself was bad enough, but now this elder was here lying to his face about speaking for O. Did you think lying to me would suddenly earn her my favor? That I would decide to accept her as my personal summon? Oh. No, not at all, High Priest. Akishi quickly realized her mistake. This one was very particular about his words, wasn't he? She was going to have to be more careful. My presence here is to fulfill multiple purposes, the first of which is to apologize for all of Great O's children. As the elders, it falls to us to teach and watch the actions of the younger. That we failed to notice the manner in which Ashen was going about his duties is a mark of shame against us. You assume Ashen failed me? Naruto's brow was raised again. His words occasionally overstepped his bounds, but he was always quick to retreat and did what was required of him. Despite the treachery in his tongue, I knew he would carry out my instructions. But Akishi found herself at a momentary loss for words. The high priest sounded as though he had been pleased with Ashen. Considering how all the elders felt about him at the moment, it was partly his fault that Akra was no longer among them. It was hard to imagine someone being pleased with anything about him. Of course, she realized Naruto didn't know the full extent of his actions either. That would certainly help explain it. You have my apologies, High Priest. It had slipped my mind that you would be unaware of the severity of some of Ashen's actions. Explain then. His command was short and to the point, but he continued to look less than impressed. It was almost as if he was allowing her to explain just to humor her, which rubbed her scales the wrong way. It couldn't be that he didn't care, it had to be that he simply didn't know. When you first called for one of O's children, Ashen was the one the amulet plucked from Agoku and brought to this mortal plane. When he arrived, it was his duty to bind to you as your personal summon so that you would have a connection to Great O himself, and could take up the mantle of High Priest. As you are aware, he did not. Naruto held up a hand to interrupt her. You are saying that because I have not been bound to one of his children that I am not the High Priest? Yes, she gave a nod, certain her face had probably brightened up considerably now that he was starting to understand. Because Ashen did not fulfill his duties, you are not currently the High Priest, and will not be until you have bound to one of O's children. She would leave out the fact that it was to be her for now. She could bring that up in a bit. She was completely unprepared for the next words to leave his lips. Good, then there is no purpose for your visit. Take the amulet and leave me, I have work to do. What? Did you not hear me? Take the amulet and go. Give it to your High Priest or something, it's no concern of mine. He paused for a second, and Akishi thought he might be reconsidering. Those hopes were quickly dashed. When you speak with O, tell him that his son Koshi misses the sound of his voice. He would be grateful for the opportunity to hear it one last time before his passing. He also wished for him to know that he does not hold his actions against him. He was honored to have been chosen. It was probably bad that her first realization was that he hadn't been impressed by her because he had already met with Akianji. He was the firstborn, the favored son. What was the appearance of the fifth-born in your office compared to that? More than that, it's obvious Koshi had also taken a liking to O's chosen if he was willing to trust him with passing on such a message. Great O had mentioned that the high priest bore a message for him from Akianji. This had to have been it. O would have known what was spoken he had to the high priest would have learned in the mortal plane, but to hear it from the lips of the high priest would have been the closest to speaking with Akianji directly. It would have also allowed him to speak back. There was good reason the results of Ashen's actions had led to his growing ire, especially when the elders couldn't seem to find a way to rectify the issue. I cannot. A scoff escaped Naruto's lips as he interrupted her. Aya said much the same thing. Useless. He's entrusted those words to you. I cannot be the one to deliver them. Naruto's face gained a thoughtful expression for a few seconds as he accepted Air words, but it was quickly dropped again. Very well, I can see the importance in that. Akishi felt her entire body relax in relief only to seize up again in panic as he continued. I will have to let Koshi know that I will be unable to fulfill the favor he asked of me because I am not the high priest and his sister will not lend him her aid in the matter. I'm sure he will understand. And no, that's not what I meant. I'm here to aid you in binding to one of O's children so you can take up the mantle of high priest. You'll be able to deliver it to Great O personally. And why would I want that? Again Akishi found herself at a loss for words. Why wouldn't he want to be the high priest of O? He would be the representation of a deity upon the mortal world. She couldn't think of any humans she had ever met who would turn something like that down. Hell, the things they would have done to each other just for the chance at such a position were absolutely horrific. You would be the high priest of O. Why wouldn't you want that? Man and serpent alike would submit to your will under the glory of O. The influence. The power. As the temples of O returned to the world, all the riches gathered by his faithful would be at your disposal. He didn't look impressed in the slightest. I am Tsukuyami daimyo of Nami no Kuni and her crown jewel Hanaheim, the wealthiest port city in the world. I am the leader of the imperial house of wolves of Hai no Kuni and have influence over 3 of Konohagakure's noble clans. I hold within me 2 of the great Biju and a connection to a 3rd. What power, wealth, or influence do you find me lacking? Great O is the sun! She found herself exclaiming before she could consider whether it was a good idea. She knew she needed to be careful with her words. She was the manipulator for O's sake, but hearing him question the benefits of serving O was almost too much to take. Just the honor of being allowed to fulfill his will should have been enough of a reward for anyone. O's influence is to spread across the world once again, there's no comparing to that. His look didn't change. I would have to disagree. My wolves are already spreading. I don't need a god for that. What else could she really offer? She couldn't make promises for O. All she could do was bring up things that other high priests had enjoyed in service to the great golden serpent. He had made use of Ashen though. Perhaps fondness for summoning might prevail? The ability to summon O's children for aid is nothing to scoff at. Surely with our help your wolves could spread much more quickly. I have no work for the children of O that cannot be done by my wolves. That stung, but she continued along the same vein. If she could just convince him of some benefits, maybe he would actually consider going for it. That would make her job a whole lot easier. Your wolves may be capable, but surely there would come a time where you can make use of serpents. We're much more subtle after all and can get into places others cannot. We're also far less suspicious if found than one of your wolves would be. There's nothing that would tie it back to you. That was a pretty good point, but he raised a brow again. Subtle? He made a show of looking her up and down. Not the word I would use. Even as serpents I've seen ashen. Snakes are not normally such a color. He rose a fair point, but before she could object he continued. Besides, I don't need the children of O for that. Great Elder Koshi has already promised me the aid of his descendants. Naruto was well aware that said promise probably hinged on him remaining the high priest, but it was worth it for the panic that spread over Akishi's face. Please, there must be something we can do to prove our worth to you. Something you can do? Was there a specific task he needed done or something that would help him that he had written off as too unlikely to even attempt? He didn't think there was. Wait. There was one thing that would both help him greatly, and would be beyond difficult to actually pull off properly. If they could manage it, he might see the value in having their aid permanently. Honestly, he knew he should probably just take up the position to avoid angering a deity, but in the end it was their mistake that even made this possible. If he wanted to be angry at someone, he could take out his wrath on Ashen and whatever other elders there were. Until Akishi proved their worth to him, the matters of the serpents was none of his business. Very well, I have a task for you. Akishi couldn't relax at those words due to the cold expression on his face. It was obvious even before he gave it to her that he didn't expect her to be able to accomplish it. The daimyo of Kuni unknowingly stands between me and my plans. Her hopes started to build again. Kill some human? Easy. She'd be back to Ogoku within a week. It was quickly ripped away. I want you to infiltrate his palace, remove his family, and impersonate them to grant control of Kuni to the wolves without the rest of the world knowing. What? That's impossible, she proclaimed. Please, there must be something we can actually accomplish to prove our worth. If you can't handle the tasks required by my goals, I have no use of you. Giving you something just because I know you can do it would be a worthless endeavor and would prove nothing to me. His eyes were hard and uncaring. She would find no sympathy from this man. Either she proved herself to him, or he would be rid of her. She suspected he would be pleased with either result. I understand, High Priest. She dipped her head low and winced at his next words. Right now I am no more a priest for your father than you are the moon. If you prove yourself, I will take up the mantle fully. Why, yes, Naruto-sama. Your words are wise. She paused, shifting her weight around as she gathered the courage for her next question. She was an ancient snake, one of O's eldest, but right now the future of her father and all her siblings rested upon her and her ability to persuade this young man. Serpents were supposed to be good at that, but what did she really expect to be able to accomplish against someone favored to become the high priest of the serpent god? Her usual tactics weren't going to work. Instead, she was going to have to play by his rules until he was satisfied enough to accept the role he should have held properly many months ago. How are we to get to this realm and interact with your world without aid from Father? Surely you would allow him to send us here in more fitting forms? Would I? Naruto rose an elegant brow. That's a bold assumption to make, Snake. The way he said it made it seem more like Worm, and she recoiled. Never before had she felt like she should be ashamed of being one of O's children, but his tone made her feel filthy. Here he didn't wait for any sort of apology, and she had a good feeling he wouldn't have cared for one anyway. As far as he was probably concerned, this was going to be his last interaction with O, or his children, as he set upon them an impossible task to earn his favor and prove their competence. He didn't expect them to succeed, and more than likely didn't want them to either. Her father's golden amulet was tossed towards her lazily as he rose from his desk, and she caught it gently in cupped hands. Use that if you need to. As for your forms, are you not deceivers? He questioned. Again, the way he spoke of something they were usually proud of sent shame coursing through her veins, and she couldn't figure out why. Deceive, cheat, promise, betray. Do what you must to gain control of Kuni, or never show yourselves to me again. Ashiki turned the amulet about in her hands, clutching it tightly as if she would drop the sacred symbol, and its shattering would darken the heavens for eternity. Father will not accept our blood as a sacrifice for this amulet. Then find another. It was clipped and uncaring. They had the most important tools. They could collect the rest of the resources they needed on their own. Only the one chosen by O can summon us with their blood. Naruto stared at her purple eyes, hard and guarded. Silence reigned for nearly a minute before he muttered, so be it. Almost too quickly for her to see, he drew a kunai from his leg and sliced open his arm, the blood quickly pouring from his flesh onto his desk and down to wooden floors. There is your blood then. He jammed the kunai into his desk and gestured to the growing crimson puddle. Use it wisely. Quickly rescuing the stack of papers Orochimaru had left on the desk, he strode out of the office, a chain slamming the door behind him, and Akishi scrambled to find anything she could to save the precious liquid from going to waste. The only thing she could find to use ended up being the curtains framing the window, which were immediately pulled down and used to absorb as much as it could from the floors before the thirsty wood could greedily devour it. The vase near the window ended up with the honor of containing the blood in the end, placed beneath the desk to collect anything spilling off, and with blood from the curtains being wrung into it so she could try to collect more. When she had taken all she could, she shoved curtains into the top of the vase as a makeshift lid until she could find something more suitable. There was precious little actually within, and the loss of any made her heart heavy. The guilt, however, of being the reason the blood of O's chosen had been so callously wasted even at his own hand weighed far more on her new shoulders than anything else. She was supposed to be here to bring him back into O's light, and yet all she seemed capable of doing was earning his ire and causing him harm. Despite that, she steeled herself as best she could. Ashiki had been given a task and she would do whatever it took to see it through. She was really starting to wish she had put more pressure on Ajari to be the one sent down here. You have to be fucking kidding me. Haku held her tongue for a moment, while the Godame looked between her and his father in disbelief. There's no way in hell you can expect me to believe that Genin Naruto is actually the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. And why not? The Sandaime gave him a pointed look. Those younger than him have ascended to such positions before. An understanding dawned for Asuma, but his realization was set to the side for a moment, while he clarified his stance. Younger daimyo have been, he agreed. Through inheritance of the position. Not from conquest. That he knew of at least. And the fact that he's a daimyo isn't what I'm having trouble believing. Granted, it was still ridiculous, but it was Nami no Kuni. Any shinobi could have killed Gato and his thugs before declaring themselves the new daimyo. His partnership with Hai no Kuni to support his claim was more or less bought with trade rights and preferred regulations. Nothing anyone else would have had significant difficulty repeating. You're trying to tell me that a genin of Konohagakure was facing Hoshigaki Kisame and Momoichi Zabuza and that the two of them ended up needing help. We've had some prodigies, but that's fucking ridiculous. He paused before shooting a slight glare to his father. Though apparently you already knew that Genin Naruto was Tsukuyomi. Hiruzen nodded. I did. Danzo brought it to my attention some time ago. He paused to think. Just after he became the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, if I recall. I didn't believe him at first either, but Naruto is most definitely Tsukuyomi. Sure, he's a daimyo. Asuma waved one hand dismissively. Fine. I can believe that. But in that case there is no way in hell it was Tsukuyomi in that battle. I don't think he has more than a dozen missions to his name. A B-ranked shinobi should be more than a match for him. Haku reached back into her bag and pulled out a letter addressed to the Godame. Mei-sama wrote to inform you, but also believed it was best to hear it from an actual messenger. She was the one to confirm his identity after we had the picture of Genin Naruto. So she saw his face? Asked Hiruzen. I don't think he's ever made any sort of public appearance without a face covering of some sort. She did. After he killed Yagura, he exchanged some words with her before dropping from the Mizukage Tower. Wait. Asuma held up a hand for her to pause. He killed Yagura? The Yondaime Mizukage? That was the result, yes. She gave a single nod. But if you want to get technical, it was the sandbite being ripped from his body that killed Yagura. Tsukuyomi unsealed it while Mei-sama was facing him. The fact that Tsukuyomi, or Naruto rather, that was going to take some getting used to, had stabbed his ally in the back wasn't any sort of surprise. The House of Wolves were already well known for having ascended through treachery. What was surprising was both the fact that he had been capable of unsealing a Biju and the sort of speed suggested by the fact that he did so in the middle of combat. Asuma was no seal master. He wouldn't say he knew any more than any other average Konoha shinobi, which was about enough to identify and make use of pre-made seals, but even he knew that was an absolutely ridiculous sort of feat. It did warrant one very important question, however: did the rebellion have a seal master to deal with the Sanbai? That was one way for the House of Wolves to lay ruin to a majority of Kirigakure. Just let the damn Biju do all the work. We didn't need to. She looked away for a second, trying to find a good way to word it, but explained before she could be asked to clarify. According to Mei, he unsealed the Sanbai from Yagura and then immediately sealed it within himself. It was over in a matter of seconds. Asuma's face had gone completely blank again, but Haku could still see the thoughts speeding through his head in his black eyes. His father was looking concerningly ill, a Hokage that had served his village for decades, looking about ready to faint in his seat. That Asuma paused to finish swallowing what he had been told. That's impossible, he declared. Ignoring the unsealing, which would take at least a few minutes to cause if you had no intention of sealing it somewhere else, that was probably one of the few bits of Fuinjutsu knowledge he possessed, and only because a Hokage needed to have a basic understanding of how Biju were transferred to new hosts. As the Jinchuriki grew old, he knew that a sealing ritual averaged an hour and a half for a sloppy job, unless you invoke something like the Shinigami to seal it for you. No, Hiruzen shook his head slowly. Not for him. He reached for the bridge of his nose, massaging gently. He's the only person in the world who would be able to accomplish such a feat thanks to Minato. What? Asuma's question was echoed by Haku, but Hiruzen waved them both off. It's not something we should be focusing on at the moment. Asuma looked ready to object, so the Sandaime shot him a pointed look. It's a Konoha matter to deal with. Understanding it wasn't the sort of thing to be explained before their guest, Asuma relented and did his best to relax within his seat. He wasn't having much success. Yes. Asuma gave slight nods of agreement. A Konoha matter. He is one of our shinobi after all. And wasn't that a scary thought? That someone would be able to hide that much right under their noses while posing as a simple genin. Well, Asuma briefly turned to glance at his father. Under some people's noses less than others, but even then he seemed to have been able to disguise a great deal about himself and his actions. That was beyond troubling, especially considering Asuma's already quite rocky relationship with the House of Wolves. Of course. Hake agreed gracefully, stepping away from the topic. I'm certain this is something you would rather address yourselves now that you have been made aware. She paused for a second, trying to decide if she really needed to ask, but eventually accepted the fact that it was only proper. I'm not sure who you are comfortable having such information, but I would like to be able to inform Uzumaki Naruto. I feel she should know, considering it's her brother. He sat in silent contemplation for a solid few seconds before nodding slowly. I don't think that will be an issue. You may inform her. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Did you have any further questions for me? Asuma had returned to his thoughts and didn't look like he would be re-emerging anytime soon. No, that should be all. Hiruzen offered a tired smile, obviously shaken by the sudden barrage of information. If we have any further inquiries while you're here, we'll send for you. Will you be in Konoha long? A few days at the most, unfortunately. Mei-sama needs me in Namiheim for another mission soon. There was a knowing in his eyes, no doubt from his decades of experience. Ah, of course. Well, enjoy your stay and thank you for bringing this to our attention. He spared a glance to Asuma, who was still too absorbed by his thoughts to be responsive. We'll be sure to send thanks to Maid Dano and Kirigakure as well. Hiruzen wasn't completely sure he could genuinely thank someone for attempting to give him a heart attack, but he supposed that in the end he wasn't actually the one who had to express gratitude for the information. He was retired after all, and none too soon from the looks of it. If he had still been the acting Kage, and this had dropped onto his desk, he probably would have gotten up and walked out. Not of his office, no, of Konoha herself. He'd have retired quite happily in some obscure little village, spending the rest of his days just smoking his pipe and maybe fishing from the edge of a stream. That actually didn't sound like a bad idea now that he thought of it. Maybe it was still an option. Chapter 121. Gone. Is everything alright, Naruto? Orochimaru fell into step behind him as his long strides propelled him through the hallways of the apartment. What did she have to say? Nothing of much value. I've given them a chance to prove their worth. Orochimaru paused at that, unable to both walk and process those words at the same time. Sasuke's body then jerked back into movement, awkwardly trying to catch back up to Naruto, who hadn't hesitated in the slightest. For all the Snake Sage knew, he hadn't even been aware that his godfather had fallen behind at all. Do you mean to say you've directly challenged O's children? He tried to sound less nervous than he felt. Orochimaru was the Snake Sage, and that technically put him under O's domain. To be fair, anything the sun touched was O's domain, but as a summoner of his seed there was a contract between the two, and Orochimaru really didn't want to be put at odds with his godson. Of course, if it ever came to that, he would happily surrender his contract with the Snake Clan to avoid coming into conflict with his prince. If he didn't that, however, he would be a lot less useful to him. Orochimaru really didn't like that idea. There was also the fact that by taking a position where he was demanding something of O's children, in this case that they prove themselves to him, he was risking O's wrath. Orochimaru could do a surprising amount to protect him from any enemies he made throughout the elemental nations, but there was very little he could do to protect Naruto from a deity. I have. Naruto nodded, despite the fact that his godfather was behind him. If they can't be of use to me, I won't waste my time on them. He understood that and agreed completely, but he did worry that he wasn't considering all the possible ramifications of his actions. He had to be very careful with his next words, because while he needed to ensure Naruto was made aware, he didn't want it to seem like he disagreed or worse, opposed him. How do you think O will react? Naruto did pause at that mid-step. His head tilted to the side while he spent a second contemplating the question. He may approve, he decided as he resumed his movement. As serpents we should all know better than to trust blindly. But perhaps he will resent me for it. His shoulders gave an uncaring shrug. Perhaps this will cost me his favor or even earn me his hate. He stopped in the hallway and turned to look down at Orochimaru. It's too late to worry about it now. Either we will have his children as our allies, we will separate from them completely, or they will be our enemies. It makes no difference to me. He's the god of the sun, Orochimaru stressed, hoping his words could convey the absolute importance of that fact. I'm not sure how you would even fight against that if things go poorly. Naruto could recognize the worry in his godfather's eyes or in Sasuke's eyes that his godfather happened to be borrowing at the moment, and knew he didn't mean anything against him. Truly that was a foe to be wary of, but what's done was done. He couldn't even call upon the serpents to rescind his challenge if he wanted to, and to be perfectly honest, he didn't. He didn't need them, they had always been more of a convenience than anything else. Regular summons, his wolves, or even a regular courier could be utilized to accomplish the same. If they managed to succeed in the task he had just set for them, however, he would know that there was a lot more he could be using them for. It would also go to show just how serious they were about serving him as their father's high priest. I'm Tsukuyomi, godfather. Naruto met his eyes again for a second before continuing on his way. Should he become an enemy, we shall simply devour him, as we have every enemy to come before him. Orochimaru stopped walking, then watching his godson's back as he proceeded down the hall. Those words made him slightly uneasy because he couldn't quite tell if Naruto was being completely serious, and really thought he could slay a god. At the same time, he knew that if anyone could do it, Naruto would be the one to actually accomplish decide against the golden serpent god of the sun. Still, did Naruto actually consider himself the legitimate god of the moon? Did he really believe he was already on equal footing with the deity? His lips pulled into a deep frown. If things did go that way, he was going to have to find a way to ensure that his godson's confidence was warranted. With a spin on his heel, he started in the opposite direction. He needed to figure out how they could kill a god. So the door had only just clicked behind Haku when Asuma turned to his father expectantly. You knew he was Tsukuyomi already? I knew he was the one in charge of the wolves, yes. Like I said, Danzo informed me. Then why didn't you tell you? To what end? Hiruzen's risen brow almost seemed condescending. I wanted you to stop antagonizing the House of Wolves, not give you a high-ranking target to go after. Asuma scowled, but he could see the wisdom there. From Hiruzen's point of view, at least. It did cause him to pause long enough to ponder what he would have done with such information, and he found himself hitting a brick wall. He didn't even know what he was going to do with that information now. How was he supposed to know what his reaction would have been back when he first ascended unwillingly to the position of Hokage? With how busy he had been dealing with Hai no Kuni's occupation of Kaze no Kuni, which had been a logistics nightmare, he probably wouldn't have been able to do much more with that information than keep a closer eye on the former Uzumaki. Realistically, nothing would have changed that he could think of. Maybe he would have been aware of Naruto's departure from Konoha to help Yagura against the Bloodline Rebellion, and maybe he could have stopped it either by assigning Team 7 something to keep him from being able to go, or by being more overt and simply intercepting and detaining him. Even then, the wolves had already been in Mizuno Kuni, so he doubted much would have changed with that. So far it looked as though his father had made the right call, or at least one that hadn't done any harm, because he wasn't seeing anything he could have done with that information to help Konoha or negate some of her troubles. Fine, how did Elder Shimura know? Oh? Hiruzen leaned back into his seat, pulling out a pipe he must have prepared while Ajuum wasn't looking and lighting it, despite knowing how much Asuma hated it when he smoked in his office. Even Asuma went to the roof when he needed a smoke break. The least he could do was respect that. Danzo and Naruto have a surprisingly good relationship, I'd say. You could probably get away with calling them friends. Hiruzen's face twisted into a strange expression somewhere between disbelief, confusion, and perhaps a slight hint of bitterness. Asuma was definitely feeling the first two. So when he noticed some rude prospects that he hadn't been able to condition to his liking wearing new uniforms and answering to Naruto, he figured it out. He paused to take and release a long drag, a cloud of smoke floating up to the yellowing ceiling. They were probably going to have that redone at some point. Of course, the fact that the root seals on them had been completely negated probably tipped him off too. Asuma narrowed his eyes at that, recalling a piece from their earlier conversation. You mentioned sealing earlier too, how only he could have pulled off certain feats of Fuinjutsu. Ah yes. The Sandaime gave a few small nods as he continued to take short draws from his pipe and released them all together. When it comes to Fuinjutsu, there isn't anything Naruto can't do, I suspect. Why? Fuinjutsu was an obscure art, somewhat ironic considering how commonly certain matrices were used, and the mastery of it took many more years than Naruto had even been alive for. As it was, Konoha had a single master-level Fuinjutsu user in Jiraiya, a journeyman level in Kushina, and a handful of apprentice-level users who dabbled in it. One of those wasn't even a shinobi, just an elderly man who did it as a hobby. Is it an Uzumaki thing? Scoffing, Hiruzen shook his head, a trail of smoke following his pipe. No, not in the slightest. The credit, or maybe blame for that, belongs squarely with Namikaze Minato. I fail to see how the late Yondaime-sama has anything to do with Naruto's ability now. If you did, I wouldn't have to tell you, came Hiruzen's dry response. I haven't told you because it really hasn't been relevant, but Kushina-san was the Yondaime's wife, and as you can probably extrapolate from that, Naruto is his son. Yes, Hiruzen nodded. Good. Naruto is the son of the Yondaime. Unrelated to this, that's another reason not to tell you Naruto is Tsukuyomi. If you had targeted him, and then Konoha had found out he was the eldest child of their beloved Yondaime, they would have ripped you to shreds in a heartbeat. That information shouldn't get out, of course, but that's the problem with secrets, someone's always looking for them even if they don't know what it is or the harm it could do. With a shake of his head, the Sandaime banished the thought from his head. Kushina was more likely to announce it than anyone else was to discover the fact and release it. Considering she had managed to keep it under wraps for this long, that seemed entirely unlikely unless she was waiting for them to reach a certain age or claim the Namikaze half of their inheritance. His lips pulled into a slight frown at that. He had completely forgotten of the Namikaze holdings and the fact that both heirs were adults now. Being the eldest and with the Uzumaki clan looking like it was going to be going solely to Naruto, Hiruzen wouldn't be surprised if Naruto did decide to claim the Namikaze half. The questions then were if he even knew about it, and if he did, why hadn't he already done so? He could think about that later though. Back to Fuinjutsu, Minato had been working on a very special seal up until his untimely demise, a masterpiece that would put all other matrices to shame. Not long before the Kyuubi was released, he managed to finish it. Memories glazed over his eyes. Sealkeeper, he had been calling it then. The last name on a long list of working titles. He gave a humored snort. He never was very good with naming things, even his children weren't spared from that. What does it do? His head didn't move, but his eyes slowly turned to meet his son's, the rest of his face losing its humor to become completely serious. Everything. What? Everything. He managed to create a seal with the sole purpose of being able to create any other seal you could possibly want. It didn't stop there either. He gave another snort, this one not quite as humored. He couldn't have just left it at that. No, he had to make it so it could recognize other seals and modify them, even those currently active. Like those holding Biju. Exactly. It would appear that young Naruto understands it well enough to be able to make use of it during combat. Hiruzen paused, wondering if he should really bring it up. Ultimately, he decided it was better for his son to know, if only because it might help him temper any future actions he may, or may not have been considering taking. But I'm familiar enough with Naruto to know that he would not have tried to do it in the middle of a fight, one involving two Kage-level individuals no less, without having some experience in the matter. It took Asuma a second to realize where his father was going with that. You mean? He had to steel himself to actually put it into words. He's already unsealed the Biju? Just hearing himself saying the words sounded wrong. He was supposed to be a genin, for God's sake. What sort of genin was going around unsealing Biju? And black eyes widened in sudden realization, and he felt a wave of horror shiver its way down his spine to settle in a cold pool in his stomach. Closing his eyes, Hiruzen nodded slowly once. That's right, he would have sealed that one into himself as well. Normally impossible at his age. He's made himself a Jinchuriki. He took another pull from his pipe. But like his father, the impossible wasn't good enough for him. From Haku we know he has the Sanbai, but I have reason to believe he has also sealed the Ichibi within himself. Either that or into a new tea kettle, but like he had said, he knew Naruto. There was no way the young man would have passed up that sort of opportunity and kept a Biju in an inanimate object someone could easily steal or accidentally break. Two Biju. Asuma's eyes stared blankly at nothing. Entire countries would have 2 biju. In the case of Konoha, Suna, and Taki, there was a single biju. Naruto had 2 of them within him at this very moment. Disregarding how the hell that would even work should he try to use them both at the same time, just possessing them meant his country of Nami no Kuni 1. Asuma had yet to hear of possessing any sort of hidden village was comparable to some of the major villages. If that knowledge became public, it could elevate Nami no Kuni as the 5th major country now that Kaze no Kuni was under the control of Hai no Kuni. That wasn't the scary part, though. He cared far less about the political ramifications of such a thing. No, what had Asuma worried was the fact that if he had already managed to get 2 of the biju within himself, what was to keep him from collecting more? A feeling of dread settled over his shoulders like a heavy blanket and threatened to smother him. Even if he only collected half the biju, only half? The fact that he had collected any at all was already mind-boggling. Then the global power scales would shift drastically, and without knowing which biju he might go for, there was no way to tell how things would change. They could be good for Konoha if they still had Naruto with the Kyuubi and some of their traditional rivals lost their own, but the opposite could hold true as well. If they lost the Kyuubi, or even if their allies lost their biju, that was only Taki and 1 more from Kirigakure. Now that he thought about it, then they would find themselves at a massive disadvantage. Konoha's position with a perpetual upper hand had diverted more conflicts than it had won. The thought of it being reversed so easily by a single individual, one whose noble house he had been antagonizing, even turned his stomach. It was quite possible he had made a far from insignificant series of mistakes. Though Asuma hadn't been aware he was frowning to begin with, but suddenly felt his lips pull further down as a new thought occurred to him. Both Kyuumo and Iwa put a lot of military value on their Jinchuriki, though only Kyuumo bothered to reflect that with how it treated its Jinchuriki, so if every village was to lose them, then it would drastically reduce any eagerness for conflict from either of them. The fact that they had 2 Jinchuriki to Konoha's 1 was often the only thing to give them enough confidence to make any sort of aggressive move. Taking that away was sure to make it much harder for them to gather their courage. His frown managed to surprise him again as it grew deeper yet. Just the fact that he was even considering any part of this potentially beneficial was putting him in a sour mood. I don't suppose you'd have any idea why he's going about collecting biju and sealing them within himself, would you? He didn't look towards his father as he asked, but he didn't need to see Hiruzen's expression to know the answer to his question. Other than because he can know, your guess is as good as mine. Not strictly true. Hiruzen knew Naruto a bit better than Asuma did, and was less likely to assume the worst, but when it came to figuring out the motives of the Lord of Wolves, both had no idea where to start. Again, that wasn't completely true either. They knew he loved both his wolves and Konoha herself, so they had that to go off of at least. There was also the fact that he was a daimyo of a country, so one might reasonably assume he cared about it at least to some degree. Probably. Even if he didn't care at an emotional level, he should, based on what Asuma knew, care from a tactical one. Nami no Kuni was one hell of a resource, and you would have to have something seriously wrong with you beyond even whatever the hell the wolves had wrong with them at that to be able to discard it without hesitation. He couldn't help but think the person capable of such would be a frightening opponent indeed. Just imagining Naruto with 2 biju and the ability to just throw away the things he had did not make for a pleasant thought. I suppose in that case I might just have to ask him directly. Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise and his head snapped over to fully face his son. Asuma, his tone lacked not in warning. Don't do anything stupid. I'm not going to do anything stupid, I'm just going to talk. The Sandame's surprised look became grave. That's what I'm afraid of. You. Akishi pointed at the first wolf she met in the hallway, soft bronze skin shimmering slightly under the dim lights of the high priest's den. Naruto-sama has given me a task. I require quarters I can work from. Something with easy access out of this den. The wolf froze, staring in disbelief at the talking snake woman pointing at him. After a minute or so, and because she had mentioned Tsukuyomi by his personal name, he eventually just filed it away as another impossible thing surrounding the young man. We should have empty rooms near the door, he answered as evenly as he could. What sort of thing do you need to do for Tsukuyomi-sama in it? That matter doesn't concern you. She crossed her arms, which was a weird sensation but felt all too natural, with a huff. If he wanted you to know, he would inform you. The wolf cocked his head to the side. She had a point, but that really hadn't been why he was asking. That is correct, he agreed. But what purposes do you need it to fulfill? If it's a task from Tsukuyumi, we want to ensure you have what you need to accomplish it properly. That was a fair point too, Akishi could admit, but what did she actually need to take over an entire country using only subterfuge? She had to admit she'd never attempted anything like it before. There really hadn't been a need. For now, just a place I can plan. Her crimson eyes darted down to the vase clutched carefully to her chest by her left hand. She would need somewhere to store such a precious material too, but she felt that telling this wolf that she was currently holding a piece of pottery filled with his lord's blood probably wouldn't go over too well. And where I can store things as we prepare. A table would be helpful but not entirely necessary. Yes, I think that can be arranged without too much trouble. He nodded. And I'll need something capable of safely storing liquids. His eyes moved towards the vase and narrowed slightly in suspicion, but he didn't comment on it. Of course, I'll see what I can procure. Anything else? A window would be best, but anything that will allow some measure of sunlight to enter the room would suffice. He frowned at that, trying to remember if they had a room that matched those requirements. We might have something. Come, we'll check the southwest corner. He spun on his heel and began walking without a glance to ensure she was following, but the soft sound of shifting scales against the wooden floors gave him a pretty good idea that she was indeed trailing behind. Even knowing it was another strange occurrence centered around Tsukuyumi couldn't completely rid him of his unease. Such a creature simply wasn't natural, and it set him on edge just knowing it existed. Hopefully once he had given her a place to work from, he'd never have to interact with her again. Haku! Naruko answered the door with a grin, standing aside to allow her friend from Kirigakure to enter the Uzumaki compound. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Haku returned the smile as best she could, trying to set aside the knowledge of what she had come here to do temporarily so she could enjoy this time spent around Naruko. Unfortunately, she was all too aware of the news she brought with her, and she was more than a little concerned how it would affect the two Uzumaki women she had grown quite fond of. May had things she needed to send back to your Godame. Haku was able to offer a faint but genuine smile. She was always happy to see Naruko, she just wished it had been under better circumstances. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay very long because she already had a mission planned for me in Namikaze. Naruko frowned at the last Yuki. She sure does have a lot of work for you, doesn't she? If she already had a mission for you, why would she send you here? The opposite would also hold true now that she thought about it, and she suddenly realized how that might have been taken. Not that I'm not happy to see you, Haku-chan, Naruko quickly clarified. It just seems kind of mean for her to send you all this way when you already need to turn back for another mission. I'm sure someone else could have delivered things to the Godame, or they probably could have done whatever your next mission is while you made your way here. It's fine. The mission in Namikaze looks like it's going to be long-term, and this lets me stop in to visit you before I start it. Haku's lips twitched into the slightest of frowns. I really do need to talk to you about something serious, though. Is your mother home? I'd rather talk to you about it in private. Naruko quickly came to share in Haku's frown. She's over at the Yamanaka clan compound at the moment, but we can talk in my room in case she gets back early today. What's wrong? Haku hesitated, and not just because she was both wary of the repercussions or because they were still rather exposed in their current position. It's not wrong per se, it simply was really. It just wasn't something that she thought the Uzumaki would be happy to hear about. Come on then. Naruko grabbed Haku's hand and pulled her towards the main house that dominated the Uzumaki compound. You can tell me inside. As the Uzumaki gates clicked shut behind them, Haku couldn't help but think there was a weight to them she hadn't witnessed before, as if like them the future was being sealed. She really hoped this wasn't a mistake. A solid rap on the door summoned forth the head of a wolf who peeked out from the den of Tsukuyumi. They stared at the similarly masked face, wondering what a rabbit was doing provoking wolves. Godame Hokage Sarutobi Asuma-sama requests the presence of Genin Naruto of Konohagakure in his office. I must see to it that Genin Naruto is made aware immediately. The wolf stared for another few seconds before dipping his head in understanding. I will see if he can be disturbed. Please wait here. They didn't wait for any sort of confirmation before closing the door and engaging the various locks. Behind their mask, Usagi frowned but held his position. His orders were to deliver summons to Genin Naruto, so that's what he'd do. He just hoped they didn't keep him waiting too long. He had food on the stove back at headquarters. Naruto-sama, there's an umbu at the door for you. He says the Godame would like to speak with you. Naruto looked up from Orochimaru's desk where he had moved his work. He didn't know if Akishi was still in his office, though he sort of doubted it, and he didn't feel like dealing with the blood that he had spilt over his desk, though there was a good chance a wolf had already cleaned it up, so he had retreated into Orochimaru's private quarters. That was another thing he hadn't known about until just recently. Apparently Orochimaru hadn't just claimed a guest bedroom for himself, but had instead managed to hide himself both an office and a small laboratory within the apartment. That really just meant 3 guest bedrooms had been connected with a kitchen and a bathroom for good measure, essentially giving him his own little suite, but the fact that it had been hidden from Naruto all this time made him wonder if he should start touring his own home more often just to avoid future surprises. It looked as though that would have to wait. Apparently the Godame wished for an audience. Placing his pen gently on the desk, he returned the papers back into their folder and slid it into the desk drawer. He was actually going to have to get dressed this time, he thought, though he was certainly tempted to show up to the Hokage's office as he was, just because it would be an interesting first impression. He never really had met Hiruzen's son personally as far as he could recall, and now that he considered it, that fact seemed unsettlingly strange. He was quickly able to brush the thought from his mind when he was reminded that he'd hardly met any of Konoha's shinobi outside of those he had been in the academy with. In fact, he probably knew as many shinobi outside the village as he did inside, if he was to be perfectly honest. That was a bit sad actually. He really should be getting to know his comrades better, but he didn't really have the time, and he had already learned his lesson about trusting those comrades too quickly. With a sigh, he pushed himself up from the desk. He was going to be up late again getting all this done, but at least he should be able to return to his office to finish it, and made his way to his own chambers. Unsurprisingly, the area Orochimaru had chosen was not far from his own in any sense, and within a dozen steps he was at his own door. Shaking his head, or course it was, he went straight for his closet to find a shirt to toss on. Orochimaru still had his furs, and so his furs they would keep for the foreseeable future, which meant he had to find something else. He narrowed it down to a plain black top or a set of purple robes Mai had obtained for him when he became a daimyo. The ease of throwing on the black top was overshone by the fact that this was going to be his first time meeting the Godame, and certain levels of propriety needed to be maintained. He went with the silk robes, in the end a deep purple accented by delicate golden embroidery on a white sash. They weren't the practical comfort he preferred, but images needed to be maintained. Part of him questioned what images. As far as he was aware, Asuma only knew him as a genin with ties to the wolves, but that alone, a connection to the Imperial House of Wolves, was enough to warrant a good first impression. It didn't help that Naruto hadn't any idea why the man wanted to meet him in the first place. For all he knew, he might be given an assignment for a mission not exceedingly common, but it happened every now and again when a mission required a particular skill set or requested a shinobi by name, and would be arriving without his shinobi gear. Purple Eyes looked down at the silks currently adorning his body. He'd already gone through the trouble of changing. If he had a mission, he'd either swing back to grab his things or do it in what he was already wearing. He went to leave his room, but paused as something in the closet caught his attention from the corner of his eye. Those weren't normally part of this outfit, but he did think it would be quite a nice touch. Slipping on the bone gauntlets he had been gifted by Orochimaru, he also reached for Morio's tooth and strapped it in place across his lower back. Perhaps a little more armed than he initially intended, but he thought it was a good balance between a political meeting and being summoned for a mission as a Konoha shinobi. It was a small, simple room, but it would suit her purposes just perfectly for the time being. Light wooden floors and walls that had been left in unpainted white reflected the light that spilled forth from the window that dominated the largest wall in the room. A bed she had no intentions of utilizing had been pushed from the middle of the floor and tucked into a corner, while the table that had rested beside it had been moved to stand directly against the middle of the window as a makeshift altar. The servant of the high priest, and she would hold on to that title as it was the only outcome that would be acceptable to the father who had brought her to this room, had been able to find a desk nearby and had placed it near the door for her use before taking a hasty retreat from her presence. She would like to be able to say it was out of respect to leave her alone with her work, but she knew it was most likely due to her unique form. She had no doubts that to humans who had long since strode past misty forests of the old world spirits, her visage was an unsettling reminder of things the soul knew but the mind had never witnessed. If nothing else, it did convince her that these servants of his were lacking if they would shy so easily away from the glory of O's light. Regardless of what he said, it was obvious he did require the children of O if he was ever to meet his goals and the goals of the father. The two should be one and the same. It was only proper, but she also realized now that someone chosen by O was bound to be ambitious in their own right. Why else would O accept them as his high priest? He wasn't looking for someone who had no drive, he needed someone who would push forward and do whatever it took to fulfill O's plans. Even if that meant some of O's glorious light might be wasted accomplishing the priest's lesser mortal goals. Akishi had a suspicion that in the cases of most past high priests their goals had mostly reached just by being chosen. Power, wealth, and flesh, they were all predictable desires when it came to humans. It was the great high priests, now that she thought about it, who had strove for more respectable goals, and in doing so helped further the influence of O. She didn't like the idea of a high priest's number one priority not being serving O, but if that's what it took to get the best results, she would have to accept it. It wasn't like she really had any say in the matter anyway. If the father was going to reward his chosen by fulfilling their other desires, then that's what was going to happen. She was just really hoping that she wasn't going to have to be helping with them, even though she knew as a personal summon that was most likely going to be the case. All she wanted to do was fix this mess Ashen had made and go home, though she could admit the opportunity to interact with humans again could be interesting for a while. It would grow old and probably pretty quickly, considering it was going to be more out of necessity than any choice on her part, but there was at least some entertainment to be had. Entertainment, however, was the least of her worries at the moment. Her copper scales slid across the wooden floor to the rather pathetic altar she had managed to put together. There hadn't been much in the room in the first place, and certainly nothing suitable for an altar of O's, so she was making do with a clean wooden side table placed in the middle of the window so as to catch as much sunlight as it could. From the bed in the corner she had taken the red sheets, and draped them over the table to help it look just a little more proper, but it was still a far cry from what it should be. She should have asked if the high priest already had an altar set up, but it had slipped her mind earlier, and she was fairly certain after speaking with him that he did not. How would he have even known to make one if he had yet to hear the father's voice? Ashen sure as hell wasn't around back when they were common in the mortal world, and if he had neglected most of his other duties, she held little confidence that he would have passed on something like that. On the off chance that he had made one on his own when he first received the amulet, she knew the chances of it being correct were slim, and the chances of it surviving when his faith in O's children had not was even less so. Of course, with her luck, he was dismantling one at this very moment, now that he knew he wasn't actually the high priest, and thus was not bound to the will of O. Everything was bound to the will of O. There wasn't anything in the world touched by his light that wasn't under his domain, but without a high priest there was no voice to that will, and it would never be fulfilled. Purposely, at least. Reaching under the sheets, she pulled out O's amulet, and a small covered pot that the servant of the high priest had been able to find for her. Like this, they could remain at the altar but were hidden from view so as not to tempt anyone who might catch a glimpse. Hopefully no one would be coming in this room at all, especially now that it had been claimed, but this was not her domain, nor was it a temple of O's, so the goings-on she held no sway over. It also possessed a window she fully intended to keep open so the light of O could shine onto the humble altar whenever the buildings of the village permitted it. It wasn't nearly as much as she'd like, but even if the light wasn't direct for the majority of the time, Father's brilliance still managed to spill into the room for a majority of the day. It was the best she could do at the moment, so it would have to suffice. Placing the amulet gently atop the altar, she delicately opened the jar containing the high priest's blood. She was not so foolish as to think he would be further generous to provide any more, so what she had managed to collect was going to have to last her until she managed to fulfill his challenge. If that was possible at all, that is, and even assuming it was something that could honestly take decades to pull off, depending on what help she could get from the father or what she could arrange using her scales dimmed at the very thought. Humans. Just thinking the word in relation to her task brought with it an overwhelming desire to regurgitate her last meal, and a wave of nausea spread through her. That was going to have to be the final resort, because as much as she had enjoyed manipulating the little mortals in the past, working with them now would be a nightmare. Not only would she have to trust in whatever passed for skills for their kind, but she would have to do so when O's influence was non-existent upon the mortal world, and she was in a form that would keep most from being willing to follow her. Of course, the opposite should still hold true to a lesser degree. This form of hers was likely to attract some humans, but those would be the outliers, and chances were high that the outliers were not going to be the best humans had to offer, so she would most likely be in an even worse spot with them than just trying to do everything herself. Unless the daimyo of Kuni she was supposed to replace was that sort, then things might be significantly more easy. She knew quite well she was nowhere near that lucky, and she wasn't willing to trust what little luck she had to shield her from the consequences of revealing herself in her current form in hopes it was. She gingerly dipped a single ginger into the pot, coating it with only enough to meet her needs before immediately securing the pot again. Slipping it beneath the altar with her dexterous tail, her attention remained fixated on the gold of O's amulet as the high priest's blood was slowly traced over it. As soon as the blood had completed the circle, it flashed an urgent red, quickly followed by vast rays of gold. It was clear to her that O had waited ready for the amulet to be invoked, and had answered its call personally to see to it everything would be put right. It was unfortunate that she would have to disappoint him. O Father Great, O know that with the blood of the High Priest freely given technically, I have called for your aid. Akishi. The disappointment in his voice had been expected, but it hit no less harshly. What of the High Priest? Why does he not yet call upon my light? He should know this. Not only had it been beneath the domain of the heavens, but O was always more alert during the day when his light shone brightest upon the world. That meant that either he was purposefully remaining oblivious, perhaps as some sign of respect for the High Priest, or so that he would not be tempted to interfere as his daughter attempted the task he had bestowed upon her, or he was testing her in some way. What that would be escaped her at the moment, but it didn't really matter. So long as she focused on ensuring his will came to be, she would be fine. Besides, she already had another test to worry about. She was sure the father would understand and approve if she focused on the High Priest first. He has set for me a task great, O, and only should I prove successful will he take up the mantle of your most honored priest. There was silence for a moment before O's voice once again stirred, crashing through the room, and no doubt spilling forth from its crevices like a great tide of an endless golden sea. And what task has he set for you that is so great you have already called for my aid? That stung more than the initial disappointment, and Akishi was only barely able to suppress a physical wince at his words. Despite that, she knew he would be well aware of how those words had hit her. He has declared that the children of O must infiltrate the palace of Kunis daimyo, removing the man and his family, and then impersonate them to grant his wolves control of Kuni without the rest of the mortal world being aware. She swore she could feel the gears of his mind turning, and she was glad to have spread the responsibility of this monumental task to the entirety of his descendants rather than saying it had been a challenge for her alone. It wasn't untrue the High Priest had been giving her a task to prove that O's children were valuable enough for him to actually become the High Priest properly, though from his words one probably had a greater argument that it had indeed been just for her to prove the skill and use of all O's children. She really hoped her father wouldn't see it that way. Then so be it, this daimyo of Kuni will be replaced. She couldn't see him, but within her mind she could hear the shifting of his brilliant scales. I would hope you are capable of removing a few humans on your own, Akishi. Yes, Great O. Even in this form I believe I could get rid of them, but I have no way to impersonate them. They would also have to be removed at the same time to avoid suspicion, and it will take time to learn to copy their mannerisms too. The shifting scales filled her mind again, and there was the faintest hint of agitation to them. It was clear he wasn't pleased that there would be further delay, but they both knew it couldn't be helped. Very well, what is it you need to accomplish this then? For now, just some of my siblings to help me keep watch over this daimyo and his family. I'm still trying to figure out how to arrange everything else. So be it. He has allowed you to use the amulet at least. His cooperation speaks well for his acceptance of his role. The amulet will require more blood for your siblings. I don't have very much, but I don't really have a choice. There was a heavy pause. What? The shifting grew in speed and agitation. You have a collection of his blood? Yes, father. He provided it when I told him your amulet required it. I do not suspect he will feel as generous a second time should I ask for more. How much did he provide? More than I was able to collect, I'm afraid. I was forced to gather it from the desk and floors of his office. She hesitated slightly. He was not pleased with my sudden appearance, or my attempts to convince him of the benefits of our assistance. Then it must not be wasted. Provide the blood, I will send siblings to aid you. Carefully retrieving the jar, she dipped into it, and ran a bloodied finger over the glowing amulet 5 times, a sudden burst of O's glory accompanying each one. 5 serpents of varying sizes appeared around Akishi's makeshift altar, none of which seemed to know what was going on. You have your aid, do not call for me until you have news of your success. Yes, Great O. Your will be done. No, corrected the golden serpent. The High Priest's will be done. So what did you want to tell me? Naruko sat cross-legged on her bed, arms outstretched behind her to support her reclining lean. Not a position that tended to be comfortable for long, but Haku realized that was probably the least likely thing about to induce discomfort upon the Uzumaki heiress. Haku had positioned herself near the doorway, leaning against the doorway with a shoulder touching the doorframe. Her lips, despite her best effort, were drawn into a small concerned frown. She took a deep breath. I don't even know how to start. She offered a shaky smile that quickly faded. Another breath helped her gather her thoughts. I guess I'll start by asking you a question, Naruko-chan. What is it? The blonde's head tilted slightly to the side, a small frown of her own, the only sign that she was bothered with the way Haku was acting and worried about what it could mean. How much do you know about your brother? Haku quickly realized how that sounded and clarified. I mean, how much do you know about the things he gets up to? Haku couldn't even entertain the hope that Naruko and Kushina might be aware of Naruto's status, and all her own worrying about breaking it to them was for nothing. Naruko's frown deepened, but with a small shrug from her otherwise stationary shoulders she couldn't offer much towards the question. I don't know, he has to be training on his own, I guess. He shows up to team training every so often. They still hadn't had a session lately, but she had seen Kakashi around Konoha. It didn't take a genius to know the lazy bastard was avoiding his team, so he wouldn't actually have to spend any time helping them train. And he's there if we have a mission. I know he used to go on missions with Joun and back before he was placed in Team 7, so he might be doing that still. And anything with the wolves? Prompted Haku. Naruko's brows scrunched up in either confusion or suspicion. Haku couldn't quite tell. With her father's luck, it was probably both. I know he usually has some wolves around him. They seem to really like him. Pushing herself up into more of a slump, she lazily dropped her arms onto her knees. Looking to either side of the room as if to identify someone trying to listen, and she continued, slightly hushed. Sometimes I think he's probably one of them. It only makes sense that he would join if he's on such good terms, but I make sure not to voice that around Ka-san. Would she be upset if he was a wolf? With herself mostly, I think. Naruko tilted her head in brief contemplation. She spent so much time thinking of the wolves poorly that she tends to ignore the good they've done in being there to support Naruto. If she learns that one of the people she's been hating so much is actually Naruto, she probably wouldn't take it very well. Then it's probably best for her to not hear this. Is Naruto ni benign a wolf, what you wanted to tell me? Naruto gave a short, relieved laugh. That's not that big of a deal. No, he's not a wolf. He's Tsukuyami. Naruko paused, blinking slowly a few times as she processed the words that had reached her ears from across the room. He's what now? Your brother is Tsukuyami. He's not just a wolf, he's their leader and the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. How the hell would you know that? Haku had to avert her eyes from the piercing blue of Naruko's. He was involved in the last battle of the Bloodline Rebellion personally. She paused again. He wasn't on our side either. What? Naruko rocketed off the bed and onto her feet. You're telling me he was working with Yagura? For a time, yes. Why didn't you say something earlier? Accusing blue eyes whipped to Haku's coal orbs. You were here right after the rebellion ended. Why didn't you tell me? We knew, but we didn't know. Naruko didn't understand exactly what that meant, but it was enough to calm her down. What does that mean? I met him while he was fighting off Sabuza and Hashigaki Kisame. He recognized your name when it came up. Haku really hoped to not have to explain that part just yet. The fact that her brother was a daimyo was enough. She could leave the fact that he was the Jinchuriki for multiple biju for after everything else had been given plenty of time to be digested. And he ended up telling us that he was your brother. I knew you had a brother, you mentioned it back in Nami before you headed back to Konoha, but I didn't know anything about him. Maisama saw his face after he stabbed Yagura in the back, some silver lining, she supposed. Working with someone like that but betraying them was less bad? It was hurting the bad person, at least not that. Tsukuyami's following actions were exactly something anyone should be proud of. So we had a face and knew he claimed to be connected to you. When I was here last time, I was to request a copy of his file from your Hokage so we could see if it was the same person. I asked him for the file of a male Uzumaki with ties to the wolves. And he gave you Naruto's. He gave us Naruto's. Haku confirmed with a nod. We didn't need the whole thing, but I took it all back to Kirigakure where Mei confirmed it was him. It didn't really feel right to tell you through a letter, and Mei-sama wanted me to return the file anyway, so I decided I would be able to tell you in person. So he really is. Yes, we now know for a fact that Naruto is Tsukuyomi. It was only right to make sure you knew, though I was understandably hesitant in letting your mother know. Naruko's eyes had moved to the far wall where they stared blankly out into space. She wouldn't want to believe that she would probably just end up angry with you. She had been upset when Naruko had started speaking with Ino and believed what the former Yamanaka heiress had been telling her. There was no way in hell she would react any better to this, and Naruko would hate for Haku's second time meeting her mother to be tainted by that. It would very likely be the last time the last Yuki ever stepped foot into the Uzumaki compound. You can ask your Hokage to confirm if you like. He gave me permission to let you know, not that it would have stopped me, so he shouldn't be surprised if you verify it with him. Haku frowned slightly. The Sandaime also seemed to know he was Tsukuyomi before I met with the Godame, so you could ask him too. He knew. You have to admit it makes more sense than thinking he had been able to hide it from the entire world. It was inevitable someone would figure out who he was. Who better to learn so than the Sandaime Hokage himself? That was fair. Naruko had to admit she just had trouble understanding why he would have allowed things to continue if he had known. She quickly caught her thoughts. What was there for him to stop? Unless he had known exactly what Naruto was doing, all the man would have known was that he was a daimyo of a foreign nation. Technically, there was no law saying you couldn't be, just because the whole idea was absurd. Daimyoships were hereditary. It was rare indeed for someone to rise to that position without royal blood. In this case, it was only really allowed because everyone knew Nami no Kuni had no royal members left, and as a minor country it hadn't exactly been hard for someone to establish themselves as the new first member of a dynasty. The fact that Hai no Kuni's daimyo supported it for his own benefit without a doubt had legitimized what would otherwise be a mockery of the system. To some degree it probably still was, but no one was going to be going against the word of Hai no Kuni's daimyo when he now had Kaze no Kuni under his control. From what Naruko understood, he had been the one to allow Konoha's aid of the bloodline rebellion, and they had been made very well aware of that fact. With Nami also allied with him, there were some serious repercussions to be had for opposing him. Might makes right and all that. It was very hard to deny the financial, political, and military might Hai no Kuni now possessed. Still, she didn't understand why something like that would be kept a secret. Surely you would want people to be aware that they were interacting with a foreign daimyo on good terms with their own, but Naruko didn't really see any benefit to it aside from avoiding accidental political incidents. She hadn't heard of any, so she guessed it really hadn't been much of a concern. I guess it's just hard to believe. She said that, but the fact was it wasn't hard to imagine her brother as a daimyo. A white throne stood tall, cold stone carved into sharp rectangular edges. Black pillows strewn across its surface, each seam stitched with golden thread. He would lounge there, his body language lazy but his purple eyes bright and alert. His pale skin would be wrapped in the finest purple silk robes as an attendant almost reverently brushed long red hair. No, she had no trouble at all believing he of all people would have ascended to true royalty. She thought she saw a feminine arm slide around his shoulder in her imagining, skin far more pale than even her brother's unnaturally untanned shade, but she was pulled from the strange daydream by Haku's voice before she could see who she had imagined as the daimyo's wife. Or maybe that was supposed to be some sort of concubine. How was she supposed to know what she couldn't remember trying to imagine? I'm sure. I'm sorry you had to learn it from me. No, it's fine. Personally, she didn't see anything wrong with the news itself, but with sudden clarity, she realized what it meant for Haku. Oh gods. She sat back down on the bed, face falling into her hands. My brother burned down Kirigakure, didn't he? With a wince and a grimace, Haku was glad Naruko wasn't actually looking at her but turned her head away regardless. No reason for her to see that sort of expression on her friend's face. It wasn't her fault what her brother had done with his wolves. He did. There was a tense silence that filled the room. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Naruko-chan. I know, but still, she trailed off, peeking up from her cupped hands. Thank you, I appreciate the sentiment. He killed Yugura for us, so it wasn't all bad. Naruko blinked slowly a few times before she had managed to process that information. He what? The bleached bone of his gauntlet rapped twice against the aged oak of the door, but he didn't wait for an invitation before opening the door himself and striding in with all the confidence a daimyo should rightly possess. The Godame Hokage Sarutobi Asuma sat behind his desk looking less than impressed that he hadn't had the chance to grant permission to enter before a visitor had let themselves in. The man folded his hands together on his desk and leaned back slightly into his chair as Naruto made his way to stand before the desk, a single chain gently clicking the door shut behind him before vanishing. "You wish to speak with me, Godame-sama?" Asuma's black eyes trailed over the genin before him, wondering how the hell he hadn't seen the daimyo and his forces before a foreign kunoichi had brought it to his attention. Gods above, this didn't look anything like a shinobi, though he was smart enough to know better than to assume he wasn't that as well. You didn't go against 2 of the 7 swordsmen and kill a daimyo without significant skill. The fact that he could hide it so well at his age, however, was slightly unnerving, and Asuma was reminded of both a young Kakashi and a young Itachi. There was also a faint hint of Orochimaru that shone in those piercing eyes that put him on edge. Those sort of people Asuma was fairly confident were born, not made, and Naruto seemed to be of the same sort. "I called for Genin Naruto of Konohagakure, yes, but who I really wanted to speak to was the daimyo of Nami no Kuni Tsukuyomi Dano." It physically pained the former guardian ninja to address the young man with that sort of respect, but he was a daimyo, and one allied with Asuma's own daimyo no less. He needed to keep things as proper as possible for this first meeting at the very least. If he was fortunate, it would also be the last. One red brow rose slowly before the faintest of twitches tugged at Naruto's lips. Asuma couldn't quite tell if it was supposed to be hiding a smile or a grimace, and even he wasn't completely sure what he would prefer. He was leaning towards grimace at the moment, but he wanted to start things on a more cordial note. Essentially, if things were to dissolve between them, he would much rather it be done by the young man before him so the blame wouldn't lie on his shoulders. "I see." A chain extended to retrieve a chair, and Naruto fell into a lounge without looking at it. "In that case, you have his attention, Godame Dano." The ease with which Naruto changed from addressing him as a superior to speaking to him as an equal made Asuma's skin crawl, but he pressed on. The boy was not unused to his role, it would seem. "You're not even going to try denying it?" Naruto scoffed, one fist supporting his cheek while the other drummed against the thin arm of the chair. "And what good would that do? I would trust that Konoha's leader is no fool, Godame Dano. You would not have called me Tsukuyomi unless you were certain." Purple eyes pierced into Asuma's black, and the Godame found himself wondering how much they really saw. Besides, it was bound to get out eventually. "You're not the first to know that I hadn't intended to make aware Danzo had that particular honor." "I see." Asuma's frown only lasted a second before returning to an expression of blank neutrality. He would have preferred a bit of a stronger reaction at that revelation, he realized, but Naruto seemed intent on denying him even the small satisfaction of seeing him off guard. "I appreciate your candor, so let me reciprocate with some of my own." Naruto's brow rose again, both question and an instruction to proceed. "I want you out of my village." Chapter 122. 2 weeks. Naruto couldn't actually say he was surprised. Well, about Asuma's declaration at least. He was a bit surprised Asuma had brought up his other identity, but it was bound to happen eventually, and considering who was still teaching him to be Hokage, it only made sense that Hiruzen would have informed his son. As for wanting him out of Konoha, well, that had been pretty obvious, he felt, when the man had sent a team of his Anbu to kill his wolves in Mizu no Kuni. It wasn't as if Naruto hadn't been preparing for exactly this either. The point of creating a new base in Uno Kuni was to be to move all their operations out of Konoha. He had just thought it would have been almost completely upon their terms, not something requested by the Godame Hokage. He could admit that it was sort of refreshing in a way to have someone so openly admit to what they wanted. Granted, Naruto himself was usually the one taking advantage of situations, but it was still a nice break from subtlety. Not that Naruto had been maintaining that as of late, now that he thought about it. He really had been doing things just a bit too openly, hadn't he? That would need to be remedied. Still, just because Naruto had been planning on moving on from Konoha doesn't mean the Godame needed to know that. Raising a single brow, the daimyo of Nami no Kuni gave an inquisitive look. "Gone, is it?" he asked, lips twitching slightly. "That's a rather unexpected surprise, Godame-san." The honorific dropped, and from the slight widening of black eyes and the way hands tensed, Naruto would place money on the fact that it hadn't been missed by Asuma. "Please do elaborate." The other brow rose to join its twin, and Naruto's look became expectant. Even though it was worded as a request, between the tone and the look on his face, it was clear he was giving an order. "Won't you?" Asuma was genuinely surprised his teeth hadn't cracked with the amount of pressure he had placed them under just to keep his mouth shut. Connecting the two identities and having what should have been a genin under your command addressing you as though he were the superior were very different things. It was only the knowledge that socially Naruto's status as daimyo was above Kage that allowed him to restrain himself. He still wasn't happy about it. You're a foreign daimyo present in Konohagakure with your private army. Allied with Hai no Kuni or not, Konohagakure is not here to protect you from those who might seek retribution. Oh? Is that how you see it? Interesting. He carefully adjusted his expression to ensure he showed only boredom and disinterest worthy of a daimyo being told of plights he cared nothing for. I assure you, Godame-san, I'm not in Konoha to hide. I'm here because this is what I call home. Regardless of your intentions, should someone wish to target you, Konoha will be dragged into the crossfire. That is unacceptable. Purple eyes peered into him for several seconds of heavy silence before an understanding spread through them. That's not the only reason, is it? He didn't give Asuma a chance to answer that, but judging by his expression, the man probably would have declined to answer anyway. No, of course not. This will be the official reason you offer to anyone who asks, though, isn't it? Naruto's gauntlet hand waved dismissively. Fine, we've established that. The stare of those unnaturally bright orbs became exponentially more intense. Now tell me why you really want me gone, Sarutobi. I'll humor you then. It was a valiant attempt to take charge of the conversation, suggesting that the requested information was being shared solely because the Godame had felt like being gracious rather than bowing to the whims of the daimyo. In reality, they both knew it was because an unspoken agreement of open candor had been reached between them. Hiruzen and Danzo had enjoyed their word games. Asuma wanted to skip the games entirely. Naruto could respect that sort of directness. You and your wolves are running around Konoha because you're allied with Daimyo Iroh or Hai no Kuni, but your tendency to stab your allies in the back is well known. You also have a tendency to stick yourselves into messes around the world in order to gain further influence, or beneficial positions, making a variety of enemies who will wish to retaliate. Add to that the fact that I will never trust a private military within the walls of Konoha to always have her best interests at heart. I want you as far away from Konoha as possible, but will settle for out of view so I can at least pretend. Asuma was tempted to leave it there but knew it would end up being brought up anyway due to the permissions he had received from Iroh. That is not to say you are not welcome to visit the village of your birth on both personal trips and in a more professional capacity. As our daimyo's ally, it simply cannot continue to be your residence. I see. Naruto tilted his head in thought. And my professional capacity as a Konohagakure no Sato shinobi? He inquired. A manila folder he assumed was his official record was slid across the aged oak of the Hokage's desk. With a quick brow raised towards Asuma, he turned his attention to it, slipping open the folder to skim over the first document in the stack. Discharge paperwork should have been his first assumption, really. He still took a minute to read through it, noting with increased skepticism the facts that he was being discharged honorably due to political conflict, and was still being made eligible for Konoha shinobi retirement benefits. It was only at genin level naturally, which provided only minor medical benefits and a small discount on alcohol at select stores, but that was honestly much more than he would have expected. The main thing was that he would still technically be a registered shinobi. Just not an active one. That was perhaps more considerate than Naruto would have given Asuma credit for. Unless there was another reason for him to remain. Naruto took a second to contemplate that before a knowing grin spread across his lips. You're a sly man, Godame Dano. In times of war, Konoha could call upon an active but still capable shinobi to defend her. It was generally accepted that those shinobi would be assigned positions and roles that kept them off the front lines, typically meaning they became active to protect the village itself while everyone else was gone, but there was nothing that actually stopped them from being assigned missions after being reactivated. So Naruto would still be a shinobi who could be called upon to defend Konoha despite the fact that he was being asked to leave due to his status as daimyo. A dishonorable discharge would have made it so he couldn't rejoin the active shinobi forces of Konoha and would have been a significantly more effective severance of his ties with the village. Sending him away but keeping away to technically call him back, that was more deceptive than Naruto would have given him credit for, but he supposed he should have expected something from Hiruzen's son. Blunt and direct he may have preferred to be, but that was no reason to forget that he was still a jounin. Of course, they both knew that even if Naruto was called to serve Konoha in time of war, there was really no way to force him. His duties as a daimyo would far outshine his duties as a former Konoha shinobi, both legally and socially. At most he might look bad for not going back and helping Konoha, but all he had to do was make a move that would aid Konoha during that war in order to have contributed positively. A sudden realization struck the young daimyo, and the look he gave Asuma became appraising. He had either done this to ensure ties with Naruto himself, or he had done this to establish ties between Konoha and Nami no Kuni in case Konoha ever needed their help and Naruto couldn't actually tell which one the man had been aiming for. Both, perhaps, if he was anything like his father. I don't know what you could be referring to. No, Naruto grinned. Of course you don't. He peered down at the open file again as his grin vanished. Flipping it closed, he pushed it to the side of the desk and leaned forward slightly, hands coming together in a pose close to Asuma's own. But let's say I don't agree, what then? I like Konoha, I don't particularly care for the thought of leaving. What would you say to that, Godame Dano? Another silence filled the room, growing heavier by the second. I could not force you technically. Asuma finally broke the silence. But you do understand that would put you against me and thus against Konoha. It wouldn't put me against Konoha, I'll never be against Konoha. If anything, Konoha would be going against me. But purple eyes burned into Asuma's eyes. That's already happened, hasn't it? Naruto relaxed back into his chair, hands settling on the armrests. For a few seconds he closed his eyes and took calming breaths to keep himself from becoming at all heated. He didn't want to come anywhere close to losing his cool during this meeting. He had to ensure he remained perfectly calm. By your actions my children lost their lives in Mizu no Kuni. I will not forget that, Sarutobi, but I can understand that we were both supporting different sides of a conflict we really had no right to involve ourselves in. A pointed look was sent towards the Godame. Even if I know you only started to support the rebellion in order to oppose me, I cannot say I'm free of blame from that situation, though it should have never come to your attention. That was my mistake. Fine, then Konoha would continue to be against you. Is that what you'd prefer? An amused snort left Naruto. Don't presume to threaten me, boy. You don't control nearly as much of Konoha as you might think you do. Black eyes blinked at the sheer audacity of Naruto's words, momentarily unable to comprehend the fact that he had just been addressed as a child by someone well over a decade his junior. There was also something else that seemed off as the young man spoke, something about his presence that went from a mature shinobi to something that seemed so much older than they appeared. He hated every fiber of his being for the traitorous thought that flitted through his head, but compared to the age of the being before him, Asuma was just a boy. Somehow, with notable effort, he managed to dismiss the thought and compose himself. It had to be those eyes, those damnable eyes. They were both intensely bright and unbearably heavy, throwing the weight of countless lifetimes at anyone who they fell upon. But those lifetimes had not made them world-weary. No, the piercing light of those eyes were of an unbroken will, one that would withstand the entire world burning down around them and would work alone to rebuild it, one brick and one seed at a time. They weren't human, Asuma decided. They couldn't be. And this was coming from a Konoha native, someone who grew up in the village known for possessing the two most famous Jujutsu. As strange as the Sharingan and Byakugan were, they still seemed human. These purple orbs were completely alien. Asuma didn't know what they belonged on, but it wasn't a human. There was also the fact that Naruto was right in a way. The daimyo didn't actually know what Asuma was aware about when it came to him, but Naruto and his wolves had a lot of support throughout Konoha itself. Between the Yamanaka, the Inuzuka, and the Hyuga, he was already in a very secure position. At his mother, the head of the still politically intimidating Uzumaki, even after death the bastards refused to give up without a fight. The weight of that name continued to be absolutely terrifying. Despite only having 2 living members and actually making any overt moves against him would have disastrous results. That was to say nothing about any influence his wolves might have over other Konoha civilians, because he didn't actually know any of their identities. For all he knew, some of them sat as part of the civilian council, which would give them their own resources to dedicate to Naruto's needs. And finally, of course, there was the influence he held over other Konoha shinobi. The fact that Naruto had let himself in when 2 Anbu had been guarding the door had not gone unnoticed by Asuma. He was going to need to comb through their ranks for possible wolves again, but the unfortunate reality was that some of his Anbu were likely wolf, or at least Naruto sympathizers rather than members themselves. That would be the single group Asuma didn't want to have any ties to the wolves. Even if there were less of them, having a team of elite shinobi that he knew had no loyalties to the wolves would have been quite comforting, almost like an incorruptible private army. That thought reminded him of another private army in Konoha he'd been unable to prove the existence of or remove from her Great Wall's route. As much as Danzo always said routes served the interests of Konoha, or so Hiruzen had always told Asuma, he felt pretty confident in saying the man and his agents would probably side with Naruto too should things come to it. Probably claiming something like supporting the future of the Great Tree or some other such rot. Altogether that left Asuma with the Nara Akimichi and Aburaim for major shinobi clans and the Sarutobi as a political weight. With 2 Kage from it, and their close ties to the first 2 Hokage, the Sarutobi clan carried its own impressive weight. It wasn't quite the ancient Uzumaki or the Senju, which now that he thought about it would probably aid Kushina in supporting Naruto if she were to do anything, but it was something at least. To be perfectly honest, Asuma was completely outnumbered, and if Naruto ever claimed his father's name, there would be no way to get him out of Konoha if he didn't actually want to go. There was a goddamn reason Asuma was asking rather than trying to force him out. There was no way he could have someone so rooted. Evidently Danzo had stopped by to visit Hiruzen too many times in his office in Konoha when they had their own agenda. Even if parts of it did align with Konoha's interests, there would come a time when enough of it didn't that the two entities would come into conflict. If that was to happen, it would result in civil war. Asuma would not be putting Konoha through that, and like his father with the Uchiha, he would be nipping that in the bud as swiftly as he could. Unfortunately, in this case, he couldn't just use force to get the job done. Where was an Uchiha Itachi when you needed one? Then again, there was a good chance they were sitting on the other side of the desk. This time they would not be siding with Konoha over their family. Everything's going to be fine, stop worrying. Sim's voice was between a whisper and a groan as the master continued to work on her back. Gods know you had enough stress and knots to keep these gentlemen in business for a year before you entered. You don't need to be adding to that while they work. Sorry. Mai did her best to relax back onto the table, keenly aware of the well-practiced hands and the thin sheet that separated them from her skin. Sim had gone without bold and brash as ever, and she was probably having the better experience for it, but Mai hadn't been keen on the idea of masseurs over masseuses. The idea alone made her uncomfortable, and if not for the fact that they'd already booked the appointment before learning the usual masseuses were going to be unavailable today, she would have called it off entirely. You know I can't help it, trouble always finds him so easily. Him? Mai could hear the grin in Sim's voice, and her groan was only partially caused by the hands working just under her shoulder blades. I knew it would just be him you're worried about. Sure, it still stung a little considering it was 2 of them on vacation, but he had been the one to provide this opportunity in the first place, and Sim was very much aware how deeply Mai felt for him. Of course it's just him, he's the one trouble's attracted to. Mai huffed. The others just enable him to engage with it. Have some faith, he's a big boy. Besides, no matter what trouble he does get himself in, he still has everyone else there to drag his ass from the fire. They'll have him safe and ready for you to yell at on your return. That earned a smile from Naruto's second-in-command. Yeah, I guess they will. She relaxed more fully into the bed, much to the masseur's appreciation. If nothing else, I'm sure Hanabi will probably be keeping him in line. That girl was already a fantastic assistant. Mai had no doubts she would be able to step up in her absence to be the one who knocked sense back into Naruto whenever he got into one of his moods. Girl had a hell of a glare on her too, which would really help keep him in line. She hoped. A civil war is the last thing you'd want to break out in Konoha. Asuma, while certain wolf negligence would bring their enemies to his village, also knew that Naruto and his dogs were fond of the village they called home. If he could make use of that, he would. Is it? Naruto returned with a raised brow and a challenging expression. Civil wars are usually considered beneficial, the people fighting for what's best for their home and changing things that upset them. There was a pointed look to the Godain, with that indicating that he would be the primary thing to change. Besides, didn't Konoha just support a civil war in Kirigakure? It sounds like you're not too against them yourself, so maybe that's exactly what we need. Asuma was acutely aware of the bead of sweat making its way down the back of his head and over his neck to vanish into his Hokage robes. Naruto and his allies would almost certainly win that conflict, though not without a serious amount of Konoha casualties. That weakened Konoha would not be in a good position globally to support Iroha's recent conquests, and would be a prime target for their old rival Iwagakure, or the always-ready Kumogakure shinobi. Not only would those who supported Asuma be in serious trouble if that civil war broke out, all the civilians would be both during and after, due to the inevitable conflict with other villages or some of the wolves' enemies coming for their new village. As Hokage Asuma knew he couldn't allow that. But bowling to the whims of the wolves that wouldn't end up with them in a much better position either. A lot of Konoha blood would be unnecessarily shed if it came to that. It will only come to that if you force my hand, Sarutobi. Naruto returned to a lounging position entirely inappropriate for both the present company and the serious matter being discussed, but something about it just seemed right as Asuma examined him for any hint of hesitation or bluff. The young man was completely serious, and entirely willing to ignite a civil war within the village he claimed to love so much. The still silence of the room was charged with tension and fell heavy on Asuma's shoulders as he stared into the unflinching purple eyes of Nami no Kuni's daimyo. I'll need a week, possibly two. Naruto's voice cracked through the tension like a whip, breaking the silence and momentarily catching Asuma off guard. Why, I'll need at least a week. Naruto repeated slowly as if to a child. Possibly two. It takes time to move people and assets, you know. Wait, Asuma's black eyes widened with a surprise he couldn't quite disguise as he connected Naruto's words to the original subject of their discussion. You're actually leaving? Naruto interrupted him with a lazy, dismissive wave of one hand. Don't be so surprised, Sarutobi. I have plenty of projects underway, and quite frankly, Konoha is a bit too cramped to fit them all at the moment. But this whole time Asuma was still trying to figure out why the young daimyo would be so open to playing along with the Godame's wishes when he had just spent the entirety of their meeting so staunchly opposing him. I never said we weren't going to, Sarutobi. I asked what you would do if I said no. Naruto gave him a singularly unimpressed look. This was my first time meeting you. After all, I wanted to know the sort of man who had replaced Hiruzen as Konoha's Kage. The young daimyo shook his head with a wave of crimson. You have a long way to go if you ever hope to match up to your father, but I suppose that's to be expected. He's gone through all of the shinobi world wars and ruled the village for decades. It's only natural that he would be leagues ahead of any possible replacement. Purple eyes bored through Asuma's very being. But there is a fire in you. Poorly directed perhaps, but still present. I think with enough years in those robes you'll make a fine Hokage. The look became pointed. That is, if you can manage to not get yourself killed by picking inane fights with those who outrank you, outpower you, and who have only good intentions for Konoha's continued prosperity. Naruto stood up from his chair and turned to the door, the bag of fine sand hidden in his robes opening to form a hand that returned the chair to its rightful place and confirmed that he did in fact contain the Ichibi within him to the Godame. 2 weeks gives me until the end of the month. Sarutobi will be gone before you turn the page of your calendar. The door opened and shut for the passing of the young man who was easily the world's youngest daimyo at the moment, leaving Asuma to stare blankly at its aged wood. Had it really just been as easy as asking? He almost couldn't believe it, and his shinobi instincts were screaming at him that he must have missed something, but Naruto had said he and his wolves would be leaving Konoha. As long as he kept a close eye on them during the 2 weeks they would be here, everything should be fine. Right. Black eyes blinked slowly twice and then locked onto the manila folder sitting innocently on his desk. Whispering a string of curses, he realized the young daimyo hadn't actually signed the paperwork. Maybe he was planning something after all. Gods, it couldn't be that hard to kill them, could it? Orochimaru frowned down at the papers before him. Most of them were his attempts to separate each and every beneficial function of his seals so Naruto would be able to properly recreate a superior version for his own use, but his thoughts couldn't quite stay focused on that when he knew his godson, his beloved Crimson Prince, was putting himself in a position that opposed actual deities. Orochimaru was no stranger to gods or beings powerful enough to be considered such, but he had never tried to destroy one. The beings of the deep cells seemed mostly content with ruling over the other abominations and monstrosities contained within in exchange for regular sacrifice, and it was a system that kept both in check, so Orochimaru had been loath to meddle with it. Normally he was all for poking and prodding the world to learn every tiny secret and exploit it for his own benefit, but even he didn't want to risk that when there was so much raw power involved. He couldn't even comprehend some of the powers he had witnessed during the original experiments and subsequent sealing of the deep cells, and not for a lack of knowledge on his part. There were simply some things so beyond humans that no amount of studying and discovering would ever allow them to wrap their heads around the impossibilities that were so casually ignored by those things. Orochimaru wasn't one to unsettle. Ever, but those things unnerved even him. There was a reason he took such great care to keep it secure and to keep those within placated. Honestly, ignoring death, rather dying without having learned everything the world had to offer, those cells were the only thing Orochimaru would ever admit legitimately scared him. Things that were balancing on the finest of wires, and one little mishap could end the world. He was so desperate to learn. But if he didn't know how to kill one of those, how was he supposed to figure out killing something like the very sun itself? He didn't actually know which was stronger, but for as old as the things in the deep cells where he knew that was absolutely ancient. The golden serpent had probably watched the beings of the deep cells as they first formed and scoffed at the children who fled from his light to cower in their caves, and probably still gazed longingly at his light, licking their lips and wishing nothing more than to devour it and make its glorious power their own. They would be burned to nothing should they ever attempt it, Orochimaru thought. It only made sense because if they were capable of devouring O's light, he had no doubts they would have done so already. The gluttonous darkness was not known for its restraint. That really didn't help him, and more importantly Naruto any, considering he didn't know how to defeat those lesser gods. Sealkeeper might actually be of use for that purpose, he just couldn't figure out how. Briefly he toyed with the idea of sealing a god into a person like some sort of Jinchuriki, but he dismissed it almost immediately. There was no way in hell something like that would ever work, right? Hanabi! Naruto's voice carried clearly through the building that couldn't quite be called an apartment anymore as he strode through the door and towards his office. By the time he had passed the first hallway, she had managed to appear at his side. The girl was already so similar to Mai it was a bit scary sometimes. Yes, Naruto-sama? Gather your team, the wolves will be leaving Konoha. She stopped mid-step as the words processed fully. Wait, we're leaving? The Godame is rather nervous about our continued operations in Konoha. He offered a small chuckle at the notion that their presence would be in any way detrimental, but he did understand where Asuma was coming from. He wouldn't want some foreign force operating within Nami or within the wolves themselves. Well, with the exception of Mai's personal forces, but they were going to be the top wolves in the future when she took over, so it was good for them to start distancing them from the others now so they could take their rightful places at Amaterasu's side upon her ascension. And we're getting a bit cramped within her walls anyway. It's time to move somewhere a bit more amiable to our needs. Okay, that made sense to her. It's not like she really cared for being in Konoha at the moment anyway. She couldn't exactly go outside without raising questions among the populace, and she was sure there were still plenty of branch members who might hold a grudge. Somewhere else would actually allow her more freedom than she currently enjoyed, and that sounded pretty good to her. Wait. Cream eyes widened in realization. Somewhere? She asked. Are we not going to Nami? No. Naruto didn't slow his stride or turn back as he continued to his office. That's not the plan. If we do end up in Nami, it will just be temporary. We have a team already working to secure a new base for us. Hopefully they can be ready. Hanabi considered it for a second. More wolves had been drawn back to Konoha to help with some recent projects, but overall there weren't that many here. The majority of them were already in Nami no Kuni, so if he intended to only relocate those currently in Konoha, it wouldn't be too difficult. In fact, the hardest part would be ensuring they gathered all documents and records and managing to keep them semi-organized during the transition. That was probably the reason he called for her. That part was going to be her job. The first project she was to tackle on her own that hadn't been her own idea, her first proper task from Tsukuyomi's right hand. I'll have my team prepare our records for transfer and notify the others to begin packing their things. When do you want us out of here? Today? No. There's too much to be done for that. The team in Kuni hasn't even sent back their first report yet. I told the Godame we would be out of here by the end of the month. We have 2 weeks. That was much more doable, and Hanabi breathed an internal sigh of relief. This was a simple project, and as long as she kept everyone focused and on track, they could be ready to go within the week at a leisurely pace. Then it was just a matter of ensuring it stayed that way. I understand. Is there anything else I should know? No, Naruto's red hair shook ahead of her. But if you come across the snake woman and want to tell her that we'll be leaving, you're welcome to. I really don't care if she knows or not. That time Hanabi stopped completely in the middle of the hallway. Snake woman? Had she missed something? 5 golden snakes curled into tight coils, heads lying flat against the wooden floors in subservience, as they beheld the being before them. Surely she was a great serpent to have such a unique form. Only one with the favor of Glorious O himself would be granted such an honor. Only 2 of them were both old enough and well learned to recognize the being before them for what it was, a.k.a. Jian, the favored priestesses of O. The last had been tempted away from the father long ago after the mortal faith had dwindled and the other temples had been ravaged by time, nature, and men who had no idea what sacred grounds their feet rested upon. He had whispered into their hearts as they continued to tend the Akijin temple, and one by one had been drawn away from their sacred duties. It was said that Okanajer had been so flattered by their forms that he hadn't been able to resist not having them for himself, but most of O's children, those who knew the stories, at least suspected he had done it solely to remove the last bits of influence his father had over the mortal world at the time. There was a reason Akianji's sacrifice had been so important. But the AK giant before them could not have been one of those tempted away so long ago, for she still shone brightly with the radiance of O, and they could taste the presence of the father in the very air around her. There was no doubt she had been recently in his direct presence, and that alone spoke of the favor she must hold in his eyes more than her form ever could. Blessed AK giant, one of them muttered just loudly enough to be heard in the otherwise silent room. As the other three realized what that meant, an almost palpable feeling of excitement began to charge the air. If this was an AK giant, what could they be there for? Surely it must be for some great machination of some task that would put into motion something spectacular. What purpose of has brought us to this place? The High Priest wishes to test us following the failings of one of your siblings. She meant Ashen, but technically from the High Priest's perspective anyway, Aya fit into that too. She also didn't believe it necessary to mention the little fact that he wasn't actually the High Priest at the moment, or that this task would determine whether he would ever be. She would rather they not mention the amulet around her neck either, so she wouldn't have to make up some sort of story for that too. I have been given the details of this task and will be working with you as we fulfill it. It was a way to say she had needed help without actually saying she needed help, and she was pretty sure none of them had made the connection. Probably because they were still trying to wrap their heads around being in the presence of an AK giant, she was still trying to wrap her head around the fact that she now was one, and because the thought of an AK giant needing assistance would have seemed absurd to them. What task does he have for us? The other, older though nowhere near the age of Akishi herself, Snake asked, lifting her head just enough to be able to observe the human-like face of the AK giant. It was wrong in a way, but also strangely beautiful. They wondered if this was similar to what the mother looked like. We are to infiltrate the palace of the human lord of Kuni, remove him and his family, and then assume their identities. Naruto's plans afterwards to have the imposters use their new influence to benefit his human servants went unsaid. They didn't need to worry about that until after they had actually managed to pull it off. Just a human lord? The two eldest shared a look while the three younger seemed almost abuzz in excitement at the idea of having a task from the High Priest delivered to them by an AK giant. Surely removing him is no difficult task. If it was just him, yes. Akishi's eyes narrowed at the older Snake who spoke. But his entire family must be removed simultaneously to avoid suspicion, and their replacements must be ready immediately. That is to say nothing about ensuring the replacements know and act in ways identical to the true lord and his family. The other older serpent spoke up next. With what are we to replace them? That, Akishi grimaced slightly, is our test. All five of the snakes immediately understood that this task wasn't going to be so simple after all. A report on your current status and the condition of the laboratory are required immediately in light of recent developments within Konohagakure no Sato. It is critical to know if the laboratory is inhabitable as it currently is, or how long it will take to make habitable in the barest sense of the word as we relocate Konohagakure operations to outside of Hai no Kuni by the end of the month. I will expect to receive these reports by the hand of the sibling I have sent carrying these orders, and they have been instructed to provide you with no more than 14 hours to provide said reports to ensure they are able to return to me with ample time to act upon them. Expect a second wolf with word of my decisions and further instructions for you and your team. Naruto signed the letter in pen before adding the seal of the House of Wolves and his personal seal as Tsukuyomi. He debated adding all three, but in the end this really wasn't a matter of Nami no Kuni directly. That, and it was already more formal than he suspected Gaja would be able to recognize. Just sending a wolf to tell him that Naruto needed immediate updates on the status of Orochimaru's old laboratory would have sufficed, but if he was going to do something he might as well do it properly. It also did some good helping him organize his own thoughts and priorities. There wasn't too much to be done, but the intention was for them not to return to Konoha. They had to make sure they had everything they needed prepared the first time. He was going to need to find a realtor for the den too, wasn't he? Bah, he'd see if Danzo wanted it first. He had more important things to worry about than reality. Speaking of which, the landlady was still running the upper floors of the apartments that had more or less become the diplomatic offices of Tsukuyomi here in Konoha. Technically they had bought the whole thing, but he was wondering if it was worth keeping ties to it while they were gone. It would be easy enough to just hand over the reins to her completely, but having the option of a place to stay should he ever return to Konoha was also tempting. And while Nami no Kuni and her wolves weren't hurting for cash, it was kind of wasteful to completely ignore the opportunity for income. Actually, were they making any income from the apartments? He was going to have to find the agreement to figure that out, because he couldn't quite remember if the landlady was still receiving the full amount from other occupants in exchange for managing the building, or if she was just being paid from what the wolves were taking in. Normally he could just ask Mai. She had even drawn up the agreement in this case, but she was still off on a well-deserved vacation with Sim, and her current replacement probably wasn't even aware they owned the building. He scribbled down a note to find the agreement at some point, and turned to the next letter he was going to have to prepare. He hated to bother her while she was getting some much-needed rest, but he doubted Mai would appreciate returning to Konoha just to discover they had all left. A quick look at his calendar that was much more bare than it should have been. He really needed to remember to add things to it more frequently. Confirmed that she was due to return on the 3rd, right after he had told the Godame that they would be out of Konoha. He might have found her scowls quite cute, but as attractive as she was angry, he was not going to risk her wrath for something of this caliber. He was quite fond of living after all. To the Lady Amaterasu of Nami no Kuni's House of Wolves, first seat of the Lesser Wave Court. A knocking on his door was quickly followed by the sound of it opening as Orochimaru poked Sasuke's head into his office. Naruto-kun, I heard something strange from your wolves. They were talking about leaving Konoha? Naruto raised a brow with his question. That would be because we are. We'll be gone by the end of the month. But Orochimaru seemed deeply confused, an expression that didn't seem to fit Sasuke's face very well. Why? There's so much we're still working on. Why would we leave now? We've been planning to leave anyway. He gave a dismissive wave of his hand as he turned back to the letter he was writing, but he continued to speak. It's the whole reason we're looking into your old laboratory. You're right about the projects too, but we have too many to maintain both proper secrecy and decent efficiency. We need more room. Mostly, however, it's because the Godame is more than a little nervous about our presence in his village and has asked us to leave. You don't have to listen to him, Naruto-kun Hokage, or no. He looked back up at the snake sage, his brow rising once again. Thank you, Orochimaru, I'm well aware of that. We were already planning to leave. I don't see any reason not to accelerate our timetable a bit to placate Sarutobi. He's caused some problems, but he's not a major threat. He is, however, the one in charge of Hai no Kuni's hidden village. He's tied to the daimyo. Orochimaru connected, earning a nod from Naruto as he resumed writing. Yes. Just as we're allied with Iroh, he in a sense works for the man. Or at the very least they have a working relationship, as any daimyo and kage should have. I'm not going to play tug-of-war with Iroh's favor when Nizu no Kuni made it obvious the man's already playing both sides. You're sure? Orochimaru suspected, but he had never seen anything concrete to confirm such a suspicion. Konoha has been neutral in the matters of the rebellion since they started. Do you think Hiruzen was unwilling or unable to help? No, it was just politics. They couldn't move to help without Iroha's permission because it could have been seen as an attempt at a hostile takeover, especially when Yagura was both rightful Kage and the acting daimyo. Asuma wouldn't have done it either, no matter how much he wanted to try to knock us down, unless he had received permission. He's been courting Iroha's favor since Kaze no Kuni's invasion. He wouldn't throw it away so easily. Those were good points. Still nothing proven, but a solid enough reasoning that Orochimaru could be reasonably certain of it. Besides, Naruto's lips twisted into a small smirk. When there are 3 players, why wouldn't you turn 2 against each other? There was something about the way he said that, and the expression on his face, that had Orochimaru wondering if he was missing something. You mean? Iroh's black eyes widened as the realization struck him. You're talking about you. You're turning them against each other, but how? Nothing too serious, some distrust between them at most, but I do wonder what Iroh will think about his Kage removing his ally from a place he could keep an eye on him? Who knows what I'll be getting up to, especially when I'm no longer being distracted by him turning Asuma and I against each other. Iroh isn't the type to suffer rivals, you know, and I have the potential of becoming one, especially if Asuma and I had started working against him together. But the other side Orochimaru started before that filled itself in as well. If you're not working together, Asuma might have done something to you. What's to say he won't be brash enough to go after Iroh himself after that? Exactly. Iroh has managed more than any other Kage in recent history. He's going to be worried about holding on to that now. It would be the perfect time for a village of shinobi to revolt, and their Kage to establish himself as the new ruler of Hai no Kuni. Wasn't Asuma one of his guards at some point? Of course. Naruto's smile widened just a bit more. Who better to plan an assassination? Sometimes Orochimaru really did wonder if this was his godson or if he had impregnated Kushina without remembering it somehow. The young man before him reminded him of himself so much sometimes it was almost unnerving. Almost, but not quite. Orochimaru actually found it quite endearing. I need a map, one that shows your human countries and where your lords reside. The wolf jumped, hands shooting to their chest in a futile effort to calm a frantically beating heart, as Akishi slithered up behind them with her demands. Bite Tsukuyami, you, the wolf continued, turning around only to freeze as they beheld the being before them for the first time. What a map you humans make them, don't you? It took a few seconds for their mind to reboot enough to actually respond. A map? Why, yeah, we have maps. Akishi was less than impressed with this servant of the priest, especially when his attention seemed to gravitate for her chest for some reason. Good, get me one. I need to figure out where this Kuni is. Why, yeah, of course. Despite his words, he didn't seem to be making any effort to move. Before Akishi could say anything else, however, another voice echoed down the hallway. Do you have those reports yet, Yako? It shouldn't have taken this long. Hanabi trailed off as she began staring at the half-snake woman before her. Oh, she realized. So this is what he was talking about. One of these days she'd figure out why so much weird shit happened around the wolves. Or for the sake of her sanity, she hoped she would. He hadn't changed out of his daimyo robes, he realized as he approached the Hyuga compound, the matter brought to his attention by the unusually high number of stairs to follow him as he walked through the village. Then again, it could just be that Asuma had released his other identity to the masses, either officially or otherwise, and they were just staring gobsmacked at a very, very young daimyo quite a ways away from home. Naruto was fairly certain that wasn't the case, though he didn't see any benefit Asuma may have gained to release that while he was still here, lest he inadvertently pull more support to the daimyo, and risked Naruto changing his mind and deciding he liked Konoha even more when they all knew who he was. Unless Asuma had done so, banking on the opposite, hoping all the attention would be irritating enough to drive him away. It was hard to tell because, as blunt and straightforward as the man preferred to be, he was still a Sarutobi, and Naruto's experience with them said it was ill-advised to underestimate just how crafty they could be. Asuma was inexperienced and ill-suited for the role of Hokage, but he wasn't a moron. Just a bit overzealous in his approaches. That was, Naruto felt, a very gracious and polite description of the man's tendency to try tackling perceived problems head first. Not the best or most advisable course of action, but he supposed the Raikage had been doing it for a while and they were still around, so it couldn't be too bad. Well, it could be, but it wouldn't destroy Konoha. Probably. He supposed that wasn't going to really be his responsibility soon, at least not directly, considering he was going to be outside of Hai no Kuni. That was part of the reason for this visit. The other part was something he'd been meaning to do for far too long, and the fact that he was only going to be doing it now, just 2 weeks before they left, made him feel like kind of an ass. What had he been so busy doing that he couldn't have arranged this before? He could have given instructions to a wolf, an AHD, the matter settled with less than 5 minutes of his time. Even now there was no reason he needed to be the one doing this besides the fact that he would need to apologize for being so late at the same time. Technically a wolf could have covered that part too, it simply wouldn't have been the same. The Hyuga gate came into view and he dismissed the thought for the time being. Business first, then he could focus on other things. He was sure they had seen him a while ago, or they would have if they were doing their jobs properly, but the 2 former branch members snapped into a more attentive pose as he took the final dozen steps to the gate. I'm here to see Hinata no Mikoto. Even as he spoke, they had already begun opening the gates for him. All members of the Hyuga clan were aware that Naruto held immense favor in their goddess's eyes, much more than anyone actually part of the Hyuga clan. Some were rather disgruntled by this fact, but none dared to question it or act out against him in fear of displeasing the young goddess. Of course, we'll have someone inform her that you've arrived. No, Naruto waved them off without pausing in his stride. I'll make my way to her. Is she in her office? They didn't get a chance to answer as one of Hinata's wolf guards caught his attention, and knowing who he would be looking for gestured in a different direction. No, not the office. He muttered just loudly enough for them to hear as he entered the compound proper. She's in Hayashi's garden. The two guards shared an unnerved look, wondering how he could have known exactly where she was within the compound. They didn't really like any idea that came to them, especially the idea that she was somehow calling him to her location. An outsider shouldn't be more favored than her own mortal family, it just wasn't right. Fortunately for them, they held their silence. After all, who were they to question fate? If his fate brought him closer to Hinata no Mikoto, they would just have to accept it. Accept it, and hope that fate also led to an imminent burial so someone more worthy could be the goddess's favorite. Hayashi's gardens were named such because they happened to be right outside the man's window. Hinata, gentle soul she was, hadn't had the heart to kill or banish her father, and instead had placed him under house arrest in a room she'd had more or less turned into a studio apartment. He spent most of his time having little else to do, sitting next to the barred window and observing the gardens. Hinata had ordered a small shelf to be built right under she window when she learned of it, so that several potted plants could be placed there for him to care for. There were more in the room, but with the shelf he was able to tend to them while seeing the greater garden. It was the closest thing to properly enjoying the gardens she could provide for him, and he appreciated it even if his face continued to remain locked in a scowl he had kept up since the Branch family's revolt. It wasn't the usual neutral expression, or the disappointed frown that the Hyuga main family had perfected over generations, but a legitimate scowl, as if all existence around him was in some way distasteful. The only times it ever seemed to soften was when Hinata herself paid him a visit, sitting on a chair placed outside his window for that very purpose. The former Branch family wasn't very comfortable with her speaking to the man and benign so close while she did so, though to be fair they weren't too pleased that he still drew breath, especially when they still had to provide him with meals and ensure he was taken care of, as if they hadn't overthrown the main family to escape such servitude to the main family. But the words of the goddess were law, and if she desired to visit with the man they couldn't stop her. At least they could draw some small manner of comfort from the fact that she kept one of her wolf guards nearby while she did so, though the more keen Hyuga had realized that had been done solely to put them at ease. It made sense too, for what did the goddess have to fear from a caged man? Nothing. Surely she was a kind and wise goddess that led them to do something so painfully unnecessary just to comfort them in their mortal fears. Those who had realized it only had their faith in the young goddess grow stronger, as they found themselves humbled by her simple thoughtfulness. A wolf currently leaned against the eastern wall of the courtyard, one eye on the goddess, as she retold her week to the former clan head with gentle words. Were the wolf a Hyuga, they could probably read her lips, but that would be rude. Of course, if they were a Hyuga, they might also believe that Hinata was an actual goddess. Ridiculous, every wolf knew it was the work of a real deity who had given her the appearance of divinity in their eyes. If they had known it was Naruto's touch that was capable of freeing them from the shackles of their previous fate, they might start worshipping the right god. For whatever reason, Tsukuyomi didn't seem bothered by it in the slightest, and while the wolves might wonder about it, they would never dare question him and his decisions. Well, except but that was a sacred duty given to her by Tsukuyomi himself. He might have been a god, but he was still fallible, a bitter truth they only accepted because he would tell you so himself. If you asked a wolf, though, there was a pretty good chance they would say otherwise and that the world just failed to obey. Those wolves assigned to this false goddess were some such wolves. It was for that reason their other eye, the one they were actually paying attention to, was focused down the walkway to their right. Hinata's guard knew that Naruto could stop by to visit Hinata at any time, and they all held on to hope that it would be while they were on guard, so they would have the opportunity to be in his presence again for even just a few moments. Those in Nami had it easy, Hinata's guards thought, because while they didn't get to see Naruto often either, they were at least greatly separated from him. The wolves in the Hyuga compound knew he was nearby but had to accept the fact that he didn't regularly visit the Hyuga clan. As the figure of her god appeared on the wooden walkways, Hinata's current guard went from slouching against the wall to standing at sharp attention, fist slamming into her heart in the Konoha salute Naruto had shamelessly stolen for his forces. Hayashi saw this from the corner of his eye as Hinata continued speaking to him, and his own attention snapped over to the walkway to see what had caused such a reaction in his daughter's guard. It took her a moment to realize he was no longer looking at her, but Hinata peered over her shoulder for some glimpse at whatever had caught her father's attention. As soon as she saw her guard saluting, she knew exactly who had come to visit. Even just seeing the side of her face, Hayashi did not miss the way his daughter's face lit up, and a second later he saw who it was to cause it. Naruto. He should have known. Hayashi had mixed feelings about the former Uzumaki prince. On one hand, the boy had no doubt had a hand in the branch family's revolt. The wolves made it pretty obvious, which led to the deaths of each main member with the exception of himself. Hanabi might have been fine considering she had been with her class watching the Chunin exams when the branch family made their move, but he hadn't heard anything about her, and Hinata didn't seem to know where she was either. On the other hand, the part he played had been good for Hinata, and it was difficult for him to be displeased about that fact. Just seeing her light up was a treat in itself, but he would have preferred if the one whose visit had her so excited wasn't also the one who had quite literally ripped the family apart. Okay, maybe that wasn't completely fair. The rift had already been there, and had been widening for years. He had just been one of the catalysts that allowed the branch family to finally sever themselves and take the entirety of the clan for themselves. Yes, he would remain bitter about that, but if only in his mind he would admit he was a sore loser, and his loss still smarted. It stung his pride, but the much younger Naruto had without a doubt won their little game. Only it wasn't nearly as small as Hayashi had first suspected. He had no way to prepare for something like this to unfold during its course. Who would have expected carefully chosen words to be dashed apart by swift actions and treachery within his own family? He hadn't taken things seriously enough. Why would he ever suspect Naruto had been a legitimate threat, and not just an interesting conversational partner over dinner? What a fucking mistake, but how would things have changed if he had taken him seriously? Would he really have been able to stop someone from taking advantage of the animosity that had festered for so long? It was a miracle no one had done so previously when you took the time to think about it. All someone would have to do is offer support, and give the branch family the confidence they needed to actually go through with it. Seal or no, with how outnumbered they were, there was no way the main family could actually fend them off. Fear had been the only thing holding the family together, and even Hayashi could see that was no way for a family to function. Perhaps this was all for the best. As his daughter stood up from her chair without another word to him, he had to remind himself that the world outside his window was his no longer, and he was just here to observe. His life had been taken the day the branch family revolted. He simply hadn't been allowed to die yet, and he was both too stubborn and too prideful to even consider forcing the issue. The red-headed young man walked confidently down the wooden walkways as if he belonged among the noble Hyuga clan, his form covered in deep purple silks and accented with gold. Compared to the plain black robes he had worn, this outfit seemed to scream that he was a noble of suitable standing to not just be in the Hyuga clan as a guest, but that the Hyuga themselves should be honored that he had stopped to visit them. Without looking, one of his hands reached out to pat the head of Hinata's guard as he passed, and despite her mask, her body language seemed to radiate with satisfaction from the small gesture. The influence he had over Hinata's guards was concerning even if they were his wolves, but it took another second for Hayashi to realize that they were reacting to Naruto in a way similar to the branch members in his daughter's presence. They saw him as a god. The realization hit Hayashi hard, not because it explained their fanaticism or because it showed just how dangerous the young man he had underestimated really was, but because Hayashi could see it. And by the gods, he hated himself for it. Chapter 123 Serpent's Plot. Hanabi's pale eyes scanned up and down the being before her, confirming she really was seeing what she thought she was. Convinced she wasn't hallucinating, she gave a small nod of acceptance, and turned her attention to Yako. "Did you find those reports I wanted yet?" "Why, yeah." Half aware, he lifted a hand towards her manila folders hanging loosely from his fingers. She snatched them from his grasp before he had the opportunity to drop them or spill their contents, and then promptly smacked him in the head with them none too gently. Considering the height difference, it was moderately impressive. "You've seen breasts before, Yako. Get your ass back to work." It took another second or two for him to respond, moving away from the humanoid snake and past the head of administration. As he did, Hanabi was able to hear him mutter, "Not on a snake, though." And she had to admit he had a point. Why did a snake even have breasts? They weren't mammals, though she supposed the human half of her might have been. But could you really be half mammal? Naturally, probably not, but Hanabi had a pretty good feeling that the woman before her was not something that had occurred naturally in the slightest. Call it a hunch. Her subordinate back on track. Hopefully Hanabi realized it didn't really matter anymore what the snake did with its breasts were entirely hers. Business. Naruto was obviously aware of her presence, not that he seemed to care all that much for it when he brought her up, so Hanabi shouldn't have to worry about whatever it was they were doing here. He had mentioned informing her of the upcoming move, though, and while he said he didn't care if she was made aware, Hanabi thought it was pretty rude to just up and leave without telling someone, even if that someone happened to be half snake. Naruto mentioned I might run into you. Hanabi started as if she intended to begin a conversation but went right to the point immediately. I'm not sure if anyone told you, but we'll be leaving this base and Konoha within the next 2 weeks. The expression of surprise on the snake woman's face was easy to read, as was the panic that set in immediately after. What? What's going on? Where is Naruto-sama going? Oh, Naruto-sama, was it? That was enough to tell Hanabi that whatever before her was most definitely Naruto's fault somehow. At the very least, he was responsible for it, whether it had been intentional or not. This, however, she was confident in saying exceeded any of the other individuals he had managed to pull into his influence. She was going to have to ask him for the story behind this one later. Or Hanabi frowned before gazing about the empty hallways. She had already assigned tasks, now she was just supervising. With Yako sent back to what he should have been doing, she could probably spare a few minutes to get to the bottom of this strange being. Come on, let's find one of the sitting rooms and talk. You have questions and I'm finding myself with some of my own. I think we can help each other resolve that. At first the woman looked like she would decline, but after another moment of consideration Akishi realized she was going to have to establish a working relationship of some kind with the High Priest's wolves, even if they were incompetent from what she had seen so far, if she wanted to be able to get the things she was going to require to fulfill the High Priest's will. Incompetent or not, humans always had been an excellent resource. And these humans, well, from what Akishi understood, the High Priest was not wanting for riches, so they should be able to provide quite a bit more and much more quickly than Akishi would be able to obtain on her own. Very well, she eventually agreed, arms folding over her chest. I can spare a few minutes away from Naruto-sama's task to exchange information. Naruto had given her a task? Hanabi gave her a suspicious look that she didn't try to hide. If he had assigned her something, why did he seem so uncaring about keeping her informed? There was something going on here, and Hanabi hoped this talk would let her get to the bottom of it. Hopefully. Naruto-kun! Hinata shot up from her seat and took several quick steps before catching herself and coming to a stop. She was a goddess, she wasn't supposed to act like a little girl greeting her father when he came home. Fortunately for her, Naruto was already on his way over and with long strides devoured the distance between them. His slim fingers pushed into her hair with a gentle ruffle, and he gave her a small smile. Hello, Hinata-chan. Purple eyes darted over to Hayashi, who sat calmly in the window watching with pupilless eyes, and then back to the Hyuga head. Is now a bad time? Remembering her father, Hinata's eyes widened slightly, and she turned back to see his carefully neutral face. Her brows furrowed and an uncertain frown tugged at her lips as she considered it. No, she eventually decided, still meeting her father's eyes. Hinata no Mikoto always has time for those who support her. She turned back to Naruto only to be met with an amused expression. They both knew that when he had indeed supported her in her new position among her clan, it was done so to serve his purposes within the village. He didn't say anything about it, but both Hyuga present could tell by his expression that it was only because he was humoring her before her father. Hinata became acutely aware of the red dusting that spread over her cheeks, and to save face refused to look back to Hayashi again. You'll have to excuse us too, San, we have matters to see to. Naruto gave Hayashi a grin of his own, one that clearly told the man that he both considered the game between them over and himself the victor. Yes, do excuse us, Hayashi-san. Perhaps I'll stop by for a chat with you afterwards. I don't suppose you get many visitors these days. Hayashi's expression remained blank, whatever expression he would have been showing tightly controlled. Unfortunately, it couldn't hide the slightly bitter irritation in the man's eyes. No, not many. He agreed. As I thought. Naruto returned his attention to the reason for his visit. Come, Hinata-chan, shall we take this to your office or to your mother's garden? We'll go to my office. Mother's garden is being tended to at the moment. Very well. Naruto gave a sweeping gesture towards her office. After you, Hinata-chan. As the two left Hayashi's garden, Naruto gave one last pitying look over to the caged bird. Hayashi thought it was infinitely worse than the previous smugness. Hanabi watched as the snake woman Akishi she had learned. An Akagian walked, or rather slithered her way down the hallway and back to the room she had claimed as her own. The map Hanabi had found for her held tightly in her left hand. A good portion of her mental power was still working away at processing everything the Akagian had told her, and she had a feeling she might not ever fully wrap her head around some of the concepts. She had experience with those who claimed people she knew for a fact were mortal were actually some form of deity. Her sister was a prime example of that, but when a creature that shouldn't rightly exist tells you they were given their form by some sort of giant snake god who lived in the sun, well, Hanabi was honestly more inclined to believe them. She didn't know what to think about Naruto apparently being the high priest of that god, considering she hadn't ever seen anything from him to indicate he worshipped any deity himself. In fact, the closest thing to that would probably be Tsukuyomi, whom she was reasonably certain was a human dispute, having never met him, whom the wolves believed to be some form of god. Naruto was a wolf, and a high-ranking one from what she understood, joined second with Mai, so if the wolves as a whole were expected to worship Tsukuyomi as a divine being, then it would make sense for him to at least follow the practices even if he really didn't believe him. Yet from what Hanabi had seen, Naruto didn't even speak Tsukuyomi's name with respect, let alone reverence. It could be tied to how casually Naruto always spoke of him, as if the two were good friends, which was entirely possible after this Tsukuyomi had aided Naruto in his vendetta against the Yamanaka, and that friendship simply meant Naruto didn't feel the need to show reverence or respect. If Hanabi was friends with an actual god, she would still be showing respect, especially around others, if even just to avoid irritating them. If that god wasn't actually a greater spiritual being, however, it made sense that Naruto didn't feel the need to. He would know that Tsukuyomi wasn't a god, and those who did believe otherwise would be aware that Naruto was in good standing with their gods and thus not question the familiar relationship between the two. But an actual god, one who according to Akishi had turned a snake, and an impossibly large one at that, into a half-snake half-woman aka giant, and sent her here to serve this O's high priest Naruto. If Naruto was doing something for the snake deity, Hanabi would be inclined to believe it, but he didn't seem to be, so sending Akishi to serve him in his own goals didn't really add up. Something wasn't right here, and Hanabi really didn't like it, but Naruto was obviously fine with Akishi's presence, though impartial might be more accurate, and that only brought her back to questions about why, if she was here on the orders of her god to serve Naruto, his high priest, why didn't Naruto seem at all interested in this very real sign from his supposed god? Granted, Akishi might not be telling her everything, though what she did tell her she seemed to honestly believe. The AK giant obviously wasn't used to having such an expressive face, so if Hanabi really wanted to get to the bottom of things, it looked like she was going to have to get her answers from Naruto. Assuming he was willing to provide them, that is. With her luck, he would probably tell her less than Akishi did. Hanabi had already gotten used to that. She had access to a lot of the paperwork that went through the top of the House of Wolves, including the sort of stuff that would make its way to Tsukuyomi himself, but she still was in the dark about the things shared between Naruto and the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. From what she could piece together, Naruto and Mai were as equal under Tsukuyomi as they claimed, but Mai was the one whose tasks focused on the wolves themselves. Naruto seemed to work on some of Tsukuyomi's other projects, whatever those were. With them leaving Konoha now, and she wondered what Tsukuyomi thought about that. Was he aware, or had Naruto just made the call in the absence of Mai and Tsukuyomi? He would probably be busy trying to finish up or salvage those projects he had been working on for him. Probably not the best time for a religious discussion. "This isn't just you visiting me, is it, Naruto-kun?" Her eyes told him she already knew, but he afforded her a small regretful smile, and answered anyway. "I'm afraid not, Hinata-chan." She returned his smile. "That's okay, Naruto-kun, I understand." One arm wrapped around her waist and gave a brief squeeze. "Maybe next time it will be just to see me?" she asked. It was impossible to miss the hope in her voice. "I wish I could make that sort of promise, Hinata-chan, but I'm probably not going to be visiting for quite some time." That instantly had her attention. "Why? What happened? Are you leaving again?" "The wolves are departing from Konoha by the end of the month. Visiting's going to be a bit tricky from then on." But Hinata's voice died down as her lips pulled together in a disappointed frown. It took her a moment to ask the question that was really bothering her. "If you're all gone, who's here with me?" She could usually go to Naruto or Mai for advice, and she really didn't have anyone else. She was close to her father, was the closest, and their relationship had been strained before she took over the clan and imprisoned him within the compound. "You'll still have your guard," he promised. "And just because the wolves will be gone doesn't mean our allies will be. Konoha is still ours. The Inuzuka will keep an eye on things and help you ensure the actions Konoha takes benefits all of us." So I would go to her first thought was Kiba, and she had a very good feeling that was wrong. At least she really hoped it was. "You can go to Tsum if you need advice. You can also send us a letter, though it might take a bit for a response." He didn't know how Tsum would take these events actually, or how Mai would. He was essentially pulling Mai from Konoha, which meant either some would have to come with them, or the two of them were going to end up separated from each other, which wouldn't be good for Mai's happiness. He made a mental note to buy a property in one of Hai no Kuni's cities that the two would be able to meet in regularly just in case. It was far easier to have them meet somewhere between Konoha and the Wolves' new base than having one of the two sneak off to spend time together. There may also be some others here in Konoha you can turn to. The Yamanaka well really just Inoichi and Ino came to mind, and he still didn't know if Anko and Kakashi would be better following him, or remaining some of his agents, here in Konoha. Sakura would support Hinata if he asked her to, he thought, but he wasn't sure how much advice she'd be able to give for ruling a clan. I'll see who we'll have staying here in Konoha and let you know who can be relied on while we're gone. If it comes down to it, things may reach a point where the Hyuga need to relocate from Konoha entirely. We'll have a home for you and Nami if it's ever needed. That would be a massive blow to Konoha, which Naruto would rather avoid, but it would also really hurt Asuma to see such a prominent clan go. Iroha's reaction, well, that would be Asuma's problem. Losing a clan like the Hyuga from his country was going to hit his reputation as they left the Imperial Fire Court to join the courts of Nami, and his peers might begin to see Nami as a more prominent country if nobles were leaving the rapidly expanding Hai no Kuni Imperial Fire Courts to join it. It would probably be a good thing for the Wolves. Actually, the chances of becoming a greater country was high, and that would really only benefit the Wolves as their influence increased over other lesser countries dramatically. With Kaze no Kuni having been annexed into Hai no Kuni, there was an opening for a fifth greater country anyway. It might as well be them. Then again, if you were to look at a map to compare the sizes of other countries, well, Nami no Kuni was hands down the smallest country you'd find. By that merit, they were unlikely to become a greater village before expanding, but with Konoha taking up most of the coast they were off of, the only way they could expand would be to officially take over Yu no Kuni, or to somehow gain claim to the series of islands to the northeast. Unfortunately, while those weren't officially Kaminari no Kuni land, the presence of the Lightning Daimyo's troops on the islands told everyone that they might as well have been. Was it too soon to piss off another country by trying to encroach upon their territory? Probably he had antagonized enough people lately, probably best to give people a chance to calm down while he reorganized the wolves. Besides, he could just take over whatever country was elevated to greater status when the greater daimyo met to discuss it. Traditionally, that was supposed to be about 6 months away, but with Iroh trying to hang on to Kaze no Kuni, he might push for it to be held later than normal, and the others were unlikely to argue against it. It was Kaze no Kuni's turn to host anyway, so a delay was more than understandable in those circumstances. Oh, okay. She didn't seem too happy about it, but she really had no choice but to accept. You'll still visit though, right? Or you'll vacation in Nami, he countered. It will depend on how things go, but you'll still see me, Hinata-chan, don't worry. He hadn't been very good at visiting her when they were in the same village, busy with his other duties, so Hinata knew that meant she would be the one coming to visit him, but that was okay. As long as she got to see him still, she'd be happy. She also knew that if she was to stop by, then he was guaranteed to make time for her unless something urgently needed his attention, so it was much more reliable than waiting for him to have the opportunity to visit her. Expect me to visit regularly, she warned him. You're really behind on brushing my hair. That earned a soft smile for the young daimyo. Yeah, I suppose I am. He gave her another half hug. There's one more thing I'd like to show you before we leave. Would you be able to stop by the apartment this evening? Of course, Naruto-kun. I'll be there. Excellent, I think you'll like this. He was more than sure, in fact he knew for a fact she would be overjoyed, even if their visit was probably going to be short-lived and Hanabi was going to be leaving with the wolves. I'm looking forward to it then. She didn't know what he had in mind, but she was sure it was going to be more than worth a visit to his home. She returned his half-hug with a full hug of her own. If you're leaving Konoha, I'm sure you have a lot of work to do. Still, I'll let you get back to it. Sorry, he shot her an apologetic grin. But you're right, I have a lot to see to still. Send my apologies to your father as well. It looks like I won't be able to visit with him today. Maybe on a trip back to Konoha. I'm sure he'll look forward to it. She wasn't as certain about that, but it was possible he'd like company other than his daughter, and he had seemed to enjoy speaking with Naruto when he had invited him over for dinner so long ago. Gods, that felt like a lifetime ago at this point. Things really had changed a lot in such a short time. She just really hoped it was for the better. Do you think we might ask the high priest for some of his servants, great Akishi? One of the golden snakes looked up from the par to stare at the Akagi and the others following suit with questioning expressions. Surely this would be easier with humans at our disposal to stand in for the human lord and his brood? Akishi's lips pulled down into a frown, and she considered asking him to lend them some of his wolves, but with a small sigh she shook her head. He has tasked us with replacing them. If he wanted his wolves to take their place, he would have no doubt had them do so already. Possibly they didn't seem the most competent lot as far as Akishi had witnessed. The snakes in her room nodded in agreement with her assessment, but she continued regardless. This is our test. We proved nothing by relying upon the high priest. Not that she thought he would help them in the first place, she was half certain this test was also to serve as a form of punishment, though whether that was for the actions of Ashen and Aya or for Akishi's words when they first met she wasn't completely sure. It certainly felt like more than just a test though, and he most definitely was not pleased with the children of O when he had set it for them to accomplish to earn his favor. Well, what about a single servant of his to transport us to this Kuni? Proposed another. We have to observe the palace of this daimyo before we can determine how we'll go about replacing them anyway. It may be easier for one of these wolves, the word fell strangely from the snake's tongue, to bring us there. The high priest has been very clear that association between his wolves and our control of this Kuni are to remain unknown to the world. If wolves are in Kuni, I do not suspect they will be anywhere close to the palace, Akishi countered. At this rate they were either going to have to try to make their way to Kuni themselves or find some way to gain human servants of their own. What if we asked one of the wolves to arrange something with humans that don't serve the high priest? Is that worth an attempt? Akishi blinked as one of the younger snakes voiced her suggestion. That wasn't a bad idea at all, actually. Yes. Akishi's head bobbed in agreement. That may work, child, that may work. But did they all go, or did they just send a few of them to scout out the area? Akishi's thoughtful frown returned. It wasn't like they'd be able to stay here long anyway, considering the wolves and the high priest intended to vacate their current residence. But if no one stayed with the wolves, how would they locate the high priest again in the future? And did they really want to travel with the amulet of O and the little remaining blood in their possession? The chances of something happening to it were high, not that the prospect of trying to move them alongside the wolves was all that much better. They needed somewhere safe to store them. Akishi almost considered entrusting them to the snake's sage or the young man who claimed to be, but their attitude towards O made her rethink that course of action. She didn't want to risk them doing something as awful as getting rid of the amulet or destroying the blood just to spite O, or to keep the high priest from taking his rightful place in the Golden Serpent's service. Unfortunately, she didn't think there was anyone else here even remotely tied to the serpents in any way, and it would take time to cultivate loyal human servants to the point that they could be trusted with such critical components to the father's will. She wasn't talking months, she was talking years, possibly decades. There was no way they could make plans that would take so long, not at first anyway. They needed to try what they could as quickly as possible first before O's patience was worn even more thin. If all else failed, though, she had no doubt she'd spend the next century with more and more elaborate plans and gathering as many resources as she could get her new hands on in order to accomplish the high priest's task and get him to accept the mantle of O's high priest. And if it took longer than that? Well, unfortunately humans tended to only live about 100 years, so if she wasn't able to arrange things by the time he was on his deathbed, then she'd never be able to accomplish his task, or the task given to her by the father. She would be damned to remain here in the mortal world for the rest of time, the best outcome from which was guarding O's amulet, and seeking out those worthy to be the father's next high priests. That might be enough for her to eventually earn her the opportunity to return home to the foot of Mount Aogi. That is if she was lucky, and as recent events were proving she was anything but. Someone's going to need to stay with the high priest and his wolves so that we can get back into contact with him after he moves. She finally spoke. The snakes shared a look among themselves, wondering who would have such a task. Shouldn't that be you, Giant-sama? One of them dared to ask. Should he have other needs from the children of O, no doubt you would be the best suited to attend to them. Not wrong, but she couldn't just stay around the wolves waiting for word from those seeking to complete the high priest's task. No, she needed to be at the forefront to make immediate decisions and oversee their attempts. I must see to it his will is done personally. That is the task he has set, and the will of the father. No, exactly, but it was lightly twisted enough that it would hold up to scrutiny. He had declared that the high priest's will was to be done, and the high priest had given the challenge to her, so in a way she needed to be there as the task was accomplished, even though it could technically be done without a single scally entering the country of Kuni. All they had to do was create a loyal following of humans, and have them take over Kuni, and her task would have been complete. They just didn't have that sort of time, so she would be doing as much of it herself as physically possible, and with her current physique that included many tasks the others simply weren't able to do themselves. When we get to Kuni, I'll secure us a place to stay and from which to work. I'll send one of you back so the one with the wolves knows where to find us should the high priest require us for anything else. She beyond doubted that would ever come to pass, at least not until after they had managed to prove themselves, but it would be put into place just in case, and would no doubt put these younger snakes at greater ease about her not being immediately at the high priest's disposal. If we figure something out quickly enough, we might have the palace of Kuni's daimyo ready for the high priest to occupy before he moves from his current residence. That immediately caught the attention of what were barely more than hatchlings compared to her. Not only would they be accomplishing his task, but they would be going above and beyond to see to his other needs, and doing so something that would no doubt please the father, and gain the favor of the high priest they had yet to meet. But for now I want you to think of anything we might need so we can gather it from his servants before we leave. We won't have the luxury of sending for them when we've moved to Kuni, and anything we don't have we'll have some difficulty obtaining. When 5 of them were snakes and she was liable to terrify the simple mortal humans who gazed upon her glorious form, there wouldn't be any trading or bartering unless they found humans to do their bidding. She'd done it before. It wasn't too hard when you possessed an impossible form such as that of a massive talking serpent, or something half snake, half human. They couldn't be trusted with safeguarding the sacred items in her possession, but they could be utilized to buy and trade with other humans for what they needed. That was a simple enough task for the sorts she could convert to her bidding most expediently. It can't be too much, pointed out one of them. Only you'll be able to carry our supplies, AK Giant-sama. Akishi's frown cut deeply into the lips of her human face. She hadn't even considered that limiting factor, but what was it they really needed? Hands mostly, she thought. Things would just be so much easier if they had hands with which to interact with everything in the palace. It would also make it much easier to silence and dispose of the real daimyo and his family. But they didn't just have to get rid of them, did they? They could get rid of as many as they needed to, as long as they replaced them successfully. A longer plan then might work much better. A temple. Her sudden idea broke the silence. We'll set up a small temple to begin gathering the followers we need. It will take longer, but if we can get them into the palace, it will be much easier for us to accomplish our task, and we'll be doing some of the high priest's work for him by spreading the glory of O's light. The younger snakes hissed excitedly at the idea of being the founders of one of the father's temples and the glory that would come with it. He was bound to be so pleased that they would be able to bask in his light for eternity, and the way it would help them serve the high priest made it even better. It also meant there would be no question why Akishi was with them. The AK Giant were created to tend the great temples of O after all. It was only right for her to be present during the creation of the first new one the human world had seen in millennia. Where is Gaara? Despite his first words not being about her, Karura still smiled at both Naruto's presence and his apparent concern over their son. He's nearly across Kuni, beloved, came Karura's answer. Shall I call him here or send him towards Konoha for you? No, that won't be necessary. Quick strides brought him to Karura's side, and she was happy enough for the opportunity to melt into his. I just want to make sure he's out of Kuni by the end of the month so he doesn't get caught up in anything. She didn't say anything, but the expression she wore asked enough. Just a disagreement between the Hokage and myself. He thinks we're bad for Konoha, and I think he's wrong, though I can see how he reached that conclusion. We'll be pulling out for a time and letting him and Iroh point fingers at each other while we focus on some of my other plans. Gaara should be fine, but with his ties to Kaze no Kuni and myself, it's best to be safe. Her expression changed into a beaming smile, and she planted a soft kiss on his cheek. That's so sweet of you, beloved. You know I can take care of that Hokage for you if you like? She offered. He wasn't sure if the hopefulness in her voice was about the opportunity to kill presumably the Hokage or for the chance to do something to help him. Probably both. I appreciate it, Karura, but I'd like to retreat from the public eye for a bit, and I fear that might draw too much unwanted attention. We still have a lot to get done, and if potential irritants want to busy each other by arguing among themselves, it just makes it easier for me. If you're sure, beloved. She'd already been told no, so she wasn't actually expecting him to change his mind, but that was fine. She was happy enough that he had stopped by for a visit. Sure, she could speak with him whenever she pleased, and when he used her abilities to manipulate her sand, she could feel his touch ghosting across her skin, but it wasn't the same as being with him like this. She could only imagine that somehow being in his presence in the physical world could only be better. But Karura was a grateful Biju, and she'd take what she could get without complaint and appreciate anything that wasn't an eternity of solitude locked within a damp cage. Unlike some. I'm sure Isabu would love a chase to spend some time with her father. Her voice broke the silence. Do you have time to stay a bit longer? One red brow rose in question. I thought you might like some time with me to yourself for a bit first. She bit her lip in response, trying to determine the proper form of action. With a resigned sigh, she shook her head as she came to a conclusion. You must be busy getting everyone out of Konoha, which means you don't have much time here right now. As happy as I'd be to take it all for myself, little Isabu will be much more pleased to see you, and I can't take that from her. His arms gave her a quick squeeze in response, and his lips briefly brushed over hers in a quick kiss. You're a wonderful mother, Karura, and I'll make sure you know just how much I appreciate that when this matter with Hai no Kuni is over. A shiver rocked down her spine at the thought, and a bright anticipation entered her eyes. Oh, I'm looking forward to it, beloved. If she was going to be getting extra for waiting, then Karura could wait. She had been intending to do that for free anyway. Grateful for what she could get, she might have been. That didn't mean she wouldn't take an opportunity to get even more to be grateful about. She couldn't wait. Hayashi's attention was caught by movement outside his window, and his pupilless gaze turned to the source, only to see his daughter frowning deeply in thought. Normally that would be related to running the clan that he had no influence over, and so he would let it be. His time to deal with clan matters was over after all, but this time he found himself becoming immensely curious. Was this actually something about the Hyuga alone, or was she thinking about something related to Naruto and his wolves? Did it tie into his clan at all, or was she just worried for her friend? Interesting chat? He asked after a second, catching his daughter off guard. With a small jump and a startle, she turned towards the voice only to realize where she had wandered. Oh yeah? She nodded. It was clear that while she was trying to focus on her father, at least half of her attention was still elsewhere. Well, no, kind of. Her frown pulled even deeper. Actually, she admitted. I'm not sure how to take it. It's good but also bad, but everything will be okay, I think. It was strange for Hayashi to see this, and he realized that it was the first time he had seen her in any way unsure since she had led the branch family to take over the clan. That was something he wouldn't have ever expected looking back. She had always been so timid and shy growing up, but now it just seemed wrong for her to not be standing up proudly and taking charge of the family. Naruto had been good for her, he could readily admit that, just not out loud. Was it about the clan? He asked after giving her a few moments to continue pondering her feelings on the matter. It will affect us, yes, but it has nothing to do with the Hyuga directly. As she said that, her face lit up with a sudden realization before hardening with determination. It's nothing to do with the Hyuga, she repeated to herself quietly before shaking her head. I'm sorry too, San, but this is not a matter for the clan, and has been entrusted to me by our allies. She wasn't going to be saying anything more on the matter than Hayashi realized. And while he was tempted to try to pry more information from her, he decided to leave it be for now. He would hear of the matter eventually if it did actually affect the clan, otherwise he really couldn't bring himself to care for it more than any other fleeting thought, and he tended to have a lot of those from within his gilded cage. I see, was all he offered in response, falling silent again, and returning his attention to the gardens outside his window. She did find it odd he dropped the matter so easily, but she didn't think too much on the matter. Hinata had more important things to focus on, like reaching out to the people she was probably going to be relying on in the wolves' absence. She had known the Inuzuka were allied with the wolves for some time now, but she couldn't ever recall interacting with the clan outside sharing class with Kiba. That was obviously a huge mistake on her part. What sort of clan head doesn't reach out to other clans, especially those you're tied to so tightly? She was going to have to remedy that. As she turned to leave her father to his gardens, she didn't even realize she was mumbling about visiting some under her breath. Hayashi did though, and he had to wonder what Naruto was up to that it was going to affect two of Konoha's largest clans. Probably nothing good. Daddy? The squeal was punctuated by the bullet that was little Isabu charging towards her father. With a chuckle he grabbed her under her arms and spun her through the air, her straw hat falling to the white stone of Karura's palace. There's my little Isabu, Daddy's missed you. He placed a quick kiss on each of her brightening cheeks, followed by one to her nose and one last one to her forehead. "Have you and Mommy been having fun?" She nodded without missing a beat, her entire expression lighting up at the chance to recount everything she had been up to. I've spent time with Mommy and with Auntie, and Nisama even helped me build a city around my castle." She leaned in close to his ear to whisper some important secret. "He says that I'm the princess of that city too." "Yes, you are," Naruto agreed without hesitation. "Let's go take a look at your city, and you can tell me all about your time with Auntie too." Setting her back onto the ground, he picked up her hat and returned it to T's spot on her head before holding out a hand so she could lead him to her kingdom. With a smile as large as the ocean she had called home for so many years, she happily grabbed as much of his hand as she could in her own and started to tug him through the palace. It may not have been the same as spending time with him herself, but as Karura watched on, she knew for a fact she had made the right decision. The stacks were getting higher, Sai noted as he returned to his office, papers spilling from the desk and scattering all over his floor. It would seem Hana wasn't going to stop being upset with him anytime soon for naming the city after her. He tried to claim ignorance if he thought it would work, but while most people would be pleased to have a great city like Hanaheim named after themselves, he had known that Hana would be opposed to it before he had gone through with it. He had just figured she'd be mad for a day or two, maybe a bit short with him during meetings, and then they would go back to taking care of Nami as normal. Yeah. He hadn't even been a fraction of that lucky so far. He did his best to step around the papers guarding his desk like a moat of bureaucracy, and was pleased when he managed to only crumple 3 of them on his journey. He was starting to get pretty good at this. Probably not a real positive, but he had found himself lacking those pretty desperately since he made that announcement. Apparently, and this had been some major news to him, despite technically outranking her on the hierarchy, or even if you wanted to call them equals under Tsukuyomi, it seemed as though the wolves liked Hana more than they liked Sai. Or were more scared of her, and if that was the case he couldn't really fault them for it, but he could still be bitter about it. Regardless, they had stopped being quite so helpful and overall slightly more difficult with him ever since. No doubt either her influence, or because they didn't like the name either. He was betting on the first, though. He supposed they could be lashing out just because Hana was angry. That probably made more sense than her actively convincing them to become as large pains in his ass as possible. Don't get him wrong, they still followed the orders of their commanding officer, that was still him in case anyone had forgotten, thank you. But they certainly weren't exactly enthusiastic about it, and if they could find a way to twist his words back at him, then they would do so without hesitation. He'd had to be exceedingly careful with his instructions as of late, which was just eating more time he didn't have to spare thanks to the mounds of papers that had started regularly covering his desk. The worst part? These were all forms he had done already. He snatched one from the top of the pile as he collapsed into his seat, nearly having a heart attack as the stack proceeded to wobble dangerously for a few unstable seconds. A nervous breath of relief escaped him as gravity resumed its hold on the precarious tower of bullshit that were government forms. He didn't know why they hadn't done away with them when they took over. In fact, he was reasonably certain they had actually put them in place on purpose once Nami no Kuni was theirs, though gods knew why they would do something so horrible, but he did know that they had become a bane of his existence, almost on the level of financial reports. When Hana started her little grudge, she apparently stopped covering some gaps in the work he was doing, namely the paperwork associated with the requests he made of Nami no Kuni, or transferring funds between the country, the house, and whoever Sai needed to pay for, well, whatever it was he was paying for. She had waited a week before informing him too, so he had plenty of people wondering why their money hadn't shown up yet, and wolves wondering why things like clearance or shift changes hadn't been approved. Jajin had been especially peeved when the request for leave he had put in a month ago hadn't been approved in time for him to get his anniversary off. His wife had been even less pleased, and despite not benign a wolf herself, Sai had received quite the angry letter from the woman. That was not someone he wanted mad at him again, thank you. Of course, the paperwork itself wasn't bad enough. He had been able to add that to his schedule without too much trouble, but the rest of the problem showed up 2 days after he had caught up with it, when it was all back on his desk, rejected. Apparently, even a single mistake was now enough for her to reject requests, and while each one came with notices of erroneously filed forms and letters of rejection, none of those actually told him what he had gotten wrong. Took an entire week to figure out he had been doing the wrong Form 9475G when he should have been doing 9475Q to have Nami no Kuni secure a shipment of equipment from Tetsu no Kuni for them and bill it to the country treasury. The only thing worse than irritable wolves with weapons were irritable wolves who were impatiently waiting for weapons. If nothing else, the constant bureaucratic bullshit was both helping Sai get better at all the damn paperwork, and had given him a greater appreciation for anyone who had previously had to deal with anything he had submitted. He probably owed Naruto, and Mai, some pretty big apologies. As he did Hana, evidently. He wasn't sure how you apologize for naming a city after someone, but he needed to figure it out. Fast. Isn't it great, Daddy? He only vaguely registered his daughter's voice as purple eyes stared out over the vast stretch of sand that had previously been nothing more than dunes. He had been expecting a city of sandcastles, obviously, and while he had been prepared for it to be anything from a small number of buildings around the sandcastle, she had been building up to hundreds, or maybe even thousands of little sand houses. He had not been expecting them to be life-sized. It's wonderful, Eyazahrid. He placed an open palm against one of the nearby walls and pushed his weight into it. It didn't even budge. Naruto couldn't say if that was something to do with the fact they weren't in the real world or if the sand itself had just been so compacted it was practically back to stone. Scraping a fingernail against it, he couldn't even dislodge a single grain, and his questions remained unanswered. He didn't get a chance to test things any further, as she resumed tugging at his arm and began to drag him down the suspiciously solid streets of her city. How long did this take the two of you, Eyazahrid? They had obviously been doing more than just building structures, because as they wandered, or maybe she had a destination in mind he didn't know, down the streets he could see colorful lengths of cloth functioning as doors and curtains, and a few of the houses had flowers either sitting in vases in window sills or as planter boxes hanging from the windows themselves. One of the houses even had a large decorative pot outside its door from which spilled crimson flowers he couldn't place. It seemed almost like an ivy, but instead of leaves the stems had only the flowers. He was no gardener himself, but he was pretty sure a cross between ivy and roses didn't actually exist in the real world. Her free hand brought a finger to her lips and her cheeks puffed slightly as she thought about it. He visits every night. I don't know how many times. He'd have to ask Karura for that answer then, though he suspected the woman might have a similar answer for him. I see. Using his free hand he picked up her hat and rested it on a chain so he could ruffle her green hair. You two have certainly been very busy. I'm glad you're having fun. He actually found himself more glad that the two siblings had been able to spend time together, even if it was within the seal. He wondered how things might change if there was a way for them to spend time together in the real world. Eyazahrid gave him a brilliant smile in response. Yeah, I like it when he visits. Her smile dropped for a second. I just wish Auntie could see my city too. There were two individuals Naruto knew of that could be referring to, and he wasn't completely comfortable with either wandering this part of the seal. One of them had already been here as Karura's guest, however, so she was the one he would prefer. Eyazahrid was talking about. Which of your aunties did you want to show it to? Her face lit up with realization at his words, and he had a sudden gut feeling that he may have just made a mistake. Both. She grinned happily. He really couldn't say no to that smile, could he? Damn it all, it looks like he was going to have to provide Mito with access to Karura's deserts so that she could visit Aisaba's city. Best to warn Karura beforehand so she could decide if she wanted her sister to have access to her palace too. Probably not. I'll talk to your mother, and we'll see what we can arrange, okay? That seemed good enough for her, and she gave a nod at his suggestion. Okay. Satisfied with the answer she had received, she resumed her tour of the sand city she and Gaara had created. Her father pulled along behind her. Sealing the sandby into himself might have been the best decision Naruto had ever made. Even if it did mean he was going to have to give Mito more access to parts of his seal. The clan hierarchy within the Inuzuka was weird as far as Naruto was concerned. Most clans would have a clear line of succession with second, third, and sometimes even fourth replacements already trained in case something happened. They were shinobi, so death was completely expected, and in the event that none of them could take charge of the clan, the elders would step in to keep wings under control until they found a clan member that was capable of leading it. Within the Inuzuka there was Tsum. That was it. In all fairness, they had a heiress, but he had kind of stolen her away to run his country in his absence, so a large part of the blame for that rested upon his shoulders. Tsum probably should have started grooming Kiba for the position. Last Naruto had heard Hana was still quite happy with her position in Nami no Kuni, so there was a chance she might not want to come back to Konoha to run the clan. But he could understand the hesitation. Not only was the brash Kiba not exactly suited to that sort of responsibility, but it would bring up questions of why he needed to be trained if Hana was simply away on clan business. The Inuzuka would understand, but it was the other clans noticing that could create problems. Normally this would mean Naruto would go to one of Tsume's siblings to discuss clan matters as they would be closest to headship, but he had learned there were two issues with that. First, Tsume was an only child. Not only that, but her parents and their parents had also been only children by some massively inconvenient cosmic twist, so there were really no close blood relations he could turn to. The second issue was that the Inuzuka would choose a new line as clan head by fighting amongst themselves quite literally to establish dominance. Strongest, or in some cases just the most intimidating, would assume control over the clan once they proved themselves strong enough to lead it. Fine, whatever they found best for their needs. Naruto really didn't care if they rolled dice to decide. What he did care about is the fact that they weren't going to all be fighting for that dominance when their clan head was just on vacation, and so there was no single person Naruto could speak to within the clan to ensure they were informed about the wolves' upcoming departure. With no other options, he had gathered the strongest and most charismatic members of the clan because if nothing else their clanmates would be more likely to listen to them. 2 men, 2 women, and a young man who wasn't yet out of his teens. Naruto's first thought on seeing the young man was that he was no more than a child, but he had to catch himself. This young man was older than he was. He could only imagine what must have been going through their heads as he walked into the room, someone barely old enough to maybe be considered a chunin having called them together because he needed to speak with them. They probably thought this was some sort of joke. Of course, that meant he had to take immediate control of the room if he wanted any hope of being taken seriously. Well, that or to borrow some of Karura's chakra and prove himself to them physically, but it was probably best to avoid that. He would keep it in mind though. You're all here. Good. He shut the door behind him and moved to stand behind Tsume's desk. The letter he'd had delivered via wolf courier only an hour before had instructed them to meet in Tsume's office for this, and the 4 adults didn't seem too comfortable about being here while Tsume was out of the village. He was sure the only reason they had complied was because of the wolf delivering the letters and the 2 official seals that had been pressed into the bottom of the letter. The young man didn't seem bothered by being here, but Naruto thought that was probably more ignorance than anything else. One did not normally let yourself into the office of a clan head, especially when they weren't there, even if they had invited you. For 5 of them to be present while the clan head was out was beyond inappropriate, and while the Inuzuka tended to be pretty lax on the rules, even the most laid-back Inuzuka would know better than to just waltz into the head's office. It was a good way to get your ass kicked from the clan entirely. Both men and one of the women remained standing near the door. The other woman was leaning against the far corner to keep an eye on the whole room, probably in case an angry Tsume burst into the room, and the young man had decided to lean against Tsume's desk. He turned his neck around as much as he could to keep Naruto in sight, questions clear in his eyes. The look Naruto shot back told him he was far from impressed. Stand up, boy. Naruto ordered firmly. This is a meeting, not a birthday party. As soon as he had given the young man instructions, he turned his attention to the adults, not waiting to see if his orders would be followed. Front and center, there's business to be seen to. 3 of the adults shared brief grins before complying. He wasn't sure if they were amused or approving, but he didn't have the time to care either. One of the men, though, remained at his position near the door, and while Naruto noted that he was also aware that the kid he didn't care anymore, even if they were older than him, they were still a kid, had turned from leaning back against the desk to leaning against it with his side. It was closer, but it wasn't what Naruto had instructed him to do. Meeting the eyes of the man standing in the back, he kept their gazes locked while one of his chains whipped out from under the desk to strike the wood next to the boy with a solid crack. The boy jumped back with a yelp, warily eyeing the black chain that had made itself known. I gave you an order, boy. I don't have time to wait for you to learn how to follow simple instructions. Naruto turned to the young man, still eyeing the chain. That goes for you too. Both of them blinked dumbly, and Naruto briefly wondered if they were a bit more closely related than the others. Obviously that wasn't to last as they processed what he had said. Who do you think? The 2 were immediately speaking over each other, earning an irritated glare from Naruto. Knowing that wouldn't be enough on its own, he briefly turned his attention inwards. Karura, love, I'm going to need some of your chakra. While her initial confusion was immediately replaced by panic. Are you okay? What's going on? Don't worry, I just need to teach a few dogs their place. Oh, of course. If that was all he needed, she was more than happy to supply it. Not that she would be able to deny him otherwise, but she would still be hesitant to give him any substantial amount of her chakra after the last time it had ended up hurting him so drastically. It was good to know this wasn't a situation in which he would need much, or to use it for an extended period of time. Take as much as you need to remind him who they're trying to defy. Do be careful with it though. Please. Thank you, Karura, it will only be a moment. As he finished his thoughts, he drew upon the vast wells that were her chakra. He didn't actually need permission to be able to access them, it was the seal he made after all. He had full access to her chakra whenever he pleased, but he did prefer to at least make her aware he would be accessing them. It didn't hurt that if she knew he would be using her chakra, she could actively help him with it, which made it much easier to control. He was momentarily caught off guard as he felt another chakra enter what he was drawing from Karura, but it only took a second to realize Aisabu wanted to help out too. How could he say no? Of course, when Aisabu noticed her father was accepting her chakra and not rejecting it, she was only encouraged and became more than a little overzealous. 3 full taels worth of chakra enveloped his form, causing the 5 Inuzuka in the room to jump back in fright. The man in the back actually ended up smashing into the wall he had so recently been leaning against with a solid thump, but he was too engrossed by the sight before him to register that fact. The kid was probably the most shaken, falling onto his ass and looking up in horror at the absolutely titanic amount of chakra he could feel pouring from the young man who had walked into the clan head's office as if it were his own. Just taking a fraction of Karura's would have been sufficient for Naruto's purposes. Aisabu had thrown more than 3 times the amount Karura could possibly muster his way. It was only by his own high chakra control, Karura's help, and the fact that Aisabu had surrendered it all to his will without a second's thought that allowed him to keep the actual tails from forming and instead maintain the chakra around him in a cloak of flaming teal energy. Honestly, it probably appeared more intimidating that way anyway, though the adults here would likely be able to tell that it wasn't human chakra surrounding him. They were all old enough to remember Mito's rampage, and it was hard to not recognize the chakra of a Biju even if it wasn't the same Biju you had encountered before. Now Naruto's voice cracked the silence, dripping with equal parts impatient irritation and scalding venom. Are we ready to act like adults and get to the reason I've called you here, or do you still need a few minutes to remember who's in charge? Chapter 124 of Gods and Jars. Now Naruto's voice cracked the silence, dripping with equal parts impatient irritation and scalding venom. Are we ready to act like adults and get to the reason I've called you here, or do you still need a few minutes to remember who's in charge? The first answer to reach Naruto's ears was the overwhelming silence that had taken hold of the room, 5 pairs of eyes staring back at him in abject horror. He turned his attention to the young man currently sat on his ass before the desk. Stand up, boy, we have work to do. Bright purple eyes set themselves upon the older Inuzuka in the room. Again, front and center. The teal flames surrounding him seemed to crack with his commands, a dance of tongues becoming vipers ready to strike out. This time there were no objections, the 4 moving to stand before his desks like Jounin called to the Hokage, and the young man scrambling up to stand beside them. Ready? He didn't wait for a response. Good. The cloak of teal energy was pushed back into his seal with his gratitude to the 2 who had so readily provided it. I'm sure you're wondering why I've summoned you to Tsum's office. The casual use of her name did not go unnoticed, but none of them dared to question it at the moment. Out loud, at least. And that would simply be because Tsum herself is still enjoying a well-deserved vacation. Had she been present, I would have simply spoken with her personally. As it stands, however, the Inuzuka leadership is not currently present in Konoha, which is rather inconvenient for Tsukuyami and his wolves. The adults shared a look, each trying to figure out if their fellows knew where he was planning to go with this. They could in the end at least take solace in knowing they weren't the only one to not be following along. With no head and no air, we must turn to the 5 purple eyes counted them, and his tone dropped into disappointment as they rested on the young man. Naruto wasn't impressed with the kid, but apparently he was one of the best Niken trainers in the clan at the moment. He was also supposed to be charismatic, but Naruto wasn't seeing it. A view to ensure the will of Tsukuyami can be communicated to the Inuzuka. Tsukuyami isn't in charge of the Inuzuka, the boy piped up, instantly earning him a displeased look from bright purple eyes. This only seemed to spur him on more for some reason Naruto couldn't even begin to understand. They did say the clan was brash, he supposed, but to go from cowed to defiance so quickly seemed ridiculous to him. We'll only listen to Tsum. Some might be partnered with Kyuubi, but don't presume to be likewise his equal. If he has instructions for the Inuzuka, then the Inuzuka are expected to heed his words, especially when Some is not present to give them herself. And speaking of not being present, Naruto returned to the topic he had called them there to discuss. He resumed, swapping his gaze between the eyes of everyone present in Some's office, making sure to hold each and every one for a few seconds at a time. The wolves will be departing from Konoha and indeed Hi no Kuni itself by the end of the month. As we will no longer be here to directly oversee what's occurring in the village, it will fall to the Inuzuka clan and our other allies within her walls to both keep us informed and to act in everyone's best interest. By everyone you mean the wolves? One of the women accused. She faltered slightly when she became the sole focus of his disapproving gaze. Are you suggesting it's not in the Inuzuka's best interest for the wolves to prosper? He bit back immediately. The wolves who have elevated this family from a mediocre clan in Konoha hardly given any thought after those more prestigious to having a member leading an entire country? The wolves who are your past, present, and only hope for any sort of future. I might have hoped I would encounter intelligent members of the Inuzuka clan, but it appears as if Some may be the only one. But no, you would be wrong with your assumption. He continued, his voice returning to a more neutral tone. Believe it or not, anything that aids the wolves but hurts either you or our other allies in Konoha will in time be a negative for all of us. We can't have that. But what do you expect us to do? We aren't in charge of the Inuzuka, we don't join in on council meetings to change things. One of the others asked. No, he agreed. You're not and you don't, but each and every one of you holds influence over your clanmates. I expect you all to set good examples and maintain good relations not just with our allies but with Konoha as a whole. The Inuzuka need to be so ingrained within Konoha's every facet that even the thought of you leaving will have the councils scrambling to keep you and bending over backwards to make Konoha a place you'll stay. The other woman blinked twice as the realization hit her face, twisting into a strange combination of understanding, horror, and admiration. You're weaponizing the Inuzuka clan to wield against Konoha. Her comment earned her a pitying look. Don't be ridiculous, the Inuzuka were weaponized back when Hana reached Nami. I arose and searched for words to no avail. I don't even know what to say, Asuma. The former Hokage moved over to one of the seats before the desk and collapsed into it wearily, his cane sat to rest against the right arm. Do you have any idea what Konoha will be losing with this? Any at all? They're an ally of Hi no Kuni. They may not be located within Konohagakure in the future, but Iroh can still call upon them to defend it. The security we gain not having another group operating in our walls is well worth the price of not having them immediately present. And considering their own forces and the fact that all of Kaze no Kuni was now theirs, Asuma didn't think they'd be needing to rely on the House of Wolves anytime soon. Ignoring the fact that it was Iroh's decree that the wolves would be allowed to stay within Konoha's walls and move through them as they pleased, I don't think you're seeing the bigger picture here. The wolves are not just the wolves, they have plenty of allies within the walls still. And their allies can move through Konoha as easily, and we don't have to risk them gaining members outside of Konoha that may just be sleeper agents for one of the other villages. If the wolves pull those allies, Konoha will be crippled, Hiruzen pointed out. And even if they don't, the amount of sway they hold over Konoha is nothing to scoff at. It would be easy enough for them to cause damage from across the world. Do you really think it's a good idea to antagonize them? The wolves could at any moment inspire civil war. Asuma responded in a bout of understanding Hiruzen hadn't realized he possessed. But the chances of them doing so lessens dramatically if they aren't here, and without their direct support so too does the chances of their allies being victorious in that civil war, further deterring it. Asuma spun around in his chair to stare out his window over the village of Konoha. And his allies within Konoha are less likely to be known by the enemies the wolves make, which means they'll focus on trying to find the wolves rather than lash out at Konoha in an effort to hurt them. You hope? Hiruzen accused. Asuma turned his chair back just enough to be able to meet his father's eyes over his shoulder. All we can do is hope. We don't have any actual control over their actions, and we know they're prone to taking over the countries they stay in. Even if they care for Konoha as they claim, that might lead to them deciding it would be better off in their hands. I won't inflict that conflict or the possibility of wolf rule over those who trust me to protect them. I understand where you're coming from, Asuma, but can't you see that the negatives you're focusing on are far outweighed by the benefits, not the other way around? You think I haven't spent every waking moment, since we heard of the events in Mizu no Kuni, weighing the two against each other? You might consider the benefits over the detriments, but I say that's because for some reason you seem to trust the wolves, I do not. Hiruzen gave a deep, defeated sigh. That doesn't mean the two of you can't work in harmony, Asuma. All you have to do is trust in the fact that they consider Konoha their home just as much as you do. They're wolves, Asuma snorted with failing amusement. Wolves don't share except with each other. I won't risk them becoming possessive during our time of need and seizing Konoha for itself. As much as Hiruzen knew that wouldn't happen, probably he could admit that he was able to see how Asuma had reached his conclusions. The reputation of the wolves really didn't do them any favors in this, and it was something Hiruzen really doubted they would ever manage to escape. They might have been able to recover from taking over Nami, but there was no way to clear the stain from burning an allied Kirigakure to the ground. Asuma and many other leaders he suspected would never be able to place their trust in Naruto and his wolves as Hiruzen was able to. In that case, he supposed he should be grateful that the matter seemed to have been resolved as civilly as it had been. Asuma wasn't wrong when he said the wolves would be able to incite civil war at a whim, which admittedly was a scary thought if you didn't trust them not to do it. Hiruzen had the benefit of knowing that the last thing Naruto wanted to do was weaken the great tree he considered his home. Asuma was also right about them being possessive, but that didn't mean they were going to try taking Konoha for themselves. They didn't need to play tug-of-war between themselves and Konoha's leadership when they considered that leadership part of their Konoha. It was just a pity Asuma wasn't going to be able to see that. Gods, what were gods in the end, really? Orochimaru found himself staring down at a dozen half-formed ideas scattered over his desk, none of which even came close to being the god killer he needed so desperately to ensure Naruto's well-being. Spiritual beings, sure and definitely powerful, but was that it? Could there be more, or could he be thinking of them as simple spiritual beings, the sort of beings that could be considered masses of yin chakra in much the same way Biju were sentient masses of chakra? If they were, Orochimaru would have options to deal with them. He understood chakra after all, and it was something he knew he could directly interact with. If not, well, he had never been a devout man of any faith, so his knowings of kami lesser and greater were sorely lacking. In fact, the only being he had any real knowledge of that he would even consider some sort of deity had to be the Shinigami summoned during the Shiki Fuin. As far as he knew, not even the summoner could actually interact with the Shinigami during the technique, even though the Shinigami was free to act with the world around the summoner. He didn't think there had been that much research into the actual workings of the technique, considering it cost the user their soul, and Orochimaru had always wondered how the hell it had been developed in the first place. He had a feeling it was probably more of an accident than something someone had actually set out to do on purpose, but he supposed he'd probably never know. But for costing one's soul, the payoff was actually quite remarkable, the sealing of someone else's or something else's soul. The souls didn't even have to be even as far as Orochimaru could tell, unless Minato's soul had been as valuable as the Kyuubi's. Don't get him wrong, he wouldn't doubt it even for a second if someone told him that was the case. He just had a feeling that exchange wasn't quite balanced. If that really was the case, you could have those barely possessing enough chakra to perform the technique, removing massive threats such as Kage from the battlefield. It was a hell of a card to hold in your hand, and one not given up lightly. But the Shiki Fuin and the Shinigami it brought forth, created? Summoned? Weren't the only thing Orochimaru knew that dealt with souls. Myths and legends of cursed items and ancient artifacts ran rampant, and the soul was a common theme, usually jars of some sort. He had probably passed over no less than a dozen such objects in his search for suitable gifts to send Naruto, and if they were as real as his Kusanagi and as effective as the legends said, then each one possessed the same abilities as a god. That made them seem far less intimidating, he had to admit, but that wasn't the point. The point was that if they could also contain souls, would he be able to place the soul of one of these gods with? What would happen if you used Shiki Fuin and directed the Shinigami towards the relic? Would they be evenly matched? Would the Shinigami pull a soul from one of the ancient jars? The soul of the jar? Or what Orochimaru really wanted to answer, would the artifact pull in the Shinigami? Even if the Shinigami was only a minor deity, a regular sort of kami, it would give him a place to start for his plans to kill O in case Naruto ever needed him to. He would have to find some way to conduct testing, though he knew for a fact that setting up a proper environment for them would be nigh impossible. He'd have to obtain the Kenjutsu, find people to use it, train them to use it, and then have them use it in a way he could guarantee they wouldn't try to make him the target. He also needed to make sure the Shinigami wouldn't end up holding a grudge against him if the first few attempts failed. And then he had to figure out what the fuck he was supposed to do with an entrapped god if it eventually worked. With the Inuzuka made aware of the wolves' upcoming exodus, Naruto had returned to his office to review what else he needed to see to in the coming weeks. He had spoken with Hinata, who was to stop by later. He had talked to the Inuzuka. Hanabi was organizing her team and packing up their records, and the snake woman may or may not have been told about their future departure. He actually didn't even know if she was still here, to be honest, and he couldn't bring himself to care. She would find out eventually. Asuma knew naturally, though he wouldn't be surprised if he ended up meeting with the Godame at least one more time before they actually left. Beyond needing to make a final call for Kakashi and Enko, he didn't really think there was anything else that actually needed his direct attention. He could probably give Ino and Inoichi the courtesy of informing them before the wolves left, but that wasn't exactly necessary. He might need to find out what Shizen was up to these days beyond her time spent teaching Hanabi Iryo Jutsu, if she was still doing that, and figure out if she was coming too. As the lead physician of the House of Wolves, she should be coming with them, but he was also aware that the woman's former master was the closest thing to family she had left, and was still here in Konoha. If he did end up taking her, it was probably only polite to inform Senju Tsunade himself, or at least meet her so she knew who it was her surrogate daughter was leaving the village with. The daimyo of Nami no Kuni found himself stroking his chin in thought. If he did meet with Tsunade, he wondered if it might be possible to recruit her as a medic as well. Sure, she was retired from being a shinobi, but it was probably worth a shot depending on how much of a salary she'd demand for being on call for the wolves' medical needs. It would be a good way to ensure Shizen could finish any training if Tsunade had anything else to teach her, and to serve as a backup in case Shizen was either unavailable or needed assistance. Hanabi would probably also benefit from having two people she could learn from. Naturally, thoughts about Shizen brought Naruto's attention to the people she was most likely with at the moment, Clicky and Rusty. As far as he was aware, the two of them were still in wolf custody, though he admitted it had been a long time since he had last checked that fact in the slightest. He had more or less just been assuming they still had them when, for all he knew, Enko could have used them for entertainment weeks ago. He would have heard about that, though. Probably. What the hell should he be doing with the two of them? They had served their purpose already in creating Inoichi his new limbs, and he really hadn't had any projects for them since. He either needed to figure out something for them to do, or let them go, though that brought up questions about where the hell they would end up going. They could technically return to Sunagakure, though that was currently under Hai no Kuni and more specifically Kanahigakure control. Not only would they have to smuggle themselves in, but if someone managed to notice their sudden appearance, they probably wouldn't enjoy the attention it would bring them. That said, no one said they actually had to go to Sunagakure. Any town in Kaze no Kuni would be more home than being restricted to a room within Kanahigakure could ever be. It would also allow them to later enter Sunagakure more easily if they had a backable story about having stayed in a smaller town until they thought things had settled down enough for them to safely make their way home. They could probably do that without staying actually, though it would hold much more weight if they befriended a merchant who could vouch for them. Bah, he was wasting his time. What they did, and how they did it if they were released from wolf custody, wasn't a concern of his. They didn't know enough to cause any sort of trouble for him, though Inoichi might lose favor with Konoha's current leadership if people learned that he was currently making use of a body created for him by the order of the wolves, so it didn't matter even if they got caught or tried to lash out at the wolves for the time they had been kept. Again, they could probably lash out at Inoichi, but beyond telling people that he was in possession of Hyuga Hanabi, there wasn't all that much else they could do. He did wonder if there was some way to make some sort of heavily armored suit that could be made decently mobile using the same principles as puppetry. The flexibility of shinobi but the protection of samurai. That was something that could legitimately benefit all his wolves out in the fields and make him worry far less for their safety. He scratched out a reminder to obtain some armor from Tetsu no Kuni for the two to work on when they had relocated, and decided then and there that they would be coming with them for at least this last project. He'd probably tell them what they would be working on before they left so the two could begin with some preliminary ideas in the meantime, though he also realized that it would be much harder to release them from wolf custody if they knew any weaknesses to the armor his children were going to be wearing. A frown tugged at his lips as he realized that. Gaara's brother was a puppeteer, wasn't he? And he had a medic in Shizen and possibly Tsunade when he eventually got around to speaking with the woman. Maybe he'd see what Clicky and Rusty would like to do before giving them such an assignment. If they were already eager to leave, he'd give the job to those less likely to move on from their ranks. No point taking unnecessary chances when it came to the safety of the wolves. Karura, when you next see Gaara, let him know I might have a task for his brother at some point. Of course, beloved. The Ichibi purred back. Is it a secret, or are there some details about this work I can pass on? He knew it was mostly just because Karura herself was curious about the project. Maybe he should start involving her in more of them. It would give her something to entertain herself with, give him a second opinion at any time, and serve as another way for them to spend time together. He didn't know why he hadn't already been doing this. I had 2 Sunagaker shinobi develop prosthetic limbs to replace those I took from Inoichi, and they work just as well as his own flesh. I'm wondering if I can give my children more protection in a similar way without sacrificing their mobility. Oh, I see. Her first thought was wolves wearing metal tanuki suits sneaking through the night, but she kept that to herself. I'll pass it on. I think they're nearly to Nami no Kuni by now, too. Excellent. Thank you, Karura. Anything for you, beloved. Her presence faded slightly in his mind, signifying her attention had been drawn elsewhere. Probably Gaara stopping for a visit, or her running over to talk to Mito about the project. It was a good thing she had someone she could talk to about whatever was on her mind that couldn't go talking about it to anyone else. Sure, Gaara and his family could spread things around, but Naruto knew that was unlikely. Naruto perhaps could be told by Mito if the Kyuubi decided to, but he wasn't sure what the Uzumaki heiress might do with any information she received that way. Honestly, Naruto had a hard time imagining her actually utilizing it in any underhanded way. He could still remember their spar. She hardly struck him as the subtle type. Never had been really. But with a potential new task and a rough plan for dealing with the 2 Suna shinobi, Naruto was fairly certain that everything that needed to be addressed either had been or had just been planned out. Perfect. Moving his notes to the file he kept specifically for the random thoughts that struck him, he slipped it into his desk drawer and leaned back into his chair. It felt good to know that everything was proceeding smoothly, and he didn't have anything to worry about or any matters to take care of for a few moments. Sure, he did have projects to work on, but nothing that was so urgent he couldn't take a few minutes to just relax in his office. Almost as soon as he had closed his eyes to more fully enjoy the moment, he heard his office door slam open and a familiar voice shouting an accusation he'd not honestly expected to ever address. Sakuyami-ha? Didn't think that might be something your teammates or your sister might like to know? So maybe there were a few matters left to take care of. In a rare occurrence, Kankuro had halted his never-ending technical discussion with Sasori to instead consult the map with his sister. We'd be here, wouldn't we? We took the left fork from that town, but we headed south again before the end of the day. One of his fingers made a loose circle in the general area he suspected they were in. That was 2 days ago. We ended up going east for 8 hours to circle around the Konoha shinobi patrolling Hai no Kuni's borders. We're up here. Her finger pointed to a place more north than his own and most importantly above the country of Nami no Kuni. So we need to be directing ourselves south to get to Nami. I'm reasonably certain we should be going almost directly north, not southeast. His finger moved over to the east to land on the coast. But we can always just keep going towards Hai no Kuni's coast and then follow that. If nothing else, the shape is more distinct there than it is here in these damn forests. He had a point there, she had to admit. It was hard to keep track of anything when it all seemed to be the same trees over and over again, and your only landmarks were occasional towns or lumber mills. There were more landmarks in the northwestern parts of Hai no Kuni from what she understood. Things like the Valley of the End, where 2 massive statues would tell you exactly where you were. Unfortunately, their travels didn't enter into those parts at all, so they weren't going to be of any help. I don't suppose we have a choice, she agreed. But when we get to the coast, and you realize I was right, don't expect to hear the end of it. Kankuro rolled his eyes at that. Whatever, I wasn't the one in charge of navigation. They both shot a look over to Deidara, who was desperately trying to untangle his hair from the various branches that had decided to come with him on this trip. The forests were not being kind to the man. And I sure as hell didn't put him in charge of it either. Hey! I heard that. They ignored him. Doesn't mean you shouldn't have been paying attention, she countered. You're supposed to be just as much a shinobi as the rest of Temari's words faded as Gaara made his presence known between the two of them. Kankuro. Yes? Father may have a job for you. Something about puppet armor for his wolves. Kankuro found himself blinking slowly as the entirety of his mental capabilities worked over the words that had reached his ears. He wasn't sure what was more strange, the fact that he was being specifically selected for a task by Gaara's father, or the idea of making armor for a puppet. They already were sort of armor, weren't they? And since when did the wolves have puppets? He'd obviously missed quite a lot, though that could have been because beyond his ties to his brother he had no real association with the House of Wolves. Oh, okay? Mother told him we'd be in Nami soon. That part Kankuro and Temari could both understand easily enough. If Mother had said they'd be in Nami, they'd best get to Nami quickly so as to not make a liar out of her. We should be, Kankuro assured the once Jinchuriki. We were just reviewing the map to make sure we were going in the right direction. Gaara continued to stare flatly at him until Temari shot him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, we'll get there by the time Naruto calls on us. Kankuro and Temari shared a look before glancing over to Deidara, the same thought running through their heads. Even if we have to make him fly us there, damn their cover. Deidara's head shot up from his work, fixing his hair, eyes narrowing suspiciously at the two Sand siblings staring at him. What? He was once again completely ignored. Naruto Tsukuyumi greeted her from his desk, one hand gesturing to the chairs on the other side of it. How nice of you to visit. Please feel free to take a seat. Judging by the way she folded her arms across her chest and cocked a hip to one side, she wasn't keen on accepting his offer. Or not. His hand retracted to meet his other, resting on the desk. Was there something I can help you with? You could answer my question. Her gaze narrowed to a light glare. Unless you're going to avoid telling me even when I already know you're Tsukuyumi. Should I even attempt to inquire how it is you found out? Zabuza's daughter. Her answer caught Naruto by surprise. Oh. His lips pulled into a slight frown, more thoughtful than upset. Zabuza's daughter. In hindsight, it had been pretty dumb to stop and speak with those three during the final battle of Kirigakure. Now it looked as though it had already come back to bite him in the ass. Of course, he would rather not dwell on that subject. I understand she's rather fond of stealing kisses from you. She hadn't expected him to know that, and Naruto momentarily found herself on the back foot. Why, yes, she spoke about it quite readily with Hoshigaki Kisame during the final battle for Kirigakure. I must say you seem to have pretty good taste. Lovely young woman, probably the only sense Kiri's swordsman can rely on to pull them from danger. That's not the point. Were you ever going to tell us you were Tsukuyumi? About as much as I had intended to inform the two of you that I'm leaving Konoha, so no. What? The answer was no, Naruto. One red brow rose in question. Was there some part of that you didn't understand? What do you mean you're leaving Konoha? They had just lost Sasuke, damn it, she wasn't losing another teammate in the same easy, and definitely not her own brother. Konoha had been home to the Uzumaki for years, he couldn't just walk away from it. I mean, he repeated slowly, that I will be leaving Konoha. Judging by her expression, she was not amused. Why are you leaving Konoha? Isn't this home? It is, and it was, he agreed with a nod. But it's time to move on. The wolves need more space and privacy for our other projects, and the Godame has never been too happy with our presence within his walls. He's asked us ever so politely to get the fuck out. What? He can't do that, she objected. Her folded arms moved down to rest on her hips in blatant agitation. It was a pose his past knew all too well. You're a Konoha shinobi, and this is your home. He can't just make you leave. Even if he tried, Ka-san can get him to stop, and if he won't listen to her, she'll just go to the fire daimyo. He can't let this happen. Oh, trust me, if Iroh knew, he most certainly wouldn't let Asuma do anything like this. It was impossible not to recognize just how uncomfortable it made her when he referred to the daimyo of Hai no Kuni so casually. It was one thing to know he had been a daimyo this whole time, it was quite another to see him express such familiarity with what was arguably the most powerful greater daimyo in the world. As it stands, however, Asuma isn't kicking us out or any other such nonsense. Purple eyes burned into Naruto's blue. He doesn't have nearly enough influence or manpower to force the House of Wolves to do anything. We're leaving because it's going to suit our needs better. And also because it would cause some friction between Asuma and Iroh, but that was just a bonus to make it easier for them to go about starting their new projects without being disturbed. To be perfectly honest, Naruto, the fact that Iroh doesn't know of this yet works to our advantage. I would prefer to keep it that way. While not just coming out and saying it, it wasn't exactly anything subtle either. Naruto didn't want the fire daimyo to learn of this, and he expected her to remain quiet about it, especially to their mother, who, as she had said, would end up taking a matter like this all the way up to the fire daimyo in an effort to stop her son from being forced out of the village. As he said, he really wasn't being forced out, but the last thing he needed was Kushina, even if she was well-meaning, to assume otherwise and start interfering. I understand. Her words agreed, but her frown told him she wasn't happy about it. You weren't going to say goodbye, were you? No, I wasn't. And what about now? He had to pause at that. It was a valid question now that someone already knew he would be leaving, and he took a moment contemplating if it was enough for him to change his plans. Really, in the end, it wasn't that much for him to take a few minutes to say farewells to some of the people he had known here in Konoha. It would just be best to do so right before he left to make sure there was no stir that would further interrupt his plans. In fact, it might be best to send a Kage Bunshin back into the village to give goodbyes while he was on his way to either Kuni, though he highly doubted it would be ready for him in time, or Nami no Kuni, so that he wouldn't have to worry about any sort of backlash from the news spreading around Konoha. Hell, maybe his Bunshin would spread the fact that he was a daimyo around too, just to make things that much more chaotic. Or maybe not. The whole point was not to cause a stir, and to keep everything quiet after all. It would be much more effective for Iroh to learn of his departure weeks after it had occurred, should make the man nice and nervous about what he's been up to in that time. That was the sort of leverage that could prove to be very useful if Iroh summoned him for a friendly meeting. So no to spreading around his status, but yes, he thought that saying goodbye to people, and at the very least his team, wasn't too unreasonable an expectation of him. Yes, came his answer eventually. I think I will. That was probably the closest to positive news Naruto had heard during her visit thus far, but she'd take it without complaint. No point pushing her luck after all. Sakura was going to owe her for this, though. She'd make sure the girl knew. Hanabi. Naruto knocked on Mai's open office door to catch the young Hyuga's attention. I'm going to need you to be free this evening, there's a matter we need to see to. She blinked up at him from behind Mai's desk, interrupted from trying to determine which files wouldn't need to be accessed until after they moved them all from Konoha so that they could be packed away fully. Tonight? Frowned Hanabi. I was supposed to be meeting Shizen-sensei for another lesson. I'll let her know it's being cancelled. This is more important. He needed to stop by to talk about the wolves' upcoming departure with the medic anyway, and this would be a good time to speak with Clicky and Rusty too. Her frown pulled more heavily at her lips, but she nonetheless gave him an understanding nod. I'll be available, Naruto-sama. Good. He turned to leave the room. You're the one the guest is coming here to visit. Would have been a waste if you weren't here. You snake sage, the children of O would call for your assistance. Akishi had actually been looking for the young Hanabi she had met, or any of the wolves, but she had wandered the maze that was the high priest's den for too long without running into anyone else. If she didn't know better, she'd assume they were avoiding her for some reason. The sage in question looked up from his books, red eyes spinning in irritation at the interruption. His work was far more important than anything the snake-like was trying to accomplish, and it was only the fact that Naruto had given her a task that kept him from lashing out at her. Even the fact that she was a messenger sent by O himself wouldn't have stayed his hand. And they will not have it snake-like, was his immediate answer. Begone, he waved one hand towards the doorway she stood in dismissively before turning back to his book. I have matters of actual importance to see to. I have no time to spare to the whims of golden worms. Okay, maybe antagonizing them wasn't exactly the best thing to do in his position, but they had angered Naruto, which meant Orochimaru was far from pleased with them, and didn't even care to consider any possible repercussions from his actions. He found the way she recoiled back as if physically struck by his words superbly satisfying. The children of O work to fulfill the high priest's task. Your aid of us would be aiding him. Tempting, tempting. Orochimaru tilted Sasuke's head to the side and glanced at O's daughter from the corner of a crimson eye. But you're being a naughty worm, aren't you? He didn't give the confused Akishi time to respond. Even I know he's giving you a task as a test. I'm not going to go directly against his will to aid you in a task that is to be shouldered solely by the children of the sun. Akishi was silent for a few moments, during which Orochimaru was more than happy to make his book the primary focus of his attention once more. Devising tests to come up with ways to kill a god was not without substantial research. This was not the kind of work one could afford mishaps, and not at all. What if we completed a task for you in exchange? She eventually proposed. We wouldn't be getting help, we would be striking a deal to better accomplish the task the High Priest has set for us. Red eyes blinked slowly in thought spinning around the words of the pages before him. Turning more fully to the half-snake in his doorway, Orochimaru cocked his head to the side curiously. On one hand, the excuse that it would displease Naruto was more or less airtight, though they did have a point that he probably wouldn't care if they were getting what they needed for others through a trade of services. On the other hand, this was going towards something that Naruto would genuinely like to have completed and simply didn't have a ready plan or the time to accomplish himself at the moment. Orochimaru would prefer it if his prince received what he wanted. He always had and always would. Which brought him to the dilemma of having to help this child of O whom he was not fond of in the slightest in order to help Naruto. Of course, helping Naruto was always going to win in the end. He didn't even really need to contemplate that angle at all. But what the hell did he need these useless bunch of worms for? His summons obeyed him. Well, with the exception of Manda, of course. Manda didn't obey anybody. Before I can even begin to contemplate what it would cost you, what exactly was it you needed help with anyway? We need someone to arrange transport to the capital of Kuni for us. Crimson eyes blinked again. Was that it? His pitch rose perhaps just a bit more than necessary to express the fact that his words were intended as a question. It was such a simple sort of request. Orochimaru was almost disappointed, and he was in fact more than a little concerned. If they needed help just to arrange for a wagon, how the hell were they going to accomplish the actual task Naruto had given them? When Akishi's frown deepened dramatically, Orochimaru suspected his face had expressed his thoughts more than he had been aware. We are not helpless, she insisted seriously before her demeanor became more meek and sheepish. But we intend to begin the High Priest's task as directly as possible. It will take too long to start from scratch here, enough to get things arranged for our needs. It would be far more expedient to be able to start in the city we'll be working in as we gather resources and humans to accomplish tasks in the open that we cannot. They were going to A small smirk tugged at the corners of Orochimaru's lips. Now that was interesting to know. He should have expected that they would be at least competent enough to know they would need human compatriots in order to accomplish their task, but his opinion of them had not been in any way aided by their first encounter. That did leave a question though. Does the High Priest know you intend to begin spreading the word of O among the humans? A brow rose. I'm assuming that's how you intend to ensnare them under your influence for this task you've been given. That was the plan, yes. I don't see. Shin didn't get a chance to finish. Then does Naruto know? He's supposed to be the High Priest, is he not? One would think he would have say on how the faith of O is re-established in the physical world, unless I'm mistaken on what the role of High Priest would actually entail. His question trailed off pointedly, more accusation than inquiry. Akishi's following frown was filled with more than a little concern and a good portion of worry. Was she going to be displeasing him in her very attempts to get him to assume the mantle? But at the same time, he hadn't taken the mantle, not yet. He had been very clear about that. So for now it would be okay, wouldn't it? She began to consider how those she started converting might feel about it. Normally she wouldn't care, but if she was revealing the existence of O to them and they were to serve as the first foundation of the faithful, then having them turn away from O's light when Naruto took control and did things differently from Akishi, and the promises she would have made could do far more damage than was acceptable. They couldn't have enemies before they even had a chance to establish themselves. That would dramatically hinder their work. He's not accepted the mantle of High Priest, not yet, but I should consult with him in the very least to ensure that my methods will not cause issues when he does take his rightful place. Orochimaru hadn't been aware of that particular tidbit, and he filed it away for later. That seems wise. Speak to him then. If he approves, then we'll discuss what it would cost for my assistance. There's no point discussing it if what you intend to do goes against his will. It would also give him time, some, not a lot. He couldn't spare that much to the snakes who had failed his beloved godson to figure out something he needed done that was worth arranging transportation to Kuni for them. It needed to be something as easy as it was for him, or whatever wolf he had do it for him because he was busy to hire a wagon, but something demeaning enough for an elder daughter of O to be humbled by. Already he was coming up with nothing but blanks. It might take more time than he really cared to spend on the matter. Of course I shall return with the High Priest's blessing. She turned to leave, and Orochimaru couldn't resist one last barb. He's not the High Priest. That flinch was just as satisfying as the first. The first indication of a guest Shizen noticed was when Clicky looked up from their game of cards and scrambled back slightly with horrified eyes. Of course Shizen was very aware that there was only one person the Suna Kunoichi was worried about here in Konoha, so she wasn't surprised to see it was Naruto standing in the doorway. Well, she was surprised that there was someone there. She hadn't heard anything, which made her wonder if she had been neglecting the kunoichi side of her training too much lately, but who it would be was actually sort of obvious even without seeing Clicky's reaction. It wasn't as if they received many visitors here after all, and now that Hanabi was spending the majority of her time acting as Mai's assistant, she was around even less. Ah, Naruto. Was there something we could help you with? She didn't even bother looking as her hand shot out to smack Rusty's. He wasn't going to be able to use this distraction to cheat again. If nothing else, it did assure her that she wasn't that out of practice. She did have to wonder what that said for the fact that she hadn't at all been aware of Naruto's arrival. Based on Clicky's response, she hadn't been aware until he was already there either. Just needed to speak with you. Purple eyes met the eyes of the room's other 3 occupants. All of you? Well, unless Shizen had done something to earn his ire that she didn't know of, she was fairly certain it couldn't be anything necessarily bad. Based on the look in Clicky's eyes and the grim frown on Rusty's face, those two probably hadn't come to the same conclusion, or knew something she didn't. She was hoping it was the former. All things considered, talking with the Inoichi Restoration Group, as he really hadn't given them any other task as a group and hadn't bothered coming up with any sort of name for them, had gone as smoothly as he could have hoped for. They were understandably uncomfortable around him, but that meant they had remained mostly quiet and subdued while he spoke. It was a refreshing change after having to deal with the Inuzuka. Not completely unexpected either. Soon as shinobi really wanted to head back to Hai no Kuni controlled Kaze no Kuni, and the idea of carving out a new life for themselves from scratch hadn't appealed to either. For that reason, they had elected to stay with the wolves for the foreseeable future, despite both of them being wary of him ever since he revealed himself to be much higher up the food chain than they had realized, and they had deliberately ignored the answer he had provided for an extremely important task he'd given them. That he had let slip the fact that both the former, or last as you decided to look at it, Kazekage, and more importantly his son, was under his influence probably hadn't hurt any. The wolves were, unfortunately for them, the closest to home they would be able to get so long as Konoha shinobi and Hai no Kuni samurai occupied Kaze no Kuni. With them aboard, and he had spoken about them first for a damn reason. Thank you. Some of Shizen's possible reservations about doing the same had been soundly eliminated. Not only did she not have to worry about their fates as she left with the wolves and they didn't, but now if she wanted to keep looking after her team, she was going to have to come along. She had expressed a desire to inform her former master Tsunade where she would be so the woman could reach her if need be, but between an honest answer of not knowing exactly where they would be on accounts of not having received a reply from Ganji yet. Understandable, he was pretty sure that had only been sent out yesterday. Or the day before. Maybe this morning? He had too much on his plates these days, though he'd be lying if he tried to claim it wasn't completely his fault in the first place. And a brighter ray of hope in his casual inquiry as to whether the woman might be interested in joining them under Shizen's lead, of course, so that the two wouldn't have to part ways. From what little he had heard from Shizen on the matter previously, the Sannin hadn't exactly been enjoying her Konoha retirement. This was a perfect opportunity to give her something to do and get her out of the village she had avoided for decades. After seeing Shizen light up at his proposal, he thought he had a pretty good chance of convincing the woman to join them. Of course, he still had to meet with the woman and determine if he actually wanted her to join the wolves in any capacity. She'd be coming with them certainly if he could manage it, solely because it would further cement Shizen's loyalties to the house, assuming Tsunade didn't try to turn her away from them while she was present, but she hadn't exactly discouraged the woman from joining them in the first place. As a loyal medic was an invaluable resource in this world. Whether that was just being present as a guest or as a member of the house, however, he would reserve deciding until after meeting her, and most likely for after they had spent a significant amount of time working together. He would have to add meeting with her to his itinerary tomorrow. Assuming he remembered to write it down. Purple eyes blinked tiredly before drifting over to the calendar sat at the corner of his desk. It was right there and painfully empty of all the things he had seen to today and over the past week. It was no wonder he didn't know when he had sent that letter to Ganju. He should probably just jot it down while it was fresh in his mind. Despite thinking that it took another 3 minutes for him to actually reach for a pen and do so. Seeing it sit there so alone on the otherwise blank calendar, however, made Naruto wish he hadn't. He couldn't even remember what he had done this past week. Which day was it he spoke with Asuma? Yesterday? He'd asked Hanabi at some point, so there was no chance of filling in a whole lot more to make things feel a bit better, but he did take a few moments to at least add what he had done today, what he remembered anyway, to the calendar before crossing them through with a satisfaction he probably didn't deserve. That's what he knew he did today. He hoped there wasn't something he neglected to write down that he had forgotten to address. Largely meaningless task complete. At least tomorrow, when he couldn't quite recall what he had done today, he'd be able to look back and see he returned to his thoughts. Not that there was much more he needed to review. Meetings. If he had known he would have to go through so much trouble, he would have told Asuma where he could shove his desire to have the wolves out of Konoha rather than entertain the man, and make the move on a limited time frame. He should have known better, honestly. Luckily, there were only a few more people he needed to visit with anyway, and they could be dealt with in the coming week easily enough. For today, though, he was done. With a deep breath, he let his head fall back against the chair and allowed the tension in his body to slowly begin unwinding. Loose muscle leading to loose consciousness, he began fading into the realm of sleep. No harm in a brief nap, was there? The wolves were always trying to get him to work less, as it was they should be pleased to know he was doing so of his own accord. Right before he was able to drift down the final step on the pathway to restful oblivion, however, there was a sharp rap on the door, and a snarling wolf popped their head in. "Tsukuyomi-sama, your guest is." Here they trailed off quietly as they realized they were interrupting and attempted to back out of the room so he could resume when his open palm signaled them to stop. He knew his children well enough to know they wouldn't hesitate to kick out any guest of his so that he could rest. Unfortunately, as the daimyo of Hai no Kuni, that was rather unbecoming and not the image he wanted to show at all. Not that he had really had much luck with managing his image, or the global image of the wolves in the past. He remembered those oblivious mistakes all too well. "That's fine, child." He was sure his voice didn't help his case any. They could probably hear exactly how much the day had worn him out mentally already. He still needed to pay a visit inside the seal to thank his beautiful girls too, not that they would have any idea about that. "Show them in." He took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose for a second before forcing his eyes back open. He was too likely to fall back towards the beckoning sleep if he kept them closed for much longer. "I assume Hinata's probably stopped by?" "Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama." "My apologies, Tsukuyomi-sama, I didn't." And Naruto raised his hand again to stop the apologies. "I said it's fine. I'm the one who instructed her to visit today." "You've done well." "Thank you, Tsukuyomi-sama. I'll bring them at once." Despite their words, they hesitated at the door. Was there anything else you needed to, Sama?" they asked. Naruto was fairly certain it was in an effort to make up for interrupting his almost nap, another form of an apology in a way, but as tempted as he was to say no for that exact reason, there was in fact something he could use right now, and if it made them feel better, well, it would be remiss of him to remain silent. "A coffee would be most helpful if you'd be so kind." "Of course, Sama." Bowing at the waist, they retreated from the room without raising their head and closed the door with a soft click. He could hear their shoes as they spun around and strode down the hall to retrieve both his guest and his requested drink. There was no doubt in his mind which they would consider more important, and he allowed that thought to amuse him when he could no longer focus on the sound of their diminishing footsteps to keep himself focused on the waking world. Most fortunately, he wasn't going to be needed much for this next meeting he had arranged. With her schedule having been forcibly cleared by Naruto, Hanabi had originally planned to either spend some time in her quarters or perhaps reading in one of the absurd number of sitting rooms this place possessed. She hadn't actually had a lot of time or reason to explore it more fully, but she had recently realized just how big the place seemed to be. So big, in fact, that she was reasonably certain this apartment spanned the entire first floor of the complex at this point. As far as she was aware, there was only a single area at the ground level that hadn't been absorbed into it, and that was only because it was the office for the complex. She had a feeling that if they could have managed it, the wolves would have moved that up to the second floor and added it to the series of rooms just for something to do. Unfortunately, as nice as her room was, there wasn't really anything in it to occupy her time, and none of the books in the sitting rooms had caught her interest this evening. So rather than just lay around waiting for whatever guest Naruto had invited here for her, and wasn't the strange enough as it was. Why did he think she needed to meet with someone? She sure as hell couldn't remember expressing a desire to see someone or mentioning that she was lonely or something, so what had prompted him to do this? She had instead retreated to Mai's office and decided to get ahead on some work. Not that it would do her any favors in the future when she found herself in similar situations, and now had less work thanks to her past self, but she couldn't bring herself to care for future hers not yet existent plights. Besides, it's not like the work here would ever stop. They were running a group that was spread across the globe regardless of how aware said globe was of their presence, and one that didn't seem to know how to not expand its influence. There would always be work to do, plans to make, and reorganization to be implemented. It would probably help if she knew more about the wolves and their goals so she could plan for future events, but trying to plan a system to provide proper ranks and authority within the group had already spread into the monumental job of trying to organize the personal files and mostly the lack thereof kept on each of the members of this strange noble house. That's why she was at this moment currently trying to piece together some passing semblance of records for her own team. Not only did they make great assistants, but they were an excellent control group for her to test her systems on. As important as she found this work, however, and as much as she enjoyed having something to do after a rather boring stint as the Wolves' political guest, it wasn't something so engrossing that she should have lost awareness of her surroundings. Should being the operative word, as the next thing she was aware of after realizing Matsuo's school records only existed for 3 years that weren't even close to consecutive was a soft warmth benign pressed into her face. Or maybe her face was being pressed into it, she was a bit too busy being smothered to worry too much about semantics. Hanabi-chan! At the voice, her immediate reaction to strike whatever had assaulted her slipped away. She absolutely knew that voice, and she hadn't realized just how much she had missed it until that moment. What she hadn't missed, she scowled as she realized what she was pressed into was being reminded of just how early and well her sister had started to bloom. Whatever gene had granted Hinata that had most definitely decided to skip Hanabi, and as much as she tried to convince herself she wasn't jealous, she might have been just the teensiest bit. Not that she would ever admit that to anybody. Watching from the doorway, Naruto drained most of his remaining coffee. In a second here the two would start talking, and then he would be free to take his leave and retreat from Mai's office back to either his or, most temptingly, his bedroom. A nap sounded good, but a proper nap in his bed? That was beyond tempting. Almost as if the gods had heard his hopes and wished to mock him by crushing them, he heard the unmistakable sound of scales against the wooden floors of the apartment. He only had time to sigh before the voice of Akishi reached his ears. "Ah, Naruto-sama. I heard you had returned. I've been looking for you. There's a matter most urgent we must discuss." With a last longing thought about the inviting warmth of a bed he was to be denied and a look at the final dregs of his coffee, Naruto realized he really should have just asked for a full pot. It was going to be that sort of day.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.